Testing. Are we live? Wait for it. There it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you subscribe. You're on mobile. Press high chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Large boot camp and real estate course. But ladies and gentlemen, today is going to be another wild one. We are just at a 10% correction zone. It seems like a lot of risk-on attitude came back today. We're going to talk about buying the invasion or buying the news. There's a couple of things going on there. We haven't got any negative updates in the last 24 hours. Markets are able to go up. You got a lot of different things moving from growth stocks all the way down to even oil stocks and then the commodities and everything else. And then on top of that, we still got our Fed futures. We're probably going to talk about this one a little bit here today, just giving some of the moves. Does this work still? Where'd it go? Where'd my thing go? Oh, I'm trying to get you out of the thing. Where'd it go? No. Where'd it go? Oh, it disappeared. I thought I had it. It disappeared. I can't find it. All the screens are moving. Oh, my gosh. But anyways, we'll bring it up here. I have it up here to talk about anyway. So there's a lot of Fed future stuff moving. Again, the Fed is just right around the corner. And honestly, this setup is creating a lot of opportunity, especially if we bounce here. So I hope you are ready, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be an exciting one. So, yeah, hello. How are ya? Oh, good morning. Oh, good morning, Joshua M16. Oh, good morning, Shervine. Good morning, Lorraine. Good morning, Mr. Malone. Oh, Alexander. How you going to do? Bro, I don't have a horn today, man. I, got a horn, but I don't got a, you know what I'm saying? No. Bring it to hit Alex with it, bro. Hit Alex with it. Tell him.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Rollie on my wrist.
Wow.
I don't want to rap that.
Wow, I needed that in the morning. Oh, my gosh. Good morning, baby. What's up, B. Gray? What's up, EC Bray? What's up, Kathleen? What's up, Liam? Oh, how you living, Adam? Adam Barsha. What's up? My name is User. What's up, User? My name? Oh, good morning. KOD, Mike's Boat, JM, Alejandro. Oh, I'm just the island chat. Don't talk about island chat. Oh, good morning, Janie. Good morning, Sam Spence. Everybody, wake up. Okay, if you got it on here, man, if you woke up this early, just wake up. Hey, good morning. Oh, shout out to Cole, baby. Shout out to Cole, baby. That's all we need, man. That's all we need. So God bless you guys. I hope you're ready for a good morning. It's beautiful to see a lot of the same Cole, baby. It's today is going to be game time. Today is going to be a lot interesting. I'm sure we're going to have a lot of fun. I'm sure we're going to learn a lot. Yesterday was already crazy in and of itself. So you are in the middle of a lot of volatility. And yeah, we might wake up to a party buzz. Bro, she was wearing a mask. Isn't that hilarious, bro? I still can't get over that, bro. I swear to you, I even made a video. I didn't post it. I didn't post the video. I think I have it on my phone if I show you it, bro. I'm telling you, I was sitting in the gym parking lot, and I was about to go into the gym, bro, and when you're sitting in the car, and you're getting ready to work out and do all that, right? Bro, I was just sitting there, and I was like, did that really happen? I was like, she followed all the, she was, I don't know, man. I was tripping. I was like, dude, that really happened. I was like, this isn't a movie. I was like, man, this is amazing. So God bless you all. I hope you're ready for the day. Let us get into the news. We already got the random play, so that's good. And we'll see what happens. That was from yesterday. Bro, today's already Wednesday. Oh, my gosh. Do you feel it? It's already Wednesday, man. That's beautiful. So good morning. You better wake up. You better have some fun today. I want some good vibes. I only claim good vibes. I rebuke any negativity. And let's enjoy it as far as any of the news. What do we got here? Futures and European equities rose as the West's initial sanctions against Russia dispelled fears of a tougher response. Treasuries extended declines and crude oil edged lower as traders evaluated supply risks and potential return of Iranian barrels. Gold and the dollar dipped as haven demand eased. Bitcoin advanced for the second day. Ukraine, the government will seek to impose a nationwide state of emergency. Vladimir Putin said he remains ready to pursue diplomatic solutions. The EU will ban the purchase of Russian sovereigns in line with measures taken by the United States. China expressed opposition to the sanctions and criticized the U.S. for inflaming tensions, suggesting that its support for NATO expansion left Putin with few options. The Kremlin says it has no plans for further action. We'll see about that, Mr. Vladimir. We'll see about that. Market fragility and volatility may ebb in the coming months. JP Morgan's Marko Kolanovic, he said that the base case is complete end to the pandemic and a very strong recovery in the spring and summer. In terms of trade, he suggests energy, materials, financials, rising rates, and assets tied to commodity cycles. Kolanovic also likes small caps and emerging markets and sees opportunity at the single stock level. Good. He's crazy. He's good. Hedge funds are more tilted to value stocks than they have been at any other time since 2011. After cutting positions in tech to buy energy and financials, Goldman Sachs FANGs still rank as the most popular longs, with Microsoft as the favorite according to a holdings of 788 funds based on 13 Fs. Performance headwinds propelled the moves, with the average U.S. equity hedge fund returns right now is 3% negative year to date. So out of 788 hedge funds right now, the year to date return is -3. Central banks, the RBNZ hiked rates for a third meeting in a row and signaled that it will need to raise rates for more than previously expected to contain inflation. In Europe, Robert Holzman told NZZ that he sees 2 ECB increases by the year end. Bets on a 50 basis point rate hike in March are reviving. Swaps are pricing in an increase of roughly 34 basis points, up from 28 basis points on Monday, though it's well below this month's high of 48. But the takeaway from the RBNZ is that building a consensus for a 50 basis point move is tough. The bank was hawkish with its outlook, but just like the BOE, the bottom line is stuck at 25 basis point. That won't be lost for U.S. investors. JP Morgan faces allegations of negligence in a London court battle over transfers of some $875 million to ex-Nigerian oil minister accused of corruption. Nigeria's lawyers claim that the bank ignored overwhelming evidence of fraud and stark warnings from its compliance staff. Corporate Tesla plans to expand part production in Shanghai, Reuters reported. Tenneco agreed to a private through a $1.6 billion sale to Apollo. Alibaba halted talks to raise $1 billion for Lazada after failing to achieve the valuation it wanted. People familiar said it remains intent on eventually spinning off and listing the unit. Lowe's rose pre-market after beating sales and raising its outlook. TJX sank as net sales missed, and it declined to give full-year guidance. Barclays posted record annual profit and suspended vesting of ex-CEO Jess Staley's pay awards amid a Jeffrey Epstein-related probe. Risk of the machines. More than 60% of traders predict a jump in algorithm trading in the next 2 years, according to JP Morgan's FICC trading survey. Mobile trading applications are forecast to be the most influential technology in shaping trading in 2022, moving to AI and machine learning over the next 3 years. Liquidity remains the top daily challenge for traders. Goldman cultivated close ties with departing execs for decades, nurturing the world's most powerful corporate alumni network. Chart of the day, investors can't get enough commodities. Retail and industrial money in the sector is close to $700 billion, the most since at least 2007. Citi estimates, as traders seek an attractive inflation hedge and are lured by attractive forward curves. As an example of how appealing they are, commodities like crude can offer monthly returns of more than 3% by rolling expirations forward by a month. Interesting. And you don't believe the pre-market up. The ironic part about today, again, a lot of, based on everything I read and even how a lot of people feel, everybody is pretty chill in the morning, but the scary part is you are literally just right back up to some of the levels we were at yesterday. So we'll find out, but for the most part, I mean, today is a little bit of risk on, a little bit. We will see how long it lasts. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm in the couch. So today, 10 a.m., you're going to get ECB Guando speaking. Then 11 a.m., ECB Deco speaks. 11:30 a.m., you're getting a $35 billion 119-day bond auction, then a 5-year and $2 billion bond auction. 2 p.m., you're getting a State Department briefing. 2:30, White House Psaki, and then 3:30, Fed Daily. So you're getting some Fed speakers today. Some of the earnings include eBay, Ingersoll Rand, NetApp, Bath & Body Works. So let's see what happens next, okay? Yeah, Overstock, they beat on earnings. I think they missed on revenue, but did good on a lot. There's a one headline on it. We'll get to it probably. America has the gap between the 2 and the 10-year UST yields at about 28 basis points is the narrowest it's been since April 2020, and that may mean more downside pressure on U.S. stocks. When the S&P had previously had a losing year in 2018, it coincided with the rapid flattening of the curve. The front end is driving the force as rising oil prices have driven market-implied expectations of inflation over 2 years to record levels. Ukraine response, Justin Trudeau announced Canadian sanctions against Russia, including the banning of Russian sovereign debt. Venezuela President Nicolas Maduro declared full support for Putin. Trump CFO says tax charges are barred. The ECB told lenders active in Russia to report on risks they face from a range of scenarios related to tensions over Ukraine. Roman Abramovich may be at risk of UK sanctions yesterday. Boris Johnson mistakenly said the Chelsea Football Club owner had already been sanctioned, and while his spokesperson corrected the error, Foreign Secretary Liz Truss has since declined to rule out taking action against him. BOV Governor Andrew Bailey said the UK faces larger inflation risk, and energy futures signal higher prices for the next 18 months. Hong Kong GDP growth will slow to 2 to 3.5 this year from 6.4 in 2021. Government will give 1,200 in spending vouchers to eligible residents and provide 47 billion Hong Kong dollars for compulsory universal testing and vaccines. Additional spending measures will mean the government's budget will have a deficit for the fiscal year. Banks in Beijing and Shanghai accelerated mortgage approvals recently, even as they held interest rates steady. The Securities Daily reported it offered no explanation for the trend, but said more cities are seeing lowering mortgage rates. Natural gas and electricity in Europe advanced. Oil edged lower, but Brent prompted spread expansion beyond $3 a barrel after closing at its strongest level since at least 2008. Nickel and aluminum traded near multi-year highs. Nickel is in a sweet spot amid potential for supply disruptions. The metal's inclusion on a U.S. list of critical minerals and bullish price forecast. Bloomberg Markets Live said wheat reversed earlier losses. U.S. crude inventories probably resumed their decline, dropping 1 million barrels last week, a survey showed. Distillates and gasoline stockpiles may also see a combined draw of 3.2 million barrels. China real estate. 3 banks plan to sell a total of 20 billion yuan bonds to fund property and M&A loans. Consulting firm Roland Berger is considering IPO in Germany. Renewable Energy Group is exploring options after receiving takeover interest. Eskom may sell distribution assets as the prospects of the government taking over about half of their $26 billion in obligations dims. Earnings, Virgin Galactic climbed pre-market after a narrower than expected loss. Palo Alto Networks also got a boost as its forecast exceeded expectations. New Holdings rose after unexpectedly turning a profit, and then Teladoc missed, guidance missed. Stellantis, they rose after saying it expects another year of double-digit returns. Aston Martin said its deliveries will climb 8% this year. Uniper warned of potential impairments following Nord Stream 2 suspension. Puma forecast modest growth, and Danone ended in 2021 with the fastest quarterly sales. I have the update on Overstock, but they didn't even mention here. Interesting. JP Morgan and HSBC were among banks hired by Istanbul to help sell its second Eurobond in 3 decades. JP Morgan accused of ignoring red flags in Nigeria transfer. Apple Amsterdam store gunman demanded $227 million in crypto. JP Morgan senior blockchain executive Christine Moy made to leave firm. Goldman strategists see strong earnings boosting European stocks, while China keeps on targeting technology giants. 2 proxy advisors support Disney's pay plan after Iger departure. Apple gives Siri a less gendered voice. Activision set for $15 million golden parachute in Microsoft deal. And that's it. The guy held up the store for $227 million in crypto. Very unique. Very unique. Are you in the market for extraterrestrial aircrafts or artifacts? Don't miss out on Christine's online auction of meteorites ending today. The offerings are expected to fetch well over £2 million, with special interest on a 15-gram fragment of meteorite that fell over the UK town in Wincombe last year. Even more valuable may be the Costa Rican dog kennel of Rocky, a German shepherd. The tin roof of his wooden house was perforated by a meteorite in 2019. There you go. Is it too late to say sorry? Phil Mickelson apologized for what he called reckless comments made regarding the Saudis and proposed a Gulf Super League, the AP reported. The one hurts like a mother. U.S. maternal mortality rate, already high compared with other wealthy nations, has increased. That's sad to hear. It's the big question: what happens when we die? Scientists may be closer to finding out after accidentally recording a dying brain while using an electrical activity monitor on an 87-year-old patient who suffered a heart attack. The rhythmic brain patterns recorded during the man's time of death were observed to be similar to those occurring during dreaming, memory recall, and meditation. Interesting. On this day in history, W.E.B. Du Bois was born in 1868. Sociologist, socialist, historian, civil rights activist, and writer. He completed graduate work at Harvard, the first African-American to earn a doctorate. He helped found the NAACP in 1909, and his 1940 autobiography, Dusk of Dawn, is one of the first scientific treatises in the field of American sociology. He died in 1963 at the age of 95. There you go. That was a good one. Finally, they hit us with the good one in the morning. It's like, yeah, there you go, man. There you go. There you go, baby. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Horrible pronunciation. Listen, do you want me to ban you or say something about your hair? You could pick one, bro. It's 6:27 a.m. I don't want to hear it. Okay? We need to get that American flag in here, okay? So you got to do what you got to do, bro. You got to do what you got to do. Okay, because it's a beautiful day, and we ready to go. And we ready to go, baby. Oh, man, is we ready to go. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I hope you are feeling good. But, ladies and gentlemen, before we do anything here, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to the people who have sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will, and that is the veterans of the United States of America, baby. So, on behalf of the cult, the people here, the people not here, we want to give a huge and special shout out to all of the veterans, active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country. God bless you, and thank you for doing what you have done, and shout out to the police officers, the firefighters, the doctors, the nurses, the teachers, all the other public service out there as well, too, baby. God bless you, and thank you for doing what you have done. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Son of the gods! Oh, it's game time, baby. Oh, no, come on, please work. Okay, baby, let's go. No, I want my horn back. I just want my horn back, Chad. I want my horn back, okay? That's all I ask for, bro. That's all I ask for. But, oh, whoa, what the hell just happened here? But God bless you. Let's get it popping. We got 1 minute. I need you to post everything again. So far, this is a very big bounce. It looks like a little bit of a risk on today. We'll see where it continues. Why did Tesla just get knocked? How much time we got? You got 10 seconds. I'm going to be watching Tesla, Boeing, Overstock, Ralph Lauren, Baba, Palo Alto Networks, oil, and banks. A lot of plays that we made from yesterday. And we'll see. There it is. Oh. Round one. Fight. Kathy Wood. Also, what about Kathy Wood? Is that it? Tesla, they're only up 1.3. Again, how are we looking? 1% on the NASDAQ, 0.6 on the Dow Jones, and then 0.7 on the S&P. So it's pretty solid. The only bad part is we were at that point that you were literally at yesterday's highs. So today feels big, but just keep that in mind. Overstock is up 30%. And again, they have the good earnings. There's Tesla. Watch the bonds. Bonds are down a decent amount. Okay. I sold my Tesla put from yesterday. Not the small one. I sold the one with March. I got like an $800 profit. Remember, I was up like $1,500 on it yesterday. Say Nvidia, Facebook, DraftKings is up 4. That could be a good one. Again, I have the other Teslas, and then if today ends up doing a little bit more better, I will go for another one, and I have another idea here today. We're going to see it. You will see I have a good idea for you, Habibi. Me waiting for premiums to update. Let's see, SPY coming down. Watch Snap. Myrna down 2.6. Check the banks too. And again, oil was doing a little decent. Yeah, banks are coming up. Again, see if they outpace. Oil was doing good. Again, oil commodity, and then the stocks are a little bit different here. Facebook going. HIMS is up 12. Thessalonian coming down. Why does this look like that? I don't like it. Many blessings. God bless you. I'm looking at something. I have an idea. You should be able to see the screen. GM fam, Microsoft booming. Watch it, that continues. Abivide new all-time high. So I'm going to look at it in a second. I want to see how things hold up here, but I would look at value plays next. Again, see if those keep holding up on the day. I'm just trying to get, I want to see the price of something. What would that be? Oh, that's only 1,000%. It's not as good. Not as good. So that's a butterfly for the upside. So again, oil starting to go, and what I'm looking at here, again, if we go full risk off over or full risk on over the next few days, if today turns into a big bounce, again, the chart is pretty much going to start looking like wave 3. So that's what I'm kind of looking for. That's why I was like, all right, I could go for one. I had a crazy idea there for the upside if we get any of that volatility. So we'll see. What I'm expecting from Russia today, I mean, we will find out. I'm sure by the middle of the day we'll get some level of update. But we'll move on the next escalation. But right now, a lot of people are just digesting the fact that, you know, yesterday was good in the fact that it wasn't strong. Again, it's the same things we talked about on the watch list, but now even this morning, a lot more people took that idea. Let it bounce. So I was actually looking for a shorter term call, and then if like Tesla and Facebook, those are the ones I want off the bounce. Like I was saying, I think I got the Tesla yesterday. I grabbed that one. Let me check the Facebookians. Not loading. Yeah, Ford is popping. I just saw them on the high ticker. Oil just woke up. TLT's at the low. You just got a big cheek lay on the SPY. You're now lower than we've been all day. But again, you could see here, literally to this price on the SPY, 431. This is where we had that little battle at the end of the day, and then it's literally right where we opened up yesterday. So just keep that in mind. The VIX. My charts aren't loading. There they are. Spy put premium juicy. I want to take a look at the, what's it called? You got to take a look at the, what's it called next? The butterfly and see how the premium factors in. Yeah, the big candle down, but then a lot of things are moving up still. Again, you could just see it. There is just literally a lot of different things going on. Let's take a look at the industries. What is lagging and leading as far as the Dow Jones, materials and energy, and then consumer staples. Defensives are actually doing bad right now. And then real estate, energy, materials, financials, and then, again, consumer staples. Surprisingly, the safe haven stocks are just not it right now. Six a lot of digits, but I always wanted more. You say the butterfly, you do 3 options. The one that you short, you sell double than the one that you buy. So if you buy one option, you short 2 options, and then you buy another wing and make sure they're all equal distance apart. Yeah, overstock is still going. Again, don't forget about Palo Alto Networks. That was another earnings. They're holding up, and I'm pretty sure the premium should have died after what they were pricing in yesterday. So keep that in mind. Overstock going up. XOM. What are the XOMs at? The XOMs didn't go up as much, surprisingly. The XOM calls are not up as much given the volatility there. Options playing to the hedge fund hands. Just add to the long term. I mean, amen. As long as you have your budget, though. That's all it's going to come down to, you know? So like we always say, if you set aside a budget for options, feel free. You could go for a lot of these strategies. You could experiment, do a bunch of things. But at the end of the day, you know, make sure you get that long term. I could stand by that, my friend. I could stand by it. Facebookians coming up. Crude is popping, though. It was down a little bit earlier. Overstock almost back to 50. That's a massive move, actually. Palo Alto, they're still expensive. They're cheaper. I mean, you could go for it if they really do start to flip. Again, Palo Alto is pricing in on just a lot more. But then some people worried about cybersecurity stocks today. Interesting. SPY coming up now. A lot of other things are rocking with it. Ford is killing it. They're up 2%. Baba up 2. That one could be good. XOM, Nvidia again. Nvidia, man, he's been such a weird person, you know. Nvidia need help. RL. But Nvidia is getting a candle. SPY's coming up to the high of the day. That'd be 0.8 or 1% on the NASDAQ. Dow is the lagger. So are consumer staples. FB premium moving. I have old ones. I have old calls that were down from after earnings. They're coming back a little bit today, surprisingly, on the marches. DraftKings, Nautilus 3, Airbnb, some big candles right there. Looks like a lot of things are moving. Again, this is a lot more active of a morning, and you're actually getting some movement, but the 2-day is not pretty. I mean, we really got, if for today to get good, we need to get above 435. That's the only way we could kind of clear our way out of this. No Myrna play as of yet. TLT's going down still. Yeah, TLT's down. Again, it's not at the 135 danger zone, but it's definitely the lowest it's been all week. Again, Fed futures are down today. That's the only thing I don't like about this, is that literally the last couple days, Fed futures have crawled back a little bit. So this is definitely one of the factors that we're going to need to talk about here. Yandex is up. All right, so I have something. We're going to need to talk about this, but essentially be prepared to buy the invasion, okay? We're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about buying the invasion. And Yandex reminds me of it because literally, I brought up the chart yesterday. Russia's stocks are down now more than they've been since the pandemic. And on top of it, a lot of them are just, what's it called? The inflows have actually been positive over the last three to 4 weeks. So think about that. So you literally have more inflows on the you have more inflows coming in to the Russia ETF in the last month than any other time. So that's what we're going to be looking at. Big red in Tesla. I mean, SPY just took a red there too. Okay, I grabbed the plate. This is my friend. Baba, if I had to guess, is not Baba, but I do like Baba. I would like another Baba, and even then, Baba's starting to get down here. But do not trade this. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. I mean, this is what I talked about yesterday on the watch list. Young Facebook. I grabbed a Facebook next week put. I only spent $100, but I got a little bit. I grabbed a little bit again next week. We did the Teslas yesterday. Those got a little bit clobbered there. Not too bad, 30%, but I'm hoping that one of these moves here in the morning makes some of them cheaper. SPY tug of war with VWAP. It's tug of war with VWAP, and literally this was the level we were at yesterday where we kind of had our battle. So remember, even like at the close and like trying to figure out 430 and all that, that's where we were positioned. So it's a pretty interesting spot. Yeah, XOM, the premiums are starting to wake up. They're holding. So they were up 15% yesterday, but this morning they weren't going up, and now this is the breaking point if they keep going up. Yandex. Alibaba on the low. TLT's hitting the low now too. Yeah, Yandex is down 8%. Did the plays even go up? The plays are like literally the same price on the Yandex. They're scamming. Don't trade Baba. I like Baba, but it's just, again, they're really like, they're cheap and expensive at the same time. They don't really move a lot when it stays pinned. So like March calls, I have a set of March calls I'm down 40% on still. And we got them at a pretty good price. They're still worth like $300, but the time decay is nutty. So I do like Baba, and I'm taking some of the headlines with like Jack Ma over the weekend. I'm sure probably in the next week or two, we're going to hear another update on China. There's something going on there. That's the way I usually interpret it. It's like you get one piece of China news and it's like, and they're like, nah. And then usually it ends up coming true. So it's a risk. It's playing the news on there, but that would be like one of the catalysts for it. Is that NVIDIA on the high? No, on the low. TLT. A lot of things are moving, though, right now. Facebookian, Tesla, Teslonian at the bottom. They gave up the gains. DraftKings on crack. That's good. I hope. I just hope they don't start selling it on the platform. You know what I'm saying? That'd be crazy. That would be crazy. Boeing's killing it. Those plays from yesterday. They're down. They're killed on the bid, but the ask is still kind of high, but they're down. SPY is popping up there. I don't know. There's a butterfly for the upside, but it don't look appealable. Palantir up after Kathy selling. She sold out of Palantir, like all of it. I thought she loved Palantir. Now we up 12% now, son. Oh my God. XOM still holding. Overstock still holding 35%. 95 completely sold out. No way. Really? I thought Palantir was like her baby. I thought she loved Palantir. DraftKings rolling. Crude a high of the day. Weird. Crude was even lower on the. It was lower to start out. So look at crude and oil is getting past the highs of yesterday. We'll see what the market does. But again, even though we've opened up here, I hope you guys realize you were still in the danger zone of yesterday. It's not as if we're better that we're at 430, but it's not. It's not roses just yet. Microsoft at the bottom. Apple's about to go red here. Apple's only up 0.5%, though. Everything's still holding 0.75% on the NASDAQ, 0.5 on the Dow and S&P, and then 1% on small caps. The XOM plays, they're coming down, though. They're calming. It's like a very, very weird move. And then the butterflies are still holding 40%, so we'll see how the time decay factors into any of this. Apple's coming down, though. Ukrainian websites are down. Well, we'll see. Surprisingly, you haven't had too much Ukrainian headlines this morning, or nothing to the extent where it's new, or nothing to like shock people and go, oh my God, again. Again, you have a state of emergency by Ukraine, but a lot of what people are reacting to is just the soft sanctions as we discussed it. Diamond Energy targets 26% reduction of outstanding debt. Facebookian coming in. Tesla on the low. Walmart down 0.14. Altria is starting to wake back up a little bit. So those plays are actually still up from yesterday, even on the short term. Facebook's coming down now. Whereas the plunge protection team, they're going to come out once the SPY goes to 380. If Ukraine plus the Fed turns into a shit show, then you'll get the plunge protection team. I already heard the sanctions that Biden announced were the banks that already had sanctions in place. That was with the sovereign debt. The thing about the banks was that he didn't target any state-owned banks. So all of the banks that he did target or that they put any sanctions on, they were already there. Yeah, what's it called? It's coming across the wire. Several Ukrainian government websites are under attack or cyber attack. IFX is the news source. Ukrainian cabinet, foreign ministry sites don't open. Interfax, Ukrainian banking system to operate as usual. But yeah, there's just an update right there. Cyber attacks in Russia, certain things not working. Yeah, the banks were set specifically to handle sanctions. You could argue that. I mean, some of them, but they were already affected, but it wasn't like a state-owned bank where it would actually affect the citizens. So in a weird way, like Biden actually gave Putin an off-ramp, which I could definitely see it. So essentially, none of the banks, it's not as if the sanctions on those banks would have affected the daily life of Russian citizens. So literally, if we wanted to go with a hard sanction yesterday, you could have made it where a lot of people in Russia were having issues with their banking system. So he didn't do that. That was positive. And then even the sovereign debt and the bonds, you already couldn't buy Russia bonds. So you weren't allowed to buy Russia bonds even before yesterday, but yesterday banned even Russia bond trading for the secondary market. So they've already dealt with it, but the implications are just longer term growth as it could stunt their ability to raise money through treasury markets. That's about it though. Tesla red. That was a big cheek lay. We're lower on the day. You're still positive again. I don't like the daily chart here, but we still could get a move. We need to get above 435 for some goodness. Anything below 430 again starts to look a little bit whack. Where do you see this? I use one of them is the Bloomberg Newswire. So I get this from Bloomberg straight here off of the first word. So it's pretty quick. There's a couple of other ones, but that's where I got it. Again, you could check Interfax. That is the source, or Interfax for the Russia source right there. That just came in. Look at TNX and TLT. Is TLT still dropping? Holy shit. Yeah, bro, it's almost back to 136. So again, maybe with part of the calming down, people are going back to selling the bonds again. I have a Bloomberg terminal, but you didn't see it. Well, then you gotta take the tutorials or something, bro. Are you coming at me? You're coming at me, man. The Russian source, it said Interfax. Apple is going red. They're only up a quarter right now. Lowe's is on the high again. Exxon is still at the high. Bro, those contracts need to go up. Scammers. The Russian news is that several Ukrainian government websites are under cyber attack and they cannot be accessed right now. XOM is a scammer. But go through the news tabs on the what's it called? Go through the news tabs and then it's first word. So type in first on the news search and you'll get it. It'll come up. It'll set you up a new little like news thing. And again, and play with the platform too. If you got the terminal, play around with it because you'll realize there's a lot of tools that you'll learn through like experience with it. It's actually pretty powerful, but it's like that's what I've noticed. Like you could treat it like nothing, but then like really get into it and you'll see. But go to the news tab and then in the search bar, just type first. Space 14, SPY coming down, TLT down 1.3. That's still going. Biden approached to ask for permission to send troops to Ukraine. That's what someone in chat saying. Joshua, China stocks rebound as crackdown fears ease. Canada's going crazy. XOM is moving up. It's holding on. Did it hit another high? The Facebooks went up to more red. TNX. Let me check SHY. Even SHY, though, too. Again, it seems like the yield curve is getting really, really flat. SPY's hitting a new low now. You're only up 0.3, but now the problem is NASDAQ and the Dow and SPY have all matched up. So in the last, like, 10 minutes, everything is literally just matched up right now. So keep that in mind now. Everything's only up 0.3. We're coming down, and now you're entering 431, about to go to 430 flat. Still got a lot of good tech names that are holding, better levels. Some names are outpacing more than not, and then some defensive names are actually holding up too. But you can see it. Some of the banks have already flipped right there. So TLT's finally bouncing for the first time. Watch what happens here if you get a weird inverse more or less. But today's a correlation kind of, but S&P's still holding. When will margin calls get triggered? They were already triggered. You got all the margin calls got washed out from here. This was a margin washout, if anything. This is the new money. So if you had a margin call and then you either got clapped or not, and then if you refunded, and depending on how you went into it and what you're holding, this is what the next move is. But this move was a lot worse than this one right now. And again, the fact is we didn't flush this level. We should have flushed this level. So if we get any sort of bounce, just go watch the videos. Just go watch the videos that I was talking about the last couple days with wave 3 and what we were expecting. The TLT overlay with SPY, they're correlated. So this is a positive correlation today. Shouldn't be like that. Remember, yesterday was kind of inverse until they matched up. So you can see it a little bit there. Again, the divergence still has a lot of space. But then again, now TLT is coming down, and now that would make it the SPY further away. It's a very interesting setup. If we get the bounce, though, yes, the watch list explains it all. But I think if we get the bounce, it's gonna be a wild one, because then it's gonna look a lot like 2018, like a lot like 2018. If we any sort of big bounce after not flushing this crucial level and kind of just doing a quick 180, oh man, it's gonna be insane. Last pretty picture was fire. Yeah, the yield curve. We'll talk about it. We should go over some of that guy's work. Robert Henry, the guy who started it. I mean, I've gone over it a lot in the past, but it's very interesting to see him still relevant. You know what I'm saying? I didn't know he was still relevant. So like a lot of even like the Fed people and Fed reports I've read on the yield curve back in the day, most of them, they don't like make comments to this day. So it's pretty wild. Is the Airbnb over? Nah, man. Airbnb is never going to be over. I mean, God willing, but at the end of the day, just don't forget the long term. And the long term. I had one guy, I was on Bloomberg this morning, and he started cracking up when someone was like, "Are you holding more cash?" And he's like, "No." He was like, "What do you mean?" He was like, "My clients," he's like, "we represent 1,600 families with over like 3 billion or 30 billion in assets." He was like, "Our investment strategy is for the next 10 years or a lifetime, really." So, but he laughed. He laughed at it, and I felt though, but it was a good morning reminder there for some of the wake up stuff. Is the Bloomberg? No, just type in first. So all my Bloomberg people, this is what you're gonna do. You're gonna right here. You seeing this? Just open up a new tab. Click this window. Just keep opening tabs. You know how you open up mad tabs on your screen, right? And then just type in first, and then boom, you'll get the first word on anything that is. And this is verified through the wire usually. So sometimes this could be a delay. You can find the news faster on the normal feed, but usually once it hits here, it's fast and it's verified. So that's one thing to keep in mind. But that's all you got to do if you want global macro. Boom, you hit that. You could go a little bit beyond North America, and that's it. Unfortunately, TD Ameritrade does not have to do this. You have to overpay for trading software to get that feature. First, let me hop back them up. I like how that's the first thing you guys thought about. That's good, kind of. I don't know. Tesla under media attack. Oh, I sold the other put, but I have that other one from yesterday. So my short-term puts went up. I was able to grab my Facebook. I got $1,000 almost on the other put, and then we'll see. The Bloomberg Costa Camry. I mean, it's good though. I think we get a lot of use out of it. And then we've had a lot of you find ways to get it too. A lot of the guys got it for free with their schooling and everything else. So it's been good. I think it's kind of worth it. But either way, we did very good without it or not. But it does help out with a lot of things. Russia being quiet this morning, yes. Any tinfoil theories today? Nah, I just my heater broke again. That's it, and I have a story with that. That's about it. SPY's coming down now, 430.50. This is a key level. A lot of things are already selling up. Myrna, square below it. What's the 10% correction point? I believe 430. I think this is now 430 or 428. That is where we get it. The butterflies are going. The butterflies will go up more. They held up good. Again, even after the gap up today, the butterflies still held 30%. So now they're back up to 43%. They're down from yesterday, though, by 5%. Tesla straight free falling a little bit again. Watch to see again. This is overlaid bonds and TLT. The sad part is you can't really tell which one is which. The green there, that's TLT. It's coming up, so maybe we get a divergence. If SPY keeps coming down and then TLT breaks from here, we'll find out. But again, unfortunately, we're right back to yesterday's danger zone. Even though tensions chilled out today, it's not enough. That's why I'm saying the literal cool down moment is if Russia actually invades and it ends up turning into like, okay, boom, that's the invasion. That's probably going to be the buy the dip marker, believe it or not. Yeah, security of Ukraine. Yeah, that is verified. So that came through a little bit ago. There's a cyber attack right now with Ukraine affecting some of their government websites. HD on the low. Even with, I know Lowe's ended up doing good. They're kind of coming down. Overstock came down a little bit. Bro, HD, man, hopefully that thing drops below 300. Didn't you say it's better for the SPYs if it goes up and down? Yes, and that's exactly what we want. Again, that's why today, you'll note after the gap up, the premiums on the butterfly, they held up very, very good. So, like, I lost 100% premium on a Tesla. I was up 200%. I sold it for 100% this morning. But then all the SPY puts, the butterflies stayed the same, pretty much. They were still up 40, 50%. They lost 10% from yesterday. And then now, if it comes back down, we're going to gain more on them today, believe it or not. The low ticker is just, you're hitting the levels. You just kind of buttered there 431 if you really think about it. You have 431 coming into 430. You just buttered a point in the last 4 minutes. This is actually kind of big. So watch out for that. TLT and the SPY are still working. Tesla's selling the way down, and consumer staples are the laggers today. So maybe this flips, yeah. So right now, utilities are selling off on the SPY, and industrials and consumer discretionary. These were green about, 30 minutes ago? And then consumer staples are red, but those are still break even. Again, you can see it here in the industries. Consumer discretionary is getting clapped now, and consumer staples. But energy materials are holding up, so you still got a little bit of strength there. Well, we need everything to kind of really flip for it to hit. Thoughts on Beyond? I kind of like Beyond in a weird way. I was thinking about adding it to the long term since we bought it so long ago and it's finally coming up, but I don't know. We'll see. But again, if they have good earnings, they will get rewarded. If not, they will get punished. Another good example is Overstock this morning. Excuse me. There it is. The Exxons, those went up 35 now, so that's actually looking decent. Goods price inflation now posed to be bigger and likely more lasting than previously expected. Reuters, Tesla may lose the water supply contract for its long-delayed German plant if environmental groups win a court case challenging a license granted to its water supplier at the hearing. LinkedIn launching its own podcast network. Uh-oh. Yo, watch out for Spotify. They might get hit off that. That was about 2 minutes ago. LinkedIn launching its own podcast network, and then a negative piece there on Tesla. Yeah, so watch. Spotify might get a hit by that. Interesting. Damn, those Spotifys are expensive. Yeah, Microsoft owns LinkedIn. So Spotify, they're getting some volume on that news. Tesla's at the low. SPY's at 430. Again, you've low-key buttered 430 right there. So if we go even lower from that, it could get a little uglier. SPY and bonds kind of matched up. Microsoft's trying to respond to that news. Again, you're at the bottom here. A couple of things slipped. I mean, Facebook's still up. Tesla's the one that's really doing bad. Postal Service sticks with $6 billion Oshkosh purchase. I think that's related to the Oshkosh is popping. Again, OSK. That's I think it has to do with the other stuff. Ukraine says government websites have come under attack. So now you got a statement from Ukraine again. That's coming in right here as we're talking. What a day, man. What a day, huh? So, yeah, Workhorse is probably dead off that. That's the one. Oh, Workhorse. I think I'm still up on it. I'm still up 100%, surprisingly. But, yeah, they're going to get clapped by that. We'll see if OSK holds up. The bottom left chart is this SPY overlaid with TLT and the bonds. So today the correlation is positive, but there's a little bit of a gap. So SPY is still green, bonds are red, but essentially you can see as bonds move down today, so did the SPY. This is a positive correlation. They're doing the same thing. That usually doesn't happen. They should move inverse, and we've talked about this a lot. So that's really what I'm watching for today. I've just been noticing the pattern. I want to see if it continues because literally SPY's going lower, but now this was the breaking point. Now if we see bonds kind of catch a safe haven bid, so we'll find out. Tesla under 800. The place from yesterday went up like 20 or 30% now on the short term, so that one's actually starting to work. Do you want them to inverse? They should be inverse. That's just naturally. So like leading into like the history of bonds, like it was like, you know, like when a mommy bond meets a daddy bond, like usually they has to be inverse. You know, that's just bonds and equities are traditionally inverse. That's why all the old boomers would buy bonds and stocks. So they would be like, I'm gonna give me some stocks and I'll diversify with bonds. And that way if your stock market come down, the bonds will go up because it's inverse. You see what I'm saying? I explain a story. The SPY's going down. I had a friend. His name was Milken. A bond king. He was a scammer. But what would they do? They buy, because now if your bond go down, and then if the bond go down, the stock market would go up. And then vice versa. The stock market went down, your bond would go up. Uh-huh. Yeah, you know, Milken. Oh, you're a crazy guy. Crazy guy. Don't worry. And then you take the profit and you buy Hummers. Okay, SPY's flushing. We're fucked. Hold on. No, but seriously, 430, this is key. Again, you're getting a little bit of weird activity between the bonds and the S&P. But watch out now. I mean, this is the danger zone from yesterday. You can really, really just see it. You're right back to where we closed. We're about to give up the gap up. Sadly, NASDAQ is already down almost a quarter. So is the Dow. That's the flush. You flushed it. Bro, this is fast. Again, you're flushing like half a point, 1 point at every single like solid level, solid number support level. So watch out for that. Again, pay attention to anything that could stay up. Where's the Boeings? The Boeings are kind of holding there. Oil popping. The XOM. I think they're still holding a little bit. We'll see if it switches. But yeah, the XOMs, they're back 14. They were up like 13% at one point. This time is different. This time, I mean, I don't know. I feel like the ghost of 2018. I see it. I don't know. I don't like it. I'm telling you, this is like, that's how you just know, because you have to. Do you realize how annoying one more bounce would be? Like, have you thought about that? Like after hitting the low yesterday and even right now, like, do you understand what another bounce back up to 450 would do, and then only to come back down in the next 2 weeks? So it's looking like 2018. I mean, it's very rare that you see this. Again, somebody asked yesterday, they said, what about wave 4? I'm like, bro, I've never seen a wave 4. Usually wave 4 gets, everything is a flush after that. So you just got to think about it. But this time it does look a lot like 2018. So I'm saying the ghost of 2018 is definitely there. So SPY coming down, bonds leading a little bit now. So this might be the inversion point. We may see bonds recover a little bit as SPY goes red, and now they'll match up because then they'll both be red. Yeah, Ukraine says banks are being hit. Yeah, it's been coming out here. We had like 2 different reports, one from like Interfex and then Ukraine government. I think they just said that a couple minutes ago. Exercise the ghost? Nah, motherfucker, it's Casper. Casper, the friendliest ghost. The friendliest ghost, you gotta be friends with Casper. You gotta be friends with the volatility. Be like, it's chill, bro. I'm your friend. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. You got them weird, like, Fed Powell uncles and shit, but still. Are we in one big Wuhan Fed policy move? Yes, but the problem is Russia. So, like, the whole Russia-Ukraine thing is a catalyst in and of itself. It's not the catalyst, but it is now formed into a catalyst. So, the point is you have all the other stuff on the table, but now, if Russia sets off more volatility, if there's more back and forth, then it could be bad. They were also raising rates in 2018. Yes, they were raising rates, and they were also doing tapering. It was this very similar situation. They just had the repo crisis, and liquidity dried up, and people would argue that's because of Fed policy and what they were planning to do and how they did it. And Powell was a uber bear. I don't think you realize Powell just said fuck it in 2018, and they were very aggressive. It's kind of like, again, literally it took us 2 weeks to price in 6 rate hikes, and then you saw how everybody sketched out. So, just keep that in mind. Alcoa, they're popping. Check BTU. SPY. A little bounce. Let's see. Peabody looks good. I think even Devon too. They got a positive note this morning, I think. I think their charts look similar a little bit. BTU looks actually pretty decent. Again, I think any of these plays, like I said yesterday on the watch list, if this stock already had a good catalyst before any of the Russia volatility and then has a way to get something out of it and finds a way to benefit off the Russia scenario, but they were already doing good prior, those are the double whammy plays that I really like. No real bounce. I wouldn't say this was a real. A lot of people were excited this morning, but I even said if you pull out the daily chart, we're literally at the lows of the last couple weeks, and we didn't get past yesterday's highs. But we'll see. I think anything is possible. Again, people definitely chilled out, assuming there's no other negative headlines here in the next day or so. But it does. We could still see a bigger move again. If how I'm expecting it plays out, we should get something decent, at least near the 450 levels on the way up. Again, this is the ghost of 2018 that I'm talking about. A lot of people surprisingly don't know this one, but this was 2018. So again, this was wave 1, wave 2. You come back and test wave 3, but you never break it, kind of like where we're at today. It goes up and down a little bit, and then you get right back up here to the highs. And then it really starts to plummet. So realistically, I wouldn't be surprised to see us come back up to the earlier highs that we set on a real bounce. That would be like real bounce, real volatility here today. So essentially, we'd have to bounce right here, but it could take some time. Could take some time. Who knows? Or it could happen really fast. Loving this opportunity. That's a lot. I've honestly, I feel like I've read that a lot today. I'm kind of excited. I'm very, very proud. I feel like I've seen a lot of long-term talk today. A lot of people in the chat, they're like, I'm buying for the long term. I'm going to buy some more. It looks good to buy. People are like, don't buy options, buy the long term. I'm like, all right. I like this. I see a lot of people out there. Good for you. Keep that mindset. Again, Spread it evenly, baby. Little by little, it could go a long way. How long was the market down in March 2020? Probably like a month or two before it like got like back up to some of the higher points. Anything about Gap? I'm still holding. It came down a lot, but I mean, my shares are free on it. I think we got it at 12. They've came down a lot. Pays a dividend on it. I mean, I sold out, made them free a while ago. It sucks it's not back up at those higher prices, but I still like it. Gap under 14. I may want to pick it up. I don't think it could be decent, but I'm usually not a retail fan. You know, I never added that one to the long term. We grabbed it. I think we grabbed it around these levels in 2020. So we got the nice run up there, but I'll see. At least it pays a dividend, though. Slow ticker coming back up again. Spies right back there, 429.50. Watch out for the butter. We've done it like 4 times today, man. So watch if we go straight to 428. And again, I mean, we talked about all these levels yesterday, but today's a little bit ugly. Picked up on the Kanye news. What was the Kanye news? Someone told me that he bought Uber. I was like, what? Red light. CVX is going up. XOM might take another one. Facebook, another collab. We got it because of that, yeah. That's why we bought it back. It was off the Kanye news and everything. We got a great price on it. We've collected dividends for a long time. We sold out for 100%, made our shares free. So there's a lot of good with the play. It sucks that it's came back down, but I do like it. Yeah. Oh, I thought there was another Kanye news. That's why I was like, what Kanye news is there? Stellantis not ruling out financial engineering to unlock value. That sounds sketch. You get the Kanye. I do have the Kanye Gap hoodie. It looks like a trash bag. I've never looked so awkward wearing anything. And, like, I could wear some really weird shit, and, like, 9 out of 10 times I look homeless. But, like, I wore that jacket, bro, and it just looks so awkward. I've never looked so weird in my life. Honestly, I like it. I like to look at the jacket, but I don't like to wear it. I can't do it. I can't do it. Donda too. I mean, listen, that's today's gym music. It's an art piece. It's always an art piece. Kanye's a work of art. Did you watch Junya? Bro, I love it. I love Kanye even more. Honestly, some of you will get mad after watching his little Netflix thing and seeing him get recorded and just seeing, bro, they used to shit on Kanye so bad, bro. I'm so offended by everybody. You know that they would ignore Kanye. They treated him like shit. They would just ask him for stuff, bro. And I was like, holy shit, bro. Like honestly, I'm like, wow. It gets too deep. It gets too deep. Like, he's not crazy. I would say that without a doubt. I would say he's definitely not crazy. I think he just got rejected his whole life. That's it. And then he finally became Kanye, and then that's it. SPY coming down, 429.37. Again, watch if we flush through here. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. SPY at the lows. Yeah, you prick. Hey. Huh. Here's Facebook. Here's your Facebook. Junior Watanabe on my wrist. Facebook. No votes on Missouri sports betting legislation today. They can't believe they did yay like that last night. What happened? I don't know. Y'all know more about that news. I'm not. See, I got a lot of finance news, you know, but I don't know what happened with Kanye. Lending Tip sent me something with Kanye, but I didn't. He's like Kanye's live. I'm like, I don't care. Oh, the audio is off. Maybe Kanye did it on purpose. I don't know. Be nice if Wave 3 got canceled. That's the sad part, is that even if Wave 3 got canceled, you would still be worried, because if Wave 3 gets canceled, then what happens? That means the market bounces. And then if we bounce, it still looks like 2018. And then any failure of being in this level for so long, it just creates, it's a weird, messed up, like, investor sentiment feedback loop. And that's the next thing. Again, that's what I talked about it yesterday on the watch list. Investor sentiment now is very important, because if the SPY keeps going lower and lower, any of the analysts, so there's a lot of analysts and they all have their ideas, but then a lot of them will have like technical levels or just even the momentum of the SPY. So if it's not holding up, a lot of people would have to readjust, or now it's making people question. If we go lower and stay lower, your momentum and sentiment really does shift. What level is the bad but restart? If we get back up to 450. So it's literally the lowest we could bounce. Like, we could still go to 423, 421 and still bounce. But if we bounce and get back up to 450, any sort of bounce could get rid of this downside. But then we'd have to break like 450, 457 to get out of wave 3. You think they're trying to reset the market? No, I think this is just what happens. Like when you know, like this is just what happens when there's confusion. You see that, or when there's like real risk on the table that are emerging. Obviously, it's not like, you know, run to the exits, there's a fire type of shit, but at the end of the day, it is very, you know, this is the confusing nature of, you got one catalyst today, market prices in this, and then the market prices in that, then we get more information, then we get more data, and then really the last thing anybody, like, we had enough on our plate before Russia showed up, essentially. And then now that's the interesting part, because Russia could change the sentiment, or Russia could change some of the levels, because now it is truly acting like a catalyst, but it's not the catalyst. Does that make sense? So the catalyst is the Fed and Fed policy, and the guys, you know, the guys really running the show. That is the catalyst, okay? But Russia has become a catalyst. It's not the one, but it is definitely emerged as something that can change sentiment and levels until the catalyst really gets in here. So SPY selling off now, 429. I think we're about to be a little bit lower than we were yesterday. Again, once we start getting below here, like remember yesterday, 428, 429, that's when a lot of the carnage started. But the bad part is it's only been an hour, ladies and gentlemen. It has only been an hour. Apple is selling off now. Even though Facebook's went up 30% there, old Teslas are going. I sold out the other Teslas too early. Watch if oil comes down. And again, seems like consumer discretionaries, consumer staples are the ones that are down. Altria is coming up. There's no reason we should drop lower today. Even on both sides. I mean, there's a lot of reasons to digest. That's the part that sucks. There's a lot of information that the market has to take in, plus digesting it. And I mean, today started out bullish, but it just did not look too hot. So we're right back up here. You buttered at 428, already lost about 0.2 from the key support level, or the whole number. Gee, no, that, bro, what? Did that just go 2 points? That was like a point and a half, butter? Oh, man. 'Too much IV, indeed. The butterflies came back again. So that's that, and that could give us an idea of the IV, and you're watching bonds recover. So we've kind of watched this little gap form here, but now there's a little bit of back and forth. Tesla holding that 800. Facebook is still positive, surprisingly. Again, a couple of names are still moving up here. We're hitting a new low on the SPY. A lot of industries are clapped, but they're still green. That's the interesting part. A lot of them have flipped now, but energy and healthcare on the Dow. Actually, yeah. And then real estate and healthcare. A lot of them were all green here in the morning. You got 176 names up, 376 names down on the S&P 500. Dow Jones, 8 names up, 22 down. Airbnb clapped. Apple's getting killed a little bit. Where the hell is this? SPY just flushed, man. 429 is, you're going to go to 428 flat. It's doing exactly what it did. I mean, and we'll see what happens at the low of yesterday at like 426. But this is kind of where it started to do it, but it did it like 1 point earlier. So we're just still right back to the lower end, the lower percentile of yesterday. And then the Nasdaq's actually 50-50. So in a weird way, it's not as bad as yesterday, but a lot of the momentum from positive to negative in the last hour, it's just there's a lot of flipping momentum, but it's not as if it's as worse as yesterday. But honestly, same analysis as yesterday applies. All of these levels here, we just got to watch for, see where it kind of gets some footing, and then we'll go from there. We just buttered 428. We did very, very big. You buttered like a point even before that. Literally, this candle right here is 430, and then now you came back to 428 flat. That's almost 2 points. Ukraine's foreign minister, Russia ready to attack. We have short time to deter this step. No news. There's Russia news or like Ukraine was hacked. That's it. That's the only other announcement. Other than that, we haven't got anything else groundbreaking so far. The 100-day looks scary. Oh, it looks hideous. It looks hideous, but it's not. I mean, it also in a weird way though. It looks healthy. Again, I don't know if you guys are used to this. Like I said this. I don't know if you guys remember me talking about it, but I said it for a long time. I said this. It feels like we're gonna get this era. And again, last time it was President Obama, so similar, incumbencies here. But like, just take a look. This is how it looked like under Obama, and this was the last Ukraine situation. But like 2014, 2015, like where you get this, like, do you see how you did nothing for like almost 3 years, and then it eventually broke out? So it's like to get this choppiness of 2015, and you look at it, it's like you may not like it, but then at the end of the day, it's like, this is kind of, in a way, healthy. I'm not saying this as a bad thing because think about it. All we've done is gone straight up. So in a weird way, 100-day kind of like chilling out. It's just very, it seems very, very chill. Like it's going to be more healthier than not is what I could say to it. But you've seen this pattern. Again, look at 2015, 2014. Again, I think this was Crimea early 2014, and then this was the first oil drop. So this is what happened. Look at, this is like the first Crimea bullshit in early 2014. This is how the market looked. And then you had the oil, and then a lot more of the sanctions and everything else. Then you had the China, then you had more China, and then global tensions getting clapped, and then we had the bounce, and then getting ready for the election, and then Europe, and then you even had Brexit. SPY coming down here now, 428 flat. Watch out. It's setting the same levels as yesterday. I might keep up this daily chart so you can see it, because this is where we flushed. You flushed another 1.5 points, almost 2 points from here. But literally for the last hour or so, even last 20 minutes, you've been flushing 1 or 2 points at every single key level. Can you say Twitter's senior note offering? It's a bond offering. So they're going to sell bonds to raise capital. And it's a higher quality level of corporate bond. Double dipping on the Roblo leaps? Not yet. I think if I'm going to double dip anything, I'm going to just buy more shares of Roblo. We'll see, babe. Roblo better not. I'm just saying, man, if I close this house deal, bro, and Roblo and Airbnb are super cheap, I'm just saying, but I'm waiting for it. But I got it. The leap held up good, though. I wasn't even after yesterday, even after today. But next round will probably be shares. Did you fruity and slip and say Ukrainia, subliminally adding to Russia? Nah, I just thought Ukrainia was fun to say. I don't know. I was like, Ukrainia. I just feel like we should call it Ukrainia. You know, because I was gonna say Ukrainian, but I just forgot the N. So it's Ukrainia. You see what I'm saying? This is good for Powell, less hikes. No, bro, people, isn't that wild? Bro, yesterday people were talking about a damn rate cut yesterday. It's crazy. Bro, people were talking, I think it was JP Morgan, or they were saying how if the Russia situation gets any worse, it could even lead to them to doing more stimulus and the Fed chilling out. I was like, you're insane, bro. I was like, would you look at that? Look how fast everybody. I was like, oh, man. Inverse ETS. If you want UVXY, the Qs, again, you could even go after oil inverses. There's a lot out there. Again, my thing, it's just like individual companies, but a lot of the butterflies, and then the just kind of just going into the catalyst and the dates in a weird way. We're going to need timing. I'm going for butterflies and then anybody who was winning before this. That's what you got to think about. If they were doing good before Russia hit and the Fed, aka I'm talking value stocks that had good earnings and have proven themselves, those are the ones that I'm looking for. And then the butterflies to give us time up until the Fed meeting. Because that's it. It's still only February. I mean, we'll get into March and we'll see what happens. But once we get the Fed meeting, I mean, that's what we're gonna see. The butterfly talk, you must have missed it. Well, respectfully, it's because you're an asshole. That means you've missed every watch list over the last like 12 days. Because that's how long we've been doing it. You know what I'm saying? So check it out. Yesterday, you could hear my strategy with it on the watch list. But then I said today I'm going to add a little tutorial with spreads to one of the watch lists. So just don't be an asshole today and watch the watch list tonight, okay? 5 p.m. Pacific time, youtube.com/the trading fraternity. Okay? Just don't be an asshole, man. Don't be an asshole. I'll check it out. I've been busy working. That's good, though. You made it here. 7:30, bright and early. So it's good, man. It's good. It's good. Ukrainian state of emergency to start from midnight to 24th of February for 30 days. We do have merchandise, yeah. See, so you're not that big of an asshole. You know what's up, man. You know what's up with that. Maybe he has something to do. That's fine. We all have something to do. I said with all due respect. Just because you say with all due respect doesn't mean you can say whatever you want. Bro, have you ever seen that, bro? Like, have you ever seen, like, clips from Step Brothers, like, in 2022? That movie is so funny. You have no idea. Bro, the the boats and hose scene, bro. Like, you should watch that movie, man. You should watch that movie again. It's a really funny movie. We running out of gas. Call the Arabs. I was like, wow, I feel like they would get canceled for saying that today. That's what lending tips told me. But I was like, man, nobody cares about us Arabs, bro. I don't get it. But then, bro, that's my favorite scene. The pitch, boats and hoes. With all due respect, it wasn't even that long ago. No, it was. We just feel old, bro. So if I tell you when Step Brothers got released and then you compare it to what you could have done with your long term, you're going to shit yourself. Step Brothers was released July 25th, 2008. Just think of, bro, you could have, that's like 15 years long term, bro. That's more or something, bro. Yeah, it was like, this crazy. 2008, man. 2008. Time flies. Microsofting at the low. DraftKings is still killing it. Sava Pop. Investors. Possibly you. Oh, man. Sava kind of popping up here. I don't see any news yet. Or wait, I think that's an investment report. That's old. That's it. All right, I'll tell you this story I had yesterday. I didn't realize it. So I got my heater fixed, and then it broke again. So then I was sitting in the cold again, once again. I'm freezing, bro. Straight up freezing. And then so I don't sleep with mad clothes on. I just wear boxers. Sorry if it's too much information, but I think it explains the story very well. But essentially, yesterday it was so cold that I was like, all right, let me I wore sweatpants. I put I started wearing my merch. You know what I'm saying? I was wearing hoodies into bed, and I was like, oh my gosh, it's freezing. And then I had a flashback. And I had to ask my mom about it because I was like, wait a minute. I was like, why do I feel like I'm a little kid again? And I was like, I just feel like I'm getting ready to go for school. And then I realized it, man. I was like, when I was growing up, we never had no heater, bro. That's why I was like, why? I was like, this is what I used to do. And I even asked my mom. I was like, we never turned on the heater. She goes, no, it's bad for you too. I was like, man. So I recognized it, and it was good though. So now I've learned to enjoy the cold now. No, it was good. We lived in California, so it's not that bad of a story. Okay, don't worry. You guys are like, damn, Josh. It's nah. It gets 50 degrees, maybe 60 degrees. But then I was like, wow, that's wild. That's wild. I was like, man, it's good. It's good. I felt like a kid getting ready for school. So I've been excited. I wake up for the stream, and I feel like I'm in middle school or something. And I'm like, yeah, what's up? This is cool. What's antifreeze for? That's crazy. You have to make boxer merch now? Nah, I don't know. I don't know how we'd post the model pic without making y'all uncomfortable. Am I still holding Airbnb? Nah, actually, it's crazy. 45 days in the stock market, just it changed my whole outlook of the last decade. And then I flipped everything. I just caved. I don't know, everything I talked about for the last 3 or 4 years. It's just 45 days just made me change every idea I had. And then I had to back out. I had to reassess. Actually looking into AMC now again, believe it or not. Nah, I'm kidding. Of course I am, man. I love it. I'm gonna be holding it for a really long time. And I hope you're ready to hold it for a really long time. I honestly hope that a lot of you have the long term in you, just because it's oh man, it's gonna be a good one. It's gonna be a lot of ups, lots of downs, lots of smiles, lots of frowns. We ain't done, dust it off. We've been here, we've been down. Now we up, look around, don't look down or fit down. If it's yours, then it's yours. Lift your chin, wear your crown, okay? But no, I'm really about Airbnb. Like I said, we'll see what happens. If I close this, whenever I close this house flip, God willing, I'm either I don't know what I'm gonna do. But I'm either buy a lot more. Again, Airbnb has been on fire as a business itself, but Again, I heard the Bloomberg dude talk about it this morning. And it was very simple. You know, the guy laughed. And he was just literally saying, like, bro, we're thinking 10 years in generations when we're buying stuff. So I really hope you guys are with it, and I really hope you keep that in mind. And I thankfully, I think Airbnb is still doing amazing. It's already at a beautiful price. It's held up a lot, but now on top of it, it's just like, over the years, we're gonna have a lot of fun. I mean, let that fucking company blossom, and you'll see what's up. But that's the thing. Make sure you keep watering the seeds, all of the seeds you have in the long term, and that's what I'm saying. Like, just water it, let it blossom, and then that's it, man. That's it. That's all you gotta do, baby. Sounds of explosions heard in Donkik. So SPY's still at these key levels. We'll see where we go from here. What are we looking like? It's already been an hour, 10 minutes. So ladies and gentlemen, I love all of you. God bless you before the market gets crazy, man. Okay, I need to go to the bathroom. But I need your help right now. Chad, I can't do it without you, okay? I could get you the fast news, and y'all help me with it too. We could get you a lot of stuff. We could get you fast news. We could get you jokes. We could get you live police chases. But Chad, I need you, man. So we're at 1,000 like resistance, and I got a positive message for you, okay? So if you hear my voice right now, I just need you to hit the thumbs up button before we hit a new low. Come on, can everybody check in before we hit a new low? Come on. We have at 9:55. Come on. I need everybody to hit the like button before we hit 427. Please, 428 flat. I just need you to hit the like button. Look at that. Almost 100 people right there. If you hear my voice, Chad, just check in with me. Hit the thumbs up button. Come on. We're racing against the SPY. Let's see, 1,100. That's 200 people. Okay. Oh, there you go. Yeah, see, look at that. You guys will do it, I think. Oh, just 100 people just rushed in. We're breaking resistance right there. 400 people. Let's go. Do it before. Okay, see, SPY's coming down. Chad. You're getting too slow. 1430 on the likes. You're about 0.3 away from 427. Check in. Come on. We could get this over with quick. Just like the video before we get into a new low. Like the video before the new low. Come on. We need resistance. We need defense. Come on. Oh my God, bro, it's like going up 200 at a time. Y'all really about this. I like this game. This one's fun. Oh my God, 600 people. 600 people have checked in. God bless you, Chad. I love you and I appreciate you, but you are now 428.20. You're a quarter away. Uh-oh. We got, damn it, 700 people just checked in. I love you guys. God bless you. That's what I'm talking about. We haven't hit a new low yet. If you hear my voice, hit the thumbs up button. I got the positive message. I think that's good. I think I can get you the positive message before we even hit a new low. Look it. The stock market bounce. That was all you, Chad. You better hold. Okay, it's not holding. That's not you, Chad. Okay, just hit the like button, man. Damn, we're 10 away from two. Oh, my gosh. Bro, we're like 80 away from 2,000. Let's go. Run it up. Just run it in. I love it. God bless you, Chad. Again, thank you again. It's almost that too. Y'all did good. Are you ready? So I'm going to get you this. I'm going to get you the positive message of the day. I really like this one. And Chad, please don't let me waste this opportunity. Legitimately, 1,000 of you guys just hit the like button in the last 4 minutes. Okay, that's absolutely wild. And I have to tell you right now, man, you have a purpose. Don't ever forget that. Don't let anybody play you. Don't let anybody distract you from this fact is that you are here for a reason. And I'm just saying, otherwise you would have been born in a different generation. And you got it, man, okay? So just don't ever underestimate that. And you got to believe. You got to believe that little voice in your head that says you got it, baby, okay? So I hope you know you special, okay? I'll tell you what your mama should have told you, baby. You special. You special. Don't let them play you, okay? But here it is. Very short positive message. SPY about to go at 427. Watch for the flush. But here it is, okay? The bee does not waste his whole life dreaming about the flower. The flower blossoms, and then he arrives. That's it. Oh, y'all don't feel me. Oh, y'all don't feel me. Did y'all get that? Oh, bro, the bee does not dream about the flower. The flower blossoms and then he arrives. Oh, man. Yeah, just think about it. Now you don't get it? I want you to just think about it. Just think about it for a little bit. Okay? Just think about it. And think about what you're dreaming about, too. You know what I'm saying? Are you dreaming about just think, oh, it gets good, baby. Yeah, what? What about the bees, huh? Hey, hummers, fuck you. Okay, hey, I'm going to go to the bathroom now. Okay, keep thinking. Keep thinking today. Spies at a low. Watch for the flush. If it make it like a 427, better watch out. Watch some of the laggers, okay? And then Tesla's at the low. Okay, I'm going to go to the bathroom. I love you. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. First lane for the free long-term alerts, baby. We love all of you. Keep it positive and respectful. Get ready. We have moved a ton already, and it's only been an hour. It's literally only been an hour. I need a pee. Woo! We did it. We made it. We out here. God bless you. I can't see the market, but I assume it's going crazy. We looking good? I think we're looking good. I hope. Bro, it is freezing. I don't like this San Diego cold, bro. There it is. The market bounce. That's the Chad. Y'all like the video. Raytheon CEO plans to divest some units to shrink portfolio. My windshield is frozen. Oh, man. Oh, man. Ukraine state of emergency draft text suggests option to impose curfew. Would ban mass gatherings and strikes. It would introduce personal document checks and would restrict destabilizing informational materials. Wait, is that state of emergency or a mandate? Oh, state of emergency? Okay. Never mind. I misread it. That's crazy, though. That's updating, though. That was announced today by Ukraine in the morning. That was, again, that could have been the, less positive, negative headline. It's hard to kind of interpret if you think about it. Again, that we started with that in the morning, but the market was up. Again, everybody in the morning was very bullish. I mean, we could still be bullish on the day. Just don't forget, it's only been an hour. Sold off pretty big. We're really near the lows of yesterday. Got a little bit of cushion. But the thing to understand is that people were saying, soft U.S. sanctions. They were taking that as kind of bullish. And then you did have Ukraine announce the state of emergency really early in the day. We got the, what's it called? Very early in the day, we got that update on the hacking and all of that. And then we went from there. We did it. We made it. Eric Feet, God bless you. And welcome, Preston Winters. I've seen the name. I wish I had my other heart. Hang in there, baby. Times like these create strong minds. No Chad left behind. Oh, tell him, Mr. Serrano. Tell him. What did you mean in the watch list when we said we look like 2008? So we're about to hit another low. I would love to show you again, and this is why it's the next couple days is going to be so key. So I'm going to put the SPY right here. If you don't know what I'm talking about, pay attention to the screen right now. This is what we said earlier. We talked about it, the ghost of 2018. So this is what I meant with the third wave. It's very simple. 2018, you had a period of this fucked up volatility like we see. SPY coming towards the low. But essentially what happened, you had wave 1. This was like 5%, little bounce. Now you're down 10% top to bottom. Then you have a bounce, and then you come back to down 10%. Again, this sounds very familiar. Then we bounce up again, and then you turn a 10% drop into like a 18 or 20% drop at the end of it. So literally, we're right here is what I'm thinking. So if we bounce from after like testing these lows, and it turns into another bounce with the Fed and everything about a month from now, chances are it could look like this. So this is what I mean, where it's starting to look like 2018, and then wave 3. If we bounce from here and don't initiate wave 3, aka hit a new low than we hit a couple weeks ago, then it could start to get a little bit wild. So this is just one theory, and just thought I'm keeping in my mind. We're going to see how it plays out. Again, the situation that we're dealing with is very unique, to say the least. So just keep that in mind, but we will see what happens. Can we get some edge option plays? What do you mean edge? I was looking at a butterfly to the upside this morning. You could get it for 37 cents, and the payout is just above 1,000%. But I don't know if I'd like it, and it's a break even at 455. So by March, if the SPY bounces up to 455, every $300 will turn into 4,000. I hope you're wrong. Well, even if I mean, whether I'm wrong or right, I'm not forecasting like, what's it called? I'm not forecasting like abysmal death and destruction. What I'm forecasting is that it would just lead to a bigger flush out. Again, it would probably take us to like the 380, 400 levels, which is, again, may look bad on the year, but overall still very, very high and healthy. And then from there, we play this next range for a year or two until we break out again, or until the situation changes. But we're coming into a lot of bullshit. I mean, you're dealing with Russia, Ukraine, earnings guidances are already going down. We have to deal with the Fed. So, I mean, there's definitely a lot on the table, and a lot we're going to have to process and digest. Everything flushing again, give or take. Again, here's the little divergence there with the bonds. I think oil and some of the other names are holding up. The SPY butterfly is holding up good. They're up 52% right now, and the other ones are like 64%. And again, and even this morning, they were holding 40%, even though we were up. So again, like we said, with the timing, that could be good. I was just thinking about a butterfly for the upside. If there was that bounce, we could probably profit off of this. Got overstock, kept this small, same price they were yesterday. Oh, nice. So that one is overstock. They had good earnings, and then again, the crypto news for overstock. Yesterday, the ICE, so the owner of the New York Stock Exchange, took a stake in T0, and that's the crypto exchange that overstock owns. So very, very crazy, because then it gave him a very good leg in the door. If you really think, is it leg in door or foot in door? I'm not too sure. Wave of cyber taxes hit banks. Yeah, that's been the news for the last like 30 minutes, an hour, and it is confirmed. That is, we've had it confirmed several times. ICE already owns Bakkt. Bakkt. Really? Bakkt is Bakkt. Today's Wednesday? Fuck yeah. Call Real Estate. Shout out to Call Real Estate gang, baby. Amen, amen. Facebook going a little lower. See, Bowen's at the bottom. It's door in foot. Oh, okay. XOM. I might want to hold till next week. I mean, we got a nice like 30% on it, or a little bit lower. We can't take advantage, but we'll see. We got 60% on the Facebook puts from this morning, so that ended up working. Airbnb, I mean, it's still, I mean, we're still up on it. Again, this is, oh, wait, no, I thought it was at 160. It got clobbered here. Anything lower might be a good price. I mean, if it gets any lower here, this is where I got the leaps. They did very good, so I'm still interested in that. I mean, we're going to find out. We got like 6 days to a deposit anyway, so we will see. Stop. Look what the dollar did in 2015. It went apeshit, and that's because oil dropped. So 2015 and everything we got with oil, again, it was like a reverse of what you saw this time around. So 2015, this started with Russia. So this was the first Crimea, then the second one late 2014, and then this is where we sanctioned them, and then oil price dropped. That's why it would make sense why the dollar would shoot up like that. At one point in a 1 year period, maybe a year and a half, you went from $110 oil all the way down to like 60 or 70. And then it started going lower. So does that make sense why the dollar would strengthen? Does that make sense? Because now, literally, oil's traded in dollars. Oil's cheaper. We sanctioned them, and then we started dumping. Again, we were dumping oil because of shale and the fracking and all of that stuff. And then we started dumping oil on them, and then oil comes down. Your dollar gets you a lot more barrels of oil. So the dollar was part of 2015, or was part of the Russia stuff back then, believe it or not. So Trump bought an oil. He said he did yesterday, but I'm pretty sure that the government, that Congress rejected it, though. I think he put in the order, but I don't think they allowed him to. That's why I don't know why he said that yesterday. I think he wanted the bragging rights, but I'm pretty sure, good for him for doing it. But again, I don't think it went through. SPY break, yeah, you broke 420. It had a little bit of a butter, though. It looks like it wants some stability. But if it slowly starts dribbling from here, again, this is where we started to see some danger yesterday. You're down about a quarter there from 428 flat. It's not fully flush in, but any moment right now. And then TLT is starting to go up. Yeah, he paper traded oil. Straight up. But yeah, I don't think that was true. Because again, I just remember because I was hyped when he did it, but then I found out, remember we looked it up and we found out that they never allowed it. So we were like, oh, that's whack. Yeah, Baba just flushed. Skin on the high. The beauty health company up 36%. This is looking real familiar. Nah, I would tell you, even though like a lot of the analysis of yesterday still factors in all of this, does not look that familiar because this is early. It's only been an hour and a half, and now we're only down 0.25%, 0.5% on the NASDAQ, but you could see it. It's like you're right at the danger zone within the first hour. USP is authorized replacement. Yeah, the Oshkosh, that came in earlier. They confirmed it. Workhorse got clapped. Oshkosh had a little bit of a pop. Abadlah 147. Euro markets, I'm assuming they were bad. I have not checked yet. I think it was decent, but they keep bouncing. So stupid. Euro markets get clapped and then they just rip in the end of the day. Yeah, Euro markets are positive. Canada and the FTSE 100, and then the Euro Stocks 50, and then Germany is down. And then China, or the Nikkei's down, and then China's actually up. I've seen the new South Park City people. I've not. I need to get me some more South Park. Wide-scale cyber attack affecting banks. Yeah, that's confirmed even beyond 10 minutes ago. Literally kind of right as we started dropping. I don't know if it correlates with the market, but there is a confirmed cyber attack in Ukraine right now. Their government websites and some of the banks are not being able to be accessed. What do you do to monitor the rest of the world? I mean, I read news from around the world, and like easily all you got to do is a quick checkup just to see how things play out. And then any news, again, like if you even go see the Monday Watchlist or Tuesday, a lot of what we started this week was everything all across the world. We were responding to Europe. We were responding to China. Again, it's funny what people are calling it. They're literally calling the Ukraine situation the European security crisis. So in a weird way, too. It doesn't hit us the same level, but it's just very easy. You just observe and read and just stay up to date with stuff going on, and then you have to be able to interpret, what's important or not, just like some of the China headlines that we got coming into this week and so on. Could all of this Russia stuff lead to the Fed being more dovish? Sadly, that's the discussion. I mean, some people are already talking about it, and wherever it goes from here, it's on the cards. Yesterday, they were talking about more easing because of this. So it's a wild situation. It's just, again, like I said, this isn't the catalyst of the Fed, and this isn't the catalyst that you got to think about it. The market did not come this low because of Russia. It was all because of something else. But now Russia at this point is kind of turning into its own little catalyst, as we've discussed. Yeah, we've killing it. So another low here, 427.91. It looks like it might flush right here. We have the low. You're down about 0.3 from the level. Again, we went as low as like what, 426 like 30 yesterday or something. 426.17. So keep that in mind. It looks like we're about to break it here. Let's see what happens. This is the third time. I don't know. We kind of tested it once here, but it seems like we were holding the 428 level a lot better. Tesla, new low. Let's go with DraftKings, XLFs. I know banks are doing good this morning, too. TLT is now at the high. It's still down a lot. It's right back to where it opened, but then you saw the sell-off there, and then now the divergence, and it's like as the market started selling off here, and that's when we started to get it, because now you can see it's inversing. If it goes up and then these go down. Philip Morris eyes smaller deals and push into wellness field. A pipeline of health and wellness products. I would never want a wellness or health product from Philip Morris. Like, wouldn't that be weird? It's like your cigarette, like if they had like Marlboro, like Tylenol. I don't know. I don't know. I wouldn't be down. They're like, nah, man, it's fine. It's icy hot by Marlboro. You should try it. I'd be like, what? California voters lean towards legalizing sports betting. Boomer here, China and Russia trying to bring USA down. I appreciate your boomer talk and your boomer designation, but we will see. It's a lot. This is global politics and political tensions at its finest. We have not seen it like this in literally since like 2014, 2015. Walmart break even on the day. That's good. Those plays ended up dropping. I still have that one contract. It went down 50% after going up 100. Should have took the profits on that. SPY coming down a little bit. Again, we're getting some stability at these levels, but watch if any of the big tech goes down. Again, Apple's leading the way down, 0.6 down on the NASDAQ, down 0.21 on the Dow. Surprisingly, it's doing the best, even though it was the worst as we started the morning. Did you enjoy Polyside? Does it help you with the markets? It can. I liked it. I mean, I'm just a nerd though about it. Like I was always down with it. And it's like a lot of reading and like questions and discussions. So, I mean, if you like it, it's good. I mean, at the end of the day, I don't think it'll hurt you to take one political science class. But I don't know if you're trying to set it for your major or whatever, but it's not bad, man. It's not bad. Check out Mullen Automotive, EV based in Southern California. I don't know though. I saw a Lucid. Bro, they opened the Lucid store in San Diego. You know that? I saw it. And I hated it. Bro, I've never seen a new car look so old. It was wild. So again, I have to wait though. I have to wait. I have to wait on any of these EV things. I have to wait. Did I go inside? Yeah, and then it did not look good. It did not look good. SPY's coming down now. You're flushing 427.40. Again, the low of the day yesterday was 426.13. So keep that in mind. But yeah, we are breaking right now. TLT hitting the high of the day, but it's still red. Apple started to flush. So did Facebook. You waited on Tesla. I did, but you have to, like, if you're going to explain my Tesla story, you got to be, like, fair about it, right? I waited on Tesla, but I bought Netflix, Amazon, Facebook, Google, and Microsoft, anything you could think of, I bought also instead. And this was when we're talking like 2014, dude. You know what I'm saying? And then 2015 and then 2016. So I did miss Tesla. I agree with it. And it's just because that industry, it's very hard to succeed. But I will say, Tesla is probably my favorite EV company right now. Out of any of them, they are the best. But it doesn't mean I would invest in it at this level or even then. Like, I think EV is going to do a lot in the future, but it has to do a lot. You know what I'm saying? Just because it's going to do a lot doesn't mean it's just going to happen instantly. And that's why I want to wait with a lot of them. So, but at the end of the day, that's why. But even then, though, the Lucid, I kind of like him, but like I did not like the card. I like Tesla. I bought a Tesla before I bought the stock because I was like, yo, this shit's sick. Like, I was like, yo, this car is dope. But the Lucid, I did not like it when I saw it. I went into the store. I sat inside of it. It looked clunky, weird. It was weird. SPY coming down again, 427.27. Yeah, they're all dropping now. 427. Watch if any of the financials or, materials or energy start to drop. And then even healthcare too. Why is healthcare up? Yeah, energy and XLV and XLE are the ones holding up. Are we getting news? Only updates right now. We got a couple of headlines, but it seems to be, again, Russia, Ukraine. Ukraine is hacked and they're getting cyber attacked. No updates on the American side. We got a press briefing at around 2 p.m. Eastern. Maybe we'll get it. Mullen, the chart looks like it's dying. The company says they don't know why the stock is falling. It's probably because, again, a lot of things are getting clapped here because of growth. I mean, again, like I was always cautious on these companies before. Like you guys know me, like I've always been cautious to that degree. But now, ever since that little rout since January, November, everybody is sketched out about anything that is future growth. Anything that's long duration, it's sketchy right now. So again, if you don't know, there's a different long duration asset is an asset that you plan to make money and growth on in the longer time. So it's like if the company is not making money now, but they're planning to, scale and accomplish their business model and they'll be making, 5x, 10x, whatever, that's quote unquote long duration. So anything long duration, any company where they're saying, yeah, we're not making our full valuation and potential right now, but we're going to make it in the future, they're getting sold off. That's just been the theme since January 2022. So that could probably explain it, and that's why it's like they gotta come in with a lot of proof and some good stats to wake things up, and that goes for everybody. I mean, even again, Roblox included, even Airbnb, even if Airbnb is making money. So it's stuff along those lines, and that could probably explain why some stuff may be guttered, even though you're like, wait a minute, it seems like it's actually pretty good. Starbucks in the 80s, that's very attractive. I'm worried about coffee prices, but I think that worry, we'll get over it, but I really like Starbucks here. Actually, if we could get a little bit lower now, bro. Oh my God. But I do, like I said, 83 is kind of the price I wanted at. Any thoughts on BBWI? I like them skinny and pretty. No, I've never seen that company. I'm not too familiar with it. BBWI. Oh, Bath and Body Works. They changed the ticker. There was another one today that went up, but this one, I think it's just more like hype with it. It could have earnings. It could go a little crazy, but we'll see. SPY coming down. 426. Oh, shit. Bro, that low-key was a butter. Bro, that's low-key a butter. Hold on. Yeah, you're 1 point away from the lows. If we go anything below here and it's only 8 o'clock, we might set another new low on the week or even the month. Again, and now you are below 430. We need to close above 430. Yesterday we closed below it. Not looking good. No urgency. It's no urgency to break. It's like, but it's slow and steady. But it's like you got to look at the clock right now. This has only been an hour and a half. So it's like you've sold the. Look at your range right now. 433 to 427. That's what? 5 points. 5 points again. So it's not too big. Yesterday was 8, but it's early. That's the problem. Yeah, 20 minutes till Euro close. We'll see. Again, Europe was a mixed bag, and they keep finding a way to bounce by the end of the day. It's weird. Amazon wants to reverse. If this is Build Back Better, I would like to cancel my subscription. Honestly, you want me to give you a fucked up opinion right now? This is like if I was like a super greedy stock trader and then all I cared about was the stock market, you know what I'm going to say right now? I say, fuck it. Bring back Build Back Better right now. Let's get that $3 trillion on the table. SPY's at new all-time highs by next week. Huh? Who's with me? And then we could buy all the growth stocks we want for another like 18 months maybe until we run out of money again, and then we'll deal with this later. Modern monetary theory? Who's with me, huh? I show you how to build back better. Wow, we pumped this shit. The government fiscal stimuli. Oh, man. It's like the mitochondria. The powerhouse of the Fed. You know? Oh, it's like a Hummer. Like a fuel cell. What? You know I can do it $3 trillion? I spend it in a year. What? MC Hammer got nothing on me. I like the Mike Tyson of politics. I go toe-to-toe with Putin. I knock his ass out. What's he got on me? Nothing. Huh? Yeah, let the kids pay it off. Again, I said that would only be my idea if I was an extremely greedy stock trader. But I am a male with no children, and I am young. So, again, but that's if I only was focused on myself. I don't think we should. I don't think it's good for the economic situation. But, I mean, it is one solution to the current stock market route. Tesla. The butterflies are now higher than yesterday. No fucking way. Interesting. So again, we're a little bit lower, but it's actually doing good. HSBC. I have free ones that I'm still holding, but yeah, I think they have earnings, so watch out for that. SPY again, 426 is fighting at 427 again. We buttered from 428. See if it does this type of move where it kind of chills out here. Otherwise, if we get any flush, at least bonds are chilling out. If bonds start to go down, I mean, that'll be interesting. It looks like we finally, like you could kind of see it with the divergence here. Do you see how there's kind of a difference? It was like right here we were watching, right? Then SPY started going down, and then the bonds, it's like they started to do the opposite. But right now we're at lows, but then TLT's coming down. So realistically, I think we might need another one. Team and S&P on the high. China Petroleum and Team. Then ALK as well. Interesting. Alaska Air, Team, and then the other one are on the lows right now. So watch here. See, I think TLT has to go a high if we want to break through. Otherwise, we'll see how this plays out. How bad is this market from 1 to 10? I'm going to go with like a 7.5. So it's like it's definitely not the best, but it's not the worst. And like we still got a little bit of fluctuating. It was worse when we did this in a month. So, like, if you asked me right here, I would say maybe this one was like a 8 to 8.5. But now we've had the bounce, we've had the data, and then that's why it's like depending on where we move from here, it could get interesting. Again, we just got to keep our eyes out because if there is a bounce from here and it starts to replicate wave 3 in 2018, it's not going to do good. So watch out. SPY's dancing around. I think the signal is going to be with the bonds. If we're really going to flush here, I think TLT has to break out. Otherwise, it looks like the divergence here is kind of slowing down. So keep your eye on that for a second. Again, we haven't had any other news headlines. I don't know who we have speaking. Again, the press briefing will probably be important. Pelosi has a press conference in 5 minutes. White House news briefing. And then Fed Dolly at 3 Eastern. And then Kamala Harris is making remarks. And then that's it. What's a good buy at this point? There's a lot. Airbnb is below 160. Roblo is below 50. Starbucks is below 90. Overstock is already up there a little bit. Coinbase is still down. You got to wait till their earnings. Some of the REITs are still down from the beginning of the year, but they're still elevated. What else? Altria is a little too high. Walgreens kind of cheap, but it's been up there. Those are some of the ones that I like there. PayPal's a good price, but again, have you ever noticed most of the companies I just listed were growth? So SPY's coming down, but TLT is not playing along. You're at 426.97. Again, the low of the day or yesterday was 426.13. Here's an idea. Here's the daily chart, so you can see we got a little bit more cushion here. Starbucks, Arizona, appeal rejected by Labor Board. 427. Come on, TLT. Give us a signal. Apple is going down, though, a little bit. Low ticker's picking up. Tesla's on the low. Yeah, Tesla easily. And Tesla was up for it to drop another 4. So I sold out of that other put too early today. I probably could have made another 100%. But I got 50% on the one that we picked up yesterday. And then the Facebooks gave us a decent one. But I went small on all those. So SPY's going down. Bonds are not moving, but it hasn't like flush, but it's starting to look like it. We'll see whether or not it catches a bid here, but keep your eyes out for it. You said Microsoft big red, Facebook, Tesla on the lows. It looks like we're starting to go. A lot of things are on the lows. MasterCard, PLBY, Visa. Yeah, Microsoft is down 0.5% now. Apple is down. Apple's down more, 0.8, and the Nasdaq's down 1%. And then Facebook's down 0.8 after being up 2% on the day at one point. Flushing Apple. It's little by, I think a lot of the techs are flushing and then Tesla's leading the way, but I don't think everything's going up with it. Again, XLV and XLE, healthcare and energy are the leaders today. Watch if healthcare slips, but there's a lot of things on the low right now. Again, even Baba back to, I should have grabbed those Babas in the morning too. Shooting near Luhansk, machine gun burst. It's a Ukraine update. We got a couple of those, but we haven't had any, like, again, I know the cyber attack stuff got confirmed real quick. Airbnb on the low right now. MasterCard again. Zoom Scaler, Eli Lilly. You get a couple of healthcare companies, but a lot of growth names now are on the low. Nasdaq's only down 1.0. So weird. You would think we'd be down a little bit more. So, I mean, watch out. But the bonds didn't play along with this. I'm not buying it just yet. Because if bonds keep going down, we may get a little mini bounce right here. So hold on, because literally during all of that, you got no playing around. A little bit of a flush on some of the other names. So Just keep that in mind. Oh my gosh. At 8:20 a.m. Bradley Frizzle in the peach. Oh my goodness. I wish I had a whore that could. Oh, Bradley Frizzle in the peach, ladies and gentlemen. Or nah. Oh, I worked. There you go. I'm with it. I'm with it. I'm with it. It's on auto-tune. That's why I'm remixing it. I'm like Kanye. Don't worry. Don't worry. That's good. That's good. Need to stop at the Dollar Tree. Man, it's inflation. I ain't got it like that. The Dollar Tree's even a scammer. There's a $1.50 tree. Do you have any knowledge on tips? I have enough to navigate, but not enough to, I'm not a buyer of them. I couldn't tell you a lot of the intricacies of them, but I'm somewhat familiar with them. Again, just bonds in general. I mean, if you have a question, I might be able to answer it as what it could relate to. Again, that's where like a lot of my bond knowledge goes to. It's kind of just understanding the mechanics of things so that I could understand why this would do that or how some things can signal this or that. But tips in inflation markets have been on fire. The original Blue Kazoo, would it sound like that? Mine is like one of those little like party things. I might have to. That'll never break. Spreads mean on bonds. It's the same thing as options. It's just uncertainty, especially when it's fixed. So that's why when credit spreads, not like a credit spread on an option, but the spreads between, like fixed income credit, that's where it gets really, really bad because it shows, when people aren't really feeling comfortable with some of those safe, assets or the liquidity is low, the spreads are going to widen. My knowledge come from taking the Series 7? No. I have not taken the Series 7. I am not a financial advisor, and none of this is a recommendation. Options trading, still again, lose the most financial advisor, lose the financial advisor, occasional personal anything on the day. Yeah, but I'm not a financial investor. I don't really read financial books. I read the Bible more than I read Wall Street Bets, amongst other things. But no, I am not, nor do I aspire to be a financial advisor. And so, yes, but I did not. I learned that through just straight educating myself. And being active in the markets for over 15 years. Starbucks to stop Arizona vote. Saudi wealth fund is said to mull options for $86 billion Aramco stake. Square is at 90. You want to know what's fucked? How many conversations have we had about Square? We had a full-on discussion at like 180, and we're like, yeah, we were like, the range is big. We'll see if it goes lower. Then it went down to 100, and then now it's down to 90. Like, we've had a lot of discussions on this shit at a lot of different levels, and it's wild to see, honestly. But I like Square. I think Square will be here for a long time. It sucks, though. Like I'm saying, all of the names I want are just straight up, all the names that are cheap are growth names. Snacks some Beyond, the McDonald's partnership. Beyond is really cheap, too. Again, I'm still just, in the back of my mind, though, it's like I want dividends, but I want a good deal. That's why it's like I still want to REIT really, really bad, but they're still like, again, I would just be worried that since they got some of the premium, if they have any sort of route like any of the other names, it's bad. But at least they've held 2020 levels. They still got a little value. Beyond Meat is Bill Gates. Oh, then he'll force it. You think Myrna will ever reach its highs again? I mean, not unless there was another situation. So I don't know, but probably not. Again, they even guided down and warned because vaccine demand is literally dropping. At least that's what the medical companies have said. New source, NI pop, NI pop. NI source. New source to update analyst review in May. We'll look at whole company and strategic review. Yeah, that's what the CEO said. So CEO has confirmed it. NI, they're doing a strategic review. Could indicate that they're going to want to sell. Stock has actually held up very, very good. I think there was news related to them, and they're at 2020 levels. No, you got Mary Daly at 330. So, a little bit towards market close. Myrna CEO sold 400 mil, then deleted Twitter. Goals. I came home and my girl had inventing Anna on, and I burst out laughing at Kathy. She didn't understand, but my cult does. I know, bro. It's Kathy. I can't help it. All I see is Kathy. All I see is Kathy. All I see is Kathy. What? Could BA reach 2019 levels? It depends what happens. It depends what happens. Getty Woods, y'all. Gold safe haven. People are talking about it. So a lot of people were saying yesterday that because gold has been going back and forth and all the options, but people are saying that everybody is looking for a hedge. So it's interesting because I think on the back end, maybe it's kind of tinfoil. I don't know how good gold will do just because Russia and China own a fuck ton of it. But people are talking about finding a real hedge because right now there really hasn't been a good hedge. Like, you can't buy bonds. Like, even if you buy bonds, it doesn't hedge the same way. Bitcoin is getting clapped. The correlation between crypto and the SPY, it hasn't been hitting there. And then even gold, like, people have been going to gold, but it's been having a lot of the volatility. But essentially, if it goes in heavy and everybody starts piling into it, it could be very, very good. So it's on the cusp right now. We don't know. Essentially, it's going to do what gold fucking does and just come back to normal and not do anything, or it's really going to break out if the situation gets bad. They invade, will that affect oil? The difference is between this time and last time with the dollar is that last time oil was high when they attacked. Yeah, TGX is popping. I believe they had earnings. So TGX... Yo, they're running up there. That's a big pop. They had earnings and they were down, so it looks like this could be an update from the earnings. They see double. They're giving guidance. They see double-digit pre-tax margin, full-year guidance. They guided higher, so they just gave higher guidance, and they're confident as ever in the medium-term outlook. Yeah, they're having their earnings call. CEO just gave updated guidance, and the guidance for full year 23 is higher than the estimates. They estimated 52.6 to 53 billion. Consensus was 52.4. So their low end of guidance was higher than estimates. U.S. bird flu outbreak spreads to Delaware. Nice. Bird is the word. I said bird is the word. Sorry. Next is swine flu. Do you know swine flu You guys should go look it up. Go look up 2010 in swine flu, and you'll see it was very similar to today, but they had a big vaccination campaign around swine flu back in 2010 through like 2012. You should look into it. It's interesting how you should go watch some of the media articles about it. It's kind of cool. You had it back then? That's crazy. God bless you. I hope you're safe. SPY's coming down, but bonds are staying stable, so watch out for this. Hold on. Amazon hit a new low. Facebook's coming down, but yeah, the bonds, I need the bonds to play, but somehow we're going lower. We got a little bit of a bounce, and then we stayed up there for a second, but it's coming right back down. I need the bonds to take off. I don't know. It just feels a little bit weird without that. You got a couple of poppers here again. High ticker kind of active, a little bit of updates, but it seems like tech is the weak one. They're down 1% almost, or just under 1%. SPY and Dow. Dow was only down 0.3. TJX is still going. Not Tesla call premiums. I've not checked out just yet. You was so getting smacked. At least the oil companies held up somewhat. Buying NFL all day NFTs. I don't know what that is, unfortunately. Spotify is coming out with like a Apple Play. Interesting. They're coming out with a fake Apple Play for like older cars. That's actually a great idea. It's gonna cost them a lot. And I am a boomer. Bro, I think my girlfriend called me that the other day. She called me a boomer. And I was like, what? I had to put her back in her cage. What? Zaboret, huh? No, I was pretty offended. But I'm down being a boomer. It's straight. Coinbase earnings, there was a lot of Bitcoin volatility, so I feel like it could be good, and then that's it. Hey, Wyatt, I'm just going to search your name on Instagram, and if it's bad, I'm not going to say anything back, okay? Because I'll just feel bad. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? I'm just saying, because if I'm not going to hit you like that. Okay, it's not looking good based on the initial search results. I'll tell you that much. Okay? I'll tell you that much. But we love you, and thank you for watching Stock Market Live. Yeah, bro. Have you ever searched your name on Instagram? The lineup is not stacked. You're probably no. Change the profile picture. You look so serious, bro. Option trader from India. What's up, baby? How you living? We love it. Ason, I don't know. I saw that earlier. Ason got clapped. I found a Nick Bowen that lives in Australia and also does real estate. You're like, brother. Said to brother, it's you. Kimchi Gangs. What's up, baby? Yandex is like the Russian Google. So it's like Google of Russia. Oil, XOM's coming down. Take a look now. Bonds are playing along. I think we need a new high on TLT to hit a low. But again, obviously the market's willing to work. But watch out here. ASOM, bro. How much money has Dustin lost? It's still 50% in 4 days? That's crazy. The rules with options, is it the same as shares? I believe so on the same option, but some people said no. That's where the tax professionals come in, but I believe you get a little bit more flexibility. Unless there's news bigger than yesterday, I don't think it'll break down. Yeah, and it'll probably take some time. You know what I'm saying? If anything. So that's the thing, is that like if we do get any worse news, it'll probably take more than a day. If there is anything. New trademark filings, job postings, real. Walmart is hunting for fresh lines of revenue by selling its tech to other companies. Walmart tech? Are they going to sell the little bouncing happy face? The deals happy face? You remember that? That's how you know you were old. If you remember all of Walmart's marketing with the little happy face jumping around. You know what I'm saying? That's how you know you're old. Because you know exactly what I'm talking about. You know, the daily deals guy, and he would just be bouncing around, just smiling. He made Walmart look so fun, dude. And Walmart was real ratchet back then. They made a lot of improvements, but, yeah, roll back them prices, baby. Yo, where the rollbacks at, man? Oh, I remember it, bro. Oh, man. That's crazy. Yeah, rollback inflation. Where's his happy ass? On this damn CPI. Let's get the Walmart. Let's roll it back, bro. Come on. Let's go. Come on. That's what they did with growth stock. Shit. This whole time, bro. This whole damn time, the Walmart little happy face, he been rolling back all the growth stocks. He'd be like, boop, nope, we're going lower. Bloop, you want a deal now? Let's roll it back. And then that's it. Everything. They did everything. They got Kathy. They got Roblox rollback. You got Square rollback deals. We got PayPal. What you need, man? You got deals left and right. We're just happy as hell. Just ding. Oh, man. Can I watch that commercial? I would love. If the SPY bounces, I need to watch TLT. I would love to see a rollback commercial, please. Can I get a rollback commercial? Oh, dude. See? Oh, rolling. Oh, y'all don't remember that? Look at it. Look at the cap, bro. This was high-tech metaverse back then. Y'all realize this is how stupid we all look, though, because, again, we're going to look at all the metaverse shit 20 years from now, because this was high-tech right there. She was like, stop, you so silly, you crazy. He said, roll them back. They're like, oh, my God, we love the rollback. Yeah, Walmart, as we terrorize small businesses since 1999. Corporate greed and profit, brought to you by Carl's Jr. You know what I'm saying? Roll. Oh, gotta love them. Gotta love them. Honestly, there's rollbacks, right? You know what I'm saying? Then you know what else there is?
Rollie on my wrist. Nah, I don't want to rap that. But look.
So you see what I'm saying? I feel it could go always low prices, always. SPY's coming up, yeah, because we just had a good core memory of the Walmart guy. Why did everybody forget about the Walmart dude? But yeah, got a lot of rollback deals. Facebook bounced. Tesla posture. We're a little bit late on it, but ladies and gentlemen, SPY's bouncing. Bonds are going up. Again, just pay attention to what I'm saying. If bonds hit a new high, I don't think we're out of it just yet. But, ladies and gentlemen, we've been here for 2.5 hours. We got 4.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get on your knees, do a push-up, plank the worm. Anything but get the body moving. Then, optometrist recommendation, stare at object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times. Relax those pretty little eyeballs. Blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Oh, feels good, baby. It feels good, baby. Now drop the shoulders. Relax the shoulders. Fix that nerd neck, okay? Relax. Like, Wyatt, I need you to relax, Wyatt. You know what I'm saying? I love you, Wyatt. I hope you're doing good. I hope, now just don't clap in the chat. Just relax the shoulders and you'll be good. Chest to the sun. Flex the core. Tuck the hips in. Boom, baby. You look good right now. I'm not going to lie to you. Some of you look really good right now. I see you. Yeah, I got crackhead energy, but you look like I should, get to know you energy, because that posture of yours is amazing right now. Like, why do you look so good? You look so relaxed. I don't know. There's something about you. Like, it looks like you're ready to take on the world. I'm just saying, you look good. Keep it up. Keep it up. Legs in front of you, okay? Legs in front of you, not wrapped behind your computer chair. Then relax did we relax the eyeballs? Did we do the blink? Stare at object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink, 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 blink. You did it? Relax, huh? Come on, you need to relax. Oh. Feels good. Then I need you to drop the shoulders. We did that one. Now I need you to relax the jaw and go. Breathe in really deep. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Go. Oh, feels good. Feels good, baby. Josh, too much caffeine, honestly. I promise, some of y'all, you would think I'm the worst person to work with, because some of y'all, if you ever came up to me in the morning and you were like, too much caffeine with your sleepy ass eyes right now, you know what I said, get the fuck out of my office right now. I said, what do you mean too much caffeine? It is 8:40 in the morning, okay? It is 11:40 a.m. Eastern. Do you realize the whole world is working right now? The whole damn world is operating. Everybody's awake. Everybody's doing something. Everybody's getting a bag right now. They were already making decisions for the last 3 hours, okay? So I would just say, too much caffeine. I need more caffeine. I will go shotgun a Red Bull right now if I need to. There is no such thing. It's called wake up. Y'all need to just, that's why I breathe in really deep. Now breathe out with your tongue. I go, that's you something. Breathe in, bro. Breathe. It's good. It's energy, baby. Energy. The world runs on energy. Okay? Ask /CL about that. Oh, man. And I had a good workout. I'm surprised I'm not clapped from my workout. I found a new back workout. So you know how you do lateral pulls? I did lateral pulls, but I did an inside grip, and I held it like underhand, and then you pull it back to, oh man, it was such a good workout. Oh, you have no idea. I was hitting some new workouts yesterday, bro. Oh, and I felt good about it. I was very excited. I got a really good, I activated a lot of back muscle yesterday, and I was like, ooh, it feels good. Now I'm doing some more. Like chin-ups, yeah. You do it on the lat bar and do it like a chin-up, but then pull the bar to the chest. It's like inside grip. Keep the elbows inside, bro. Oh, my gosh. It's probably one of the best back workouts, honestly. One of the best back workouts I've gotten. I really, really liked it. I tried that for the first time yesterday. Oh, yeah, with the big bar, like a lateral pull down on the big bar, but then hold it like a pull-up inside grip, and then, oh, man. Superset those with biceps. That's exactly what I did. It was a good one. It was a very, very good one. That's an interesting one. Energy comes from serotonin and dopamine in the gut through your vagus nerve to the... I ain't got a vagus, bro. Caffeine just blocks receptors that tells you that you're tired. The more that you know. Wow. There you go. Our message previous to the workout. I feel brand new. Did 45 minutes of cardio. Oh my gosh. I didn't tell you. Yo, you reminded me with your cardio comment, bro. You know what I did yesterday? Oh my gosh. I did something. No. I did something huge. Bro, I did something huge yesterday. I did it after my workout. Bro, I played a game of pickup basketball. I played a game of pickup basketball at LA Fitness. Uh-huh. Oh, bro. I haven't played a game of pickup 5-on-5, full court. Uh-huh. I balled. I balled yesterday, bro. I went 1 for 2. Oh, bro, I'm literally LeBron James. I'm just telling you now. I still got it. I still got it, bro. Oh, yeah. I boxed out and I didn't realize how strong I was, bro. I threw some old dude on accident. I didn't even mean to. Like, I tried to box him out, and he looked a lot bigger than me. So I thought he was going to, like, you know what I'm saying? And then I threw him. It was pretty crazy. And then I went 1 for 2. I hit a three-pointer. That's it. I was wide open. I hit a three-pointer. That was my first shot, and then I airballed the second one. I did. It's still LeBron airballs too, man. It's cool. Nah, yeah, I got 1-3, 50% shooting. I did airball the second one, but it's fine. I got like 3 rebounds. I was the shortest on the court. Oh, man, it was great. It was great, bro. I was excited. I was excited. Nah, they were all in high school, bro. It was like high school kids and like a couple of old guys. That's it. But, man, I haven't balled in a while. It was great. It was great. It was great. I got to do it a little bit more. I was dead, bro. I was playing old guy defense. That's how you know. I was like, I couldn't play too much defense because I get tired. You know what I'm saying? So, the old guy defense, that's what you got to do. That's what you got to do. So you were the old guy crowd? Oh, fuck yeah, I was the old guy. Are you kidding me, bro? I got the hairline and everything. That's fine. I'm down with it, bro. I'm down with it. I was the guy I would like talk shit a little bit too, or I would be giving them high fives when the like 17-year-olds would score. I'd be like, good hit, good hit, good hit. I'll be like, ball. I'll be like, outlet. I'm the vocal guy on the court. They just look at me like, what? They're like, why is he so? I'm like, it's you wouldn't understand. I'm live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Communication is key, bro. Communication is key. Adam Sandler could probably ball me up, though. I got to just get a little bit more cardio, and we're good. Damn it, man. Bonds came down a little bit. It's not playing along. Again, we're probably going to wait here till we get a catalyst or until the bonds move. Either bonds are going to collapse, SPY will come back up to VWAP, or bonds are going to make a crazy run up here, and then we'll probably test a new low. But we're doing pretty decent. I mean, it's still very, very early. Anything could happen. No other updates just yet. And then we're waiting for it, man. We're waiting for it. LaMelo answers. I'm working on it, man. I'm working on it. We just dropped straight from the morning. I mean, there was Ukrainian hacks, but just there was Russia's Ukraine state of emergency. There was no like any of the new news that came out today. It wasn't good. But the positive that made us gap up was the fact that the sanctions yesterday were very, very soft. When you hit the 3, did you yell, we got more? Honestly, I didn't even think I was going to hit it, bro. I lifted before, too. Cause that's why I started lifting, and then my boy came to the gym, and he was like, let's play. I was like, all right, whatever. And I didn't even think I was going to hit it, but it was wet, bro. It had the same arc. I had the follow through, and then the second shot was so ugly, bro. I did like a little fake move. I cleared the lane. I got a bunch of space, and then I just airballed it. It was great. It was great. I was like, I'm going easy on y'all.
Foreign travel of members of Congress.
You sound like a Decepticon today.
The Munich conference, it gives us a distilled way to see so many leaders from so many countries on
Hey,
this subject.
So Biden supporters, if you guys want to see something, if you want to watch a bunch of Trump supporters get triggered for the next 10 minutes, just pay attention to the chat. All right? I'm going to go to the bathroom. We'll listen to it for a second.
In our support for the transatlantic alliance, NATO, all of us united in being there. We were all down in Putin or anyone else's mind that we were acting as one. And of course, that would have been our message with or without Ukraine. Ukraine made it even more so, because now we're talking about sanctions and the rest. We are very proud of our vice president our president whose leadership has been outstanding, and the message was delivered to the conference by the vice president. It was well received, it was unifying, was firm in terms of how we would work together for sanctions should there be an invasion of Ukraine. What I just want to say as a sideline to my colleagues is that I was so pleased with how many women who were there were leaders in national security. When you're at this, the dynamic is people come up to you, we have all kinds of bilateral meetings planned. We met with the new Chancellor of Germany, we met with the head of the EU, the head of the NATO, the mayor of Kyiv. We met with very high-level bilateral meetings. But as you're there, others approach. And for example, the president of Moldova is a woman, and she expressed concern to me that the Russian propaganda was having an impact there, where people were making a case that they had to go into Ukraine because Ukraine had done this, that.
Don't worry, Justin.
The president,
I won't blow your eardrums.
a woman,
It's okay.
told me that
I can speak
the Russians
calmly.
were successful in having some Serbians on the border put forth a Russia message, a Russian message. Both the foreign minister and the defense minister of Canada are women. We share some thoughts about what's going on in Canada right now. The foreign minister of Germany is spectacular, a woman, and she was here recently, and so we renewed that friendship there, as well as meeting before we left with the foreign minister, foreign secretary of the UK. I would just say that because there's a lot of informal contact that reinforces, first of all, the need. I think the one thing that we all agreed upon is attack on the Ukraine by the Russians is an attack on democracy, an attack on democracy. And our final visit was to the UK. We met with Boris Johnson, but our host was the Speaker of the House of Commons, with a great welcome to the House of Commons, which is unusual, they tell me, and then a formal luncheon where we could interact with members of Parliament of all levels and all parties, but they don't have that many parties. But the fact is they were very united. Every place we went, that people were united in opposition to what was happening, of course, in Ukraine, but more importantly, in what we needed to do about that. You know, we talk traditionally about the issues of security, economy, and governance. In recent years, of course, the climate issue is an issue in all of those categories, and so is COVID. So that was part of our conversation. We did meet with the head of the World Health Organization and got up to date on how we saw things globally. And again, in every place we read that the COVID challenge is part of our discussion. So it was intensely busy, and we were magnificently served. You've seen the list of members. They are mostly from our security committees: Adam Schiff, Intelligence; Adam Smith, Armed Services; Ted Deutsch, Foreign Affairs; Barbara Lee, Appropriate. Well, let me come back to Barbara and Lady McCullum. Jim Himes, Intelligence; Bill Keating, Foreign Affairs and Armed Services; Sean Patrick Maloney, Intelligence; Eric Swalwell, Intelligence and Security; Ruma Gallego, Armed Services; Seth Moulton, Armed Services; Ro Khanna, Armed Services; Andy Kim, Armed Services and Foreign Policy. But when you're having these discussions, that relates to the Appropriations Committee. And Betty McCullum, the chair of the Defense Subcommittee, was a very important participant in the conversations about our support for the defense of Ukraine. And
Yeah, bro, the audio don't even match up.
Foreign Ops, State Foreign Ops Committee.
I'm so confused.
Well, she'll talk about it, but she was in great demand because whether it was about refugees or whether it was about humanitarian assistance or whether it was about the loan guarantees, and the list goes on. So again, we were well served by the leadership, knowledge, and commitment of our participants. And all of them were not in every country, but by mostly they were. It is, it's stunning to see in this day and age a tyrant roll into a country. This is the same tyrant who attacked our democracy in 2016. This is the same tyrant who is opposed to democracy and wants to trivialize it, to downgrade it in the eyes of the Russian people. One other person I met there who was so courageous was Svetlana, which is called Svetlana. You know, she was the wife of the person who ran for president in Belarus. She's escaped. Her husband is in prison. But she had a movement in Belarus, largely women, but not just women. And the people turned out by the hundreds of thousands. And then the president of Belarus declared himself the winner of the election. But the desire for democracy is alive and well in the Ukraine. Many of us who have visited there can attest to that. So the people of Ukraine, although it's not a Article 5 country, we will not have boots on the ground, know that we are with them, not only in spirit, but materially in terms of meeting their needs and just heralding their message with gratitude for the defense that the people of Ukraine are making for democracy. As I mentioned, underlying all of this were our meetings with heads of station in all of the countries that we were in about the intelligence of what was going on, what they knew about a range of subjects that are essential to our national security. We were very pleased to have on the trip the chairman of the Intelligence Committee, Adam Schiff. Adam, you want to share some of your views of what you saw there? Excuse me. And thank you for your leadership.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, Russia has again invaded Ukraine. As the Speaker said, it is a stunning fact that in this century we once again see a despotic regime trying to remake the map of Europe by dint of military force. Because of the courageous actions of Ukrainians, the courageous forbearance of Ukraine not to rise to Russian provocation, and because of, I think, a very shrewd declassification of intelligence by our president, by our allies, it stripped away any Russian pretext and laid bare for the world to see that this Russian invasion of Ukraine is nothing more than naked aggression by Vladimir Putin. Putin is terrified by the prospect of a democracy at his border, a democracy giving an example to the Russian people of the kind of life and economy they might enjoy if they cast aside their own autocrat. This is, I think, one of the preeminent motivations of Vladimir Putin. Set aside the nonsense he puts out about Ukraine not being a real country. That is nothing but a Kremlin lie. This is about Vladimir Putin's desire for his own personal and national aggrandizement at the expense of his neighbor, and it's about his fear of a successful democracy providing an example to his own countrymen. I was very encouraged by what we saw in Munich. I was there with the speaker 2 years ago, and the theme of the conference 2 years ago was whether the West was a coherent whole, whether the West was essentially relevant as a coherent body of nations. And there was no question about that this year. Putin brought NATO together in a way I don't think we have seen in quite some time. And it was heartening to see that as a result of our administration's diplomatic efforts, countries had come together to agree on a brutal package of sanctions, some of which have already been applied, more which will, I fear, be necessary to apply. Among the most significant of steps was the step announced also by the German Chancellor. We were all very impressed by our conversation with him. The decision to essentially cancel the process of moving forward with the pipeline, I think is a very strong indication of the solidarity of NATO and our other allies to punish Putin for this naked aggression and the prospect of further devastating sanctions in the days and weeks ahead. So very encouraged by the solidarity of NATO, and we're going to have to remain united because Putin will look to exploit any fissure, any crack within NATO and our coalition, and we simply cannot have nations using military force in violation of the international rules-based order to enlarge their own borders, to subvert the democratic institutions of their neighbors or others around the world. As the speaker pointed out, they tried with the United States in 2016 and continue to do so. And thank you, Madam Speaker, for leading a remarkable codel.
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you, Speaker Pelosi, for, and I just have to say this, for being such a global leader. And we were able and privileged to witness you on the global stage. So it was quite amazing, and thank you for putting together such a diverse grouping of members from a variety of committees for this congressional delegation. Our congressional delegation, of course, we went to the Munich Security Summit to make clear that we remain fully committed to maintaining the unity with our European allies, as we now witness as it relates to how democracies around the world are under attack, specifically with Ukraine now. The Congress continues to address the domestic threats to our democracy, such as, but not limited to, campaigns of mis- and disinformation. And we remain unified in addressing threats to democracies around the world. And we see this unity in our efforts to prevent Russia from invading Ukraine through robust diplomatic initiatives, but we all know that authoritarian regimes around the world will stop at nothing to dismantle democratic values, and nobody is exempt, no country is exempt, including the United States. I was struck by what was written on the back of the chairs during the general session. The wording was peace through dialogue. All of our European allies embraced that notion throughout the entire conference. In each of our meetings, the threat was discussed, as well as the need to invest in and prioritize the role of diplomacy in seeking security and peace. Vice President Harris and Secretary Blinken both underscored the fact that they have engaged in robust diplomatic initiatives and that democracy remains the essential defense against accelerating forces of autocracy and illiberalism around the world. And that's why defending democracy both at home and abroad must be an urgent national security priority. Madam Speaker mentioned the fact that I do chair the House Appropriations Subcommittee on State and Foreign Operations, which oversees many of the resources to assist the Ukrainian people through this crisis. This includes economic assistance to Ukraine, including loan guarantees. Economic assistance would come through the economic support accounts or for Europe, Eurasia, and Central Asia. Those are the accounts they would come through. Without getting in too many of the weeds, I wanted to just mention that because it's an effort that we're looking at now in terms of our funding. Also, it includes humanitarian funds, including funding for refugees, God forbid, and for those internally displaced by conflict. The administration has committed to us that in the event of conflict, there is a need over the next 12 months of at least $1 billion for humanitarian needs. And so I support the efforts of the administration also to bolster Ukraine's economy, including the proposed $1 billion in loan guarantees to continue with Ukraine's economic reforms. The SFOPS bill for years has carried authorities for the administration to provide loan guarantees for select countries, including Ukraine. In fiscal 22, the House passed SFOPS bill again. It carries this important authority. Also, in terms of addition to our meetings on global security, Madam Speaker mentioned the meeting with the Secretary General of the World Health Organization to discuss our next steps in addressing the global crisis pandemic. And as we speak, we're attempting to negotiate now an increase in terms of our global investment to address the COVID crisis. Of course, our subcommittee oversees the COVID-19 response, and we all know that we're not safe at home until everyone is safe abroad. That's why we must invest in resources for low-income countries to distribute vaccines access testing, care, and health infrastructure to keep people safe across the globe. So yes, this was an incredible, productive delegation, and I want to thank Speaker Pelosi once again for organizing it in such an impressive manner with such an impressive group. Thank you again, Speaker Pelosi.
Vladimir Putin has invaded Ukraine, and it is now upon all of us as global democracies to unite and make sure that he fails. Like a boa constructor, he has encircled the country, essentially, with troops on nearly all sides. But what we saw on this trip was that united through sanctions, travel restrictions, blocking a pipeline, that we can be a bigger boa constrictor that puts pressure on Putin and makes sure that he fails. We also saw on center stage that U.S. leadership in Europe with NATO is back. And it was truly a privilege to see the way that our speaker was received in Israel at the security conference where she spoke and was a panelist, and in the United Kingdom. Also, we saw Secretary Blinken and Vice President Harris address the security conference to show our resolve, our leadership on the world stage, to first seek diplomacy, and then once that has failed through Russia's actions, to unite the world, not just within Europe, but we're seeing alliances outside of Europe seek to make sure that Vladimir Putin fails. And we will continue to do that, and we must also here at home build a sentiment among the American people that they understand why it's so important that we hold Russia accountable. But I was also struck when we met with the labor leader in London, and we met with the Prime Minister in London, that they were absolutely aligned in making sure that Putin failed, despite all of their differences within the country. And there are a lot of differences there, just as there are differences here. In contrast to what we have seen here at home, the two parties there are aligned, and that must also be the case here in America. Finally, there are a lot of experiences I'll never forget on this trip, but one evening, Congressman Gallego and Moulton and I shared a meal with a young member of the Ukrainian Rada. She told us that at a young age she ran for her parliament, believed in her country, joined President Zelensky's party, and wanted to make sure that what had happened in 2014 would not happen again. The three of us, who had also at one point in our careers been young public servants, certainly saw ourselves in her and told her that we will go home and make sure that our constituents see themselves in Ukrainians. And you can't help but talk to somebody who still believes that their country has a right to sovereignty and ask the question, what is our democracy worth if we're not able and willing to stand against an invasion of another democracy? And that was what was on display in every country that we went to. And now, here at home, that's the leadership we must show to unite ourselves as a country and also to unite our alliances across the globe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know that you all had individual meetings with some people who are very courageous within Ukraine, still fighting for democracy there. What was interesting was to see the heads of state with whom we had interactions as well, of countries newer members of NATO, and the concern that they had, what's next for Putin if he were to be successful in the Ukraine. I had the privilege of sitting next to President of Latvia for most of the plenary sessions, and the others there were very concerned about what would be next. I went through some of the leadership of everything. Well, you look at the map and you see Hungary, and you see how it is encircled: Russia, Belarus, Crimea, which they had taken over, but had, it's still a danger now to Ukraine. And then you see Poland and Romania and all of those countries just abutting that's Russian influence. A lot of people talked about Sudetenland and how this resembled something that people thought, well, it's just that, and it isn't just that. I'm going to just close by saying this. I had the privilege of going with President Clinton. He invited full members of Congress, House and Senate, Democratic and Republican. The Senate Democrat was Senator Joe Biden. And we went to the expansion of NATO meeting in Paris. And it was all of the heads of state of the then NATO countries who spoke, and it was so beautiful because they all spoke in such a positive way about NATO. We thought like we were NATO and they were also NATO, but they had ownership and agency and just possession of the NATO possibilities. The representative of Russia who was there was Boris Yeltsin, and he was very ebullient as he was. I don't remember how ebullient he was, but he was welcoming to what was called it was the expansion. We had supported in our own country, the Baltic states, Poland, other countries becoming what was called the Partnership for Peace, and it included many of the countries of it. And now Putin is saying, push it back pre-1997. Don't ever try to add another country and remove the weapons out of Eastern Europe. That's what he wanted. No, that was not going to happen. So as Barbara, as all of our colleagues have mentioned, diplomacy, deterrence, diplomacy to stop what is going on should he see the light at some point. Diplomacy is always first and foremost our path to peace. Any questions on this subject? Yes, ma'am.
Do you think the president's sanctions went far enough? Because at the outset there were some, even his closest allies, that felt that he could have issued harsher sanctions. Chris Coons comes to mind. And then following up on that, there's a group of lawmakers from both sides of the aisle that are calling on the president to respect Congress's war authorities. Do you support that as well?
I certainly support that, but I don't think those two things are related. Okay. The fact is, the President of the United States, by executive order, has the power to exercise to impose the sanctions. We understand this. We are not in this alone. The beauty of it all is that it is a unified effort of our NATO allies, which, and of course, U.S. and Canada from this side of the Atlantic and on the others. The steps that the President is taking are appropriate. The Europeans feel the pain more than we do of sanctions. It is not without any collateral impact in their countries when you do. What we heard from the, shall we say, the head of the EU, the president of the EU Commission, was that they're into diversification in terms of their energy, meeting their energy needs and the rest, so they're not as dependent, but it will have an impact in the beginning. I think the president has full knowledge of what impact these sanctions will have and is fully ready to go all the way with it. And that's something that we have done together. I'm going to have Barbara Lee speak about the authorization of the use of military force, because this is something she's been a champion on for her entire service in the Congress. That's a different subject as to whether the president can impose sanctions, as to whether he can go to war. Barbara?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, I did sign the letter that Congressman Peter DeFazio was one of the leaders in that. And in fact, the president has indicated over and over and over again that in no way does he intend to allow or insert ground troops in this. With the increase in tensions, we signed the letter and wrote the letter because we want to make sure that Water Powers Act is complied with, and that the public understands that the president means what he says, because he's not going to insert ground troops into this possible incursion.
We've been trying to do this for a while, and one of the challenges that we face is coming to agreement on what is the scope, what would the president be allowed to do, what is the scope, what is the geography, what is the timetable of it all, and frequently that has been, shall we say, controversial.
Can we have another topic, if that's okay?
No, we're staying on security.
Why was it a good idea for the Biden administration not to impose pre-invasion sanctions on Russia and deters Russia from taking this action?
If I sound repetitive, it's because I am. This is a unified effort by our allies in the NATO alliance, and what was proposed was what was agreed to in terms of timing. There are, arguments about to go in. Well, what's the leverage once they go in about how you exercise that? But the fact is, he is in, and we all have sanctions, and they will be swift, and they will be severe, and they will pay. There will be a price to pay for Vladimir Putin in terms of what this is. So it's no use debating what could have happened before we went in. It is. Remember, we're doing this together. Remember what I said about the impact on other countries. Remember also that there is a big argument that says once you go in, then the sanctions go forward, as opposed to the other side of it. Everything's in debate, but this was something that had broad support in the alliance.
Was your alliance incorrect? Did the alliance make the wrong judgment?
No, they didn't. I don't even. How can the alliance make the wrong judgment when the
It's so weird with the voice delay. And then you just see her like act hella weird, and then the sound comes in.
Time on something that is after the fact. The fact is, the countries came together and said, "This is how we will go there." Some countries had to take a little longer to get to that place because of the exposure they have from sanctions or the process they have politically in their countries. But the fact is, if you have a unified approach, why would you depart from that?
To your question, I think the administration handled this, given the Russian intentions, as well as it could be handled. They telegraphed in advance the punitive sanctions that would be applied if Russia invaded. I think it made sense not to enforce those sanctions before Russia invaded. If you do that, then Russia loses its disincentive. It figures, well, we've already been sanctioned, we might as well go forward. It, as I mentioned before, declassified intelligence to defang any Russian pretext. It moved NATO assets closer to Russia, made it clear to Russia that if they invaded, it wouldn't drive NATO away, it would actually bring NATO closer to Russia. We repositioned U.S. forces close to the region to make sure that our NATO allies understood that if the Russians invaded any NATO countries, that we would respond under Article 5. So I think the administration did everything it could do. But as the President made clear from the very beginning, if Putin has made the decision to go forward, none of this may stop him from invading. And as indeed the days closed in on this week, the President made it even more clear that it was our understanding that Putin had decided to go forward. Now I think it's our obligation to make sure that we remain aligned with our allies, that we continue to raise the costs on Russia of any of its invasion of Ukraine, any further invasion of Ukraine. But I think the President made it clear that he was going to do everything possible diplomatically through deterrence, and that's all you can do. If you've got a dictator like Putin who amasses 100,000 to 200,000 troops on the border of a much smaller, much weaker country, and is determined to invade, then short of going to war with Russia, embarking on this brutal package of sanctions, I think is the most effective way to raise costs on Russia. And I think the costs on Russia and Russian people are sadly going to go up and up and up the longer that Putin persists with this naked aggression.
Can I follow up? Really quickly, if the threat of sanctions was not enough to stop him from actually moving forward with an invasion, will these harsh sanctions that we're seeing now be enough of a deterrent for him?
Well, I think the sanctions are going to just continue to increase, and will have a ultimately crippling impact on many sectors of the Russian economy. We have to make sure that those costs continue and that the Russian people see the costs of their dictator's aggression. And we also need to continue, and this is the other thing I think the administration has done very importantly, that is we need to continue to support Ukraine's ability to defend itself. And we have provided substantial military support. That support is going to continue. I think the British Foreign Secretary indicated that Britain intends to also provide that kind of support. I think she's made that public. And so we have to do everything possible to help the Ukrainians defend themselves, but also raise the costs on Putin for this kind of aggression. And I think this is exactly the right approach.
But I want to just say that you haven't seen the depth of these sanctions yet. Putin is probably the richest man in the world. He has these palatial residences where...
Did he get married to Bezos?
That's really what got
That's
people in
crazy.
trouble in Russia, because they showed the arrogance and the wealth with which he lived. So it's about, what is this about? The people of and many of us have visited Ukraine and have seen that they love democracy. They do not want to live under Vladimir Putin. He does not want the Russian people to see what democracy looks like, and therefore he wants to bring them under his domain and his domain. So when he and his oligarchs, and it's all about money, follow the money in this, and that's what the sanctions are about. Follow the money. When they see how they're going to be undermined, how these visas will work, about how they can travel and have residences in every opulent place in the world. The Russian people have to see how they have been exploited by their own government. When I was in a panel with the defense minister, another woman from Germany, she was talking about, in the context of what Barbara Lee talked about misinformation. People have to know the truth. They have to know the truth. And part of what Putin is the master of, KGB, 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 for his life, his orientation, is misrepresentation. And he's effective at that unless we inoculate against it, unless we make the case against it, so that the Russian people know the truth, that the surrounding areas know the truth. So it is, when we talk about the president, he's doing the sanctions. He has a full picture of all this. I said he was present there the day of the expansion of NATO. I saw the respect he commanded then, and that was 1997, by the heads of state of all of those countries. And of course that has only grown over time by his leadership, but also the expansion of NATO. I think we're very well served. Respect his judgment. And again, it's not just about when you do the sanctions or how you support the people.
I just lolled at the
It's
sleeper
about
cell
how
comment.
the world views what Putin is doing. This is a very evil move on the part
I love you, Chad.
of Vladimir Putin. He's a KGB guy who happens to be probably the richest man in the world because of his exploitation of his own people that he doesn't want them to know about, and uses excuses like, it's changed. Every time you hear him say, well, they're part of us, that's who we are, they should be us. Now they're saying, well, we have to go in because they want to be part of NATO. This, my friends, is our moment. This is the Sudetenland. That's what people were saying there. You cannot ignore what Putin is doing. And nobody's, of course, ignoring it, but you cannot take it any lighter than what it is. A total assault on democracy.
On State of the Union, you had pretty unique security challenges for the last couple State of the Unions. We did insurrection, COVID. This year there's talk of these trucker protests. Are you confident in the security of the Capitol ahead of the State of the Union this year?
Well, again, this is in the realm of the police. My understanding when we arrived here last night, that the chief of police had called for the National Guard to be present leading up to and around the time of the State of the Union. that they had a good handle on what the expectation is. Some of it won't even come until after the State of the Union, but no, I feel confident. Now, I don't have, people said, oh, don't let them put up a fence. That's not my call. That's a security call, and that's the call of the sergeants at arms and the chief of police. Thank you all very much. Do you have any closing statements?
Rollie on my wrist. Nah, I don't wanna ride that. Pull up in a big body, I don't put a tap back. Hit me with the divvy, I don't even need the NASDAQ. Skinny and she pretty, I don't even need the ass fat. Guinea was a freebie, I don't even need a fast one. I was never greedy, I just never fucking had shit. Now I bet that I ain't never fucking going bad shit. Please stop back, yeah, I need man shit. Little more balance and a lot of bit of can. Pull up to the valley, got these motherfuckers carrying. Pulling up the lunch, I got it looking like.
Bro, they just cleared out like rats right there. Did y'all see it? It looked like there was a bunch of them, and then all of a sudden it just went, and then that's it, bro. That's it. It went crazy. It went crazy, bro. It went crazy, bro. So here's Zuckerberg now too. So be careful. I don't know how the audio is gonna sound.
We already know a few
That's
research
not
directions
Zuckerberg.
are poised for big changes.
Okay.
Let me highlight today just
Highlight
a
that
few
shit,
of them,
girl.
which we are really excited about.
What?
Embodiment in robotics, creativity.
You gonna do what to my body with the robot? Hell no.
The
Get this
reason
outta
we're
here.
looking at robotics is that it's a fantastic case where world models can make a major difference. Our focus here is to achieve what we can call unbounded robotics, robots that break out of the lab or highly constrained settings, such as factories, and are able to operate fluidly in the home, in the office, interacting with humans, space, and objects as naturally as possible. And there are several steps to get there. If we observe how people learn, the experience is very different whether being taught a new skill and all they can do is observe. This is what most of our AI systems on the internet are doing right now, learning in a passive way, like a child sitting in front of a TV or computer. Of
Yeah,
course,
I'm not-
parents
Chad,
and psychologists have long
I want to do
known
it,
that-
but I'm not gonna do it. Any Chad more interested in it, please watch it just in case they say anything. If you watch it and there's any headline, for real, I was about to trip out and sketch out because I didn't know if like she was a robot or not, and I felt like they were gonna come back at the end and just be like, "Yo, that was actually our experiment," and I just want to, that was a real robot. So I'm like, nah, I'm just not. You know what I'm saying? Spy bounce. Honestly, we had to listen to the Nancy stuff because we're waiting for any updates on Ukraine. And to see, again, we had a little news report during all of that. There was a couple of things, a couple of different stocks moved. You had that Matterport Microsoft stuff. Troy called that one out there. We looked into it a little bit, but then the Biden sanctions. So essentially, there was another report here today that Biden will be coming out with sanctions. So that's why listening to Nancy, I was thinking she would say something on it, but they kind of reiterated the same thing. I didn't know Vladimir Putin's the richest man in the world, but apparently he is, and that's it. But they said they're going to do more, and I don't know if you guys noticed during that speech, that one guy, he changed the rhetoric a little bit more. I don't know if you noticed it. But literally, yesterday they were saying beginning of invasion, but then today, if you listen to that guy, they were literally talking and they were using the terminology as if the invasion has already started. So that's a little bit different than kind of what we got yesterday, and I think there's a little bit of a gap there, and that's why whatever updates we get here out of Biden a little bit later will be important. Oil, BSX is up, but I think oil as well too. It has. So yeah, that was whether it has or not. Again, yesterday you didn't really get that full disclosure of that. What you got yesterday was simply they said the beginning of the invasion, and again they watered it down even with the sanctions. So we'll see how it plays out coming into today. I'm pretty sure we're gonna get it today. I don't know if we'll get more after hours, but right now, word on the street is that Biden will be coming out with more sanctions today, and that they're gonna be They will be targeting some of the wealthier individuals in Russia, and they will be targeting more Nord Stream and more energy related. So these ones would be a little bit more stronger. So we'll see what happened. Again, you guys saw it there. Hopefully you guys are paying attention. You saw it literally as we were playing out at the lows. The bonds didn't break. Now they've converged again, and now we're kind of right back to this sweet spot where we were kind of chilling before everything. You're right above VWAP. Surprisingly, the SPY and the Dow are now green. Even the small caps, NASDAQ is the only thing that's down, but if we get a little bit more momentum, we will be green again. These sanctions are toothless. That's what that's why the market went up today. and it was up. We sold off a little bit, but the fact that the sanctions yesterday, it was soft. It was soft sanctions. It wasn't like, have you ever seen one of those rocks? Have you ever seen like a cardboard rock where it looks like a real rock and then someone throws it at you and then you get scared and then you catch it? Anybody know what I'm talking about? That sound familiar? Like a cardboard rock, or like, you know what I'm saying? Someone's had to have seen them. Benzinga, he said, Peloton says it's expensive and humans don't want to spend their time alone. No, but it sounds fun. You've never seen that? Y'all have never seen the fake rocks? We do it in real estate a lot. Like, you could take these fat rocks and you put them in front of the door and they look like huge rock decorations, but then they weigh like 1 pound. And then you could just like throw them at people. It's kind of what the sanctions were. They looked heavy on first glance, but then when you really look into it, it's not really, the foam rock. That's what I don't know why I call it cardboard. It's foam. But that's kind of what it's like here. And that's why we're going to see any more follow-up sanctions that could have an effect. XOM near highs. There you go. Yeah, CVX is running up there too. Even gold. I was looking at a couple of golds. Our Facebook puts went down. They were up 60%. Now they're up only 18%. Exxon, baby. Exxon, it's up. It's up 17% on that play. They were up 30% at one point, so they're still lagging a little bit, but I like it. Even the Altrias, those should still be up over 50% right now. What's making this thing go up? Attitudes, a lot of computers, and a lot of people. Again, you just got to realize there's a lot of, it's I don't know how to describe it. It's just like a lot of money is moving. Again, it's a financial system. So there's a lot of things going back and forth. You got more metaphors than the Bible. The Bible metaphor is confusing sometimes. Even back then, Jesus was like, yo, man, drink this. This is part of my body. And they're like, what do you mean, Jesus? We about to eat you? Bro. They're like, what does that even mean? They're like, nah. So I don't know. The Bible analogies they were more like, I don't know. But hopefully it makes sense. DWAC moving. People paying attention to the facts by the invasion. Yes, and I said that this morning, and I think let me find the chart. I gotta find it. Let me see if I can find it. I have a chart. So here's one. I have a chart of the last 4 European stuff, but here's what you could see. So here's geopolitical events and stock market reactions. Let me get the SPY up. I can read this. I think it's cool to go over. I mean, you guys know I love history and pretty pictures and shit like that. So, if you could see a lot of them, but usually it ends up being positive. But it'll tell you here, Pearl Harbor, 1941, day one, it was down 3.8. Total drawdown was 19%. Calendar days to recovery, 143 days bottom, 300 days to recover. North Korea invades South Korea in 1950, dropped 5 on the day before, and then total drawdown was 12. Let's see. Let's go to the modern ones. This doesn't even have Crimea on there, huh? So this is a little different. Like bombing of Syria, Boston Marathon, we dropped 3%, and it took about 2 weeks top to bottom. 9/11 was the worst. No, this isn't the chart though. RGR trademark security pending registered approval. We're not invading. No, this is just global tensions. There's another one. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on, I'm confused. I was looking for it, then Lending Tips is sending me. We're getting some offers in on the flip. I'm excited. One of them is crazy. RL, is it going up? Again, there's a lot of talks. Actually, yeah, it's on the high ticker. RL is coming up. I think the plays are just holding the same price as yesterday. They're actually a little cheaper, bid and ask. Burton. No, I can't find it. There's one chart that showed even Russia, but pretty much there's like the latest 5 European issues that we've had, literally about like a week or so after the invasion, the stock market goes up. Essentially, if we keep selling off into the invasion news and then the invasion happens, and I can kind of see it here, it's starting to feel as if we will probably rally the day of a real invasion. So if it did go through and we find out the situation is a lot worse and both sides are like, yeah, this is what we're doing, then we're going to really see what's up. Excited on the flip. I am too, man. I am too. I am very, very excited. We'll see. And shout out to the cold agents, man. I had Keyrod out there. I also had Patrick. They held the open house for me. Hopefully, we'll probably get to talk to them for a little bit, and then they'll be able to, give you some feedback on it. I don't know if it was exciting or boring for them. There's a lot of back and forth. They got to meet. I think it was like 25 or 28 people came into the open house, and within like 4 or 5 days here, we're like sitting at like 2 offers right now. So we'll see. But shout out Cole Real Estate, bro. It was fun. It was fun. And then I have a fun fact for you guys. Are you ready? Are you guys ready for this? I have a fun fact about the freeway system. Do you guys want to hear it? Because I was looking for my chart and I found this instead. And I remember I saved this so I could tell you. Are you ready? It's pretty crazy. I never knew this. Are you ready? So like the interstate highway system? Like how there's like freeways like the 5, the 10, the 15? You know what I'm talking about? That sound familiar to you? Well, check this out. So the east and west routes that go up and down the United States, right? So the freeways that could take you from like Washington to San Diego, from like Buffalo down to like Texas, from like Michigan down to Texas, you know what I'm saying? Are you ready? They start with 5 and then they increase by 10. So on the far left is the 5. That goes up and down California. Then the next freeway would be the 15. That could take you to the other side of America. Then there's the 25, and then the 35, and then the 45. Yeah, did you know that? I didn't know that. And then the north and south routes that will take you all across America, not up and down, those start with 10, and then they increase by 10. There's no picture for it. It's just like the writing of it. So then you could go from pretty much, you could take like San Fran to like Boston or New York. And then that's why like pretty much the 10, you could take San Diego to Vegas, all of that. So that way you know. So if it's going across, starts with 10, increases by 10. If it's going up and down, it's the 5 and it goes up by 10. So it's crazy. I was mind blown. What about Route 66? It's not a interstate highway system. Route 66 won't take you across America. But essentially you could take you could take the 5 from the bottom to the top. You could take the 10 from I think you could take the 10 down to Florida, which is crazy. So fun fact. I live by the 15. A lot of Cali people, 15 and 5. The 10 to Florida or ends in Jacksonville. So I'm fine with that. Fine with that. Y'all repping your freeways now? That's cool. We never had that happen in the chat. That's pretty dope. Everyone's like, I-75, bro. Repping 75, 85. Yo, I-5 till I die, baby. What's up? They like 405. That's not it, man. That's not it. You guys are literally repping freeways right now, bro. That goes hard, though. If you think that's very wholesome. You know what I'm saying? I like it. Sense of community. Kind of feels like a gang, but it's very wholesome. You're like, yeah, shout out to 15, bro. It's great. Mr. Worldwide. SPY coming back down here, and pay attention. Bonds and stocks did not invert today ever since that drop. So realistically, I'm looking at bonds. If we are going to hit a new low, I think TLT has to hit a new high. So let's see what happens. I did not. Look at all the highways, bro. All the highways. We should do that. Maybe instead of a meetup, you guys want to do that? So we just have a cult caravan, and let's take the 10 from San Diego to Jacksonville. Who's with me? You know, that's what I want to do. That's like one of the old people goals I have. If like I ever wanted to do anything, I want to drive across the United States. That's like one thing that like if I was a 7-year-old and that's the one thing I left out on my thing. I want to drive across the US. I've never got to do it, and I'm a big driver, and I like America. So, you know what I'm saying? They're like, Colt Convoy, move in. And they're like, nah, bro, we just wanted to meet up. Hold up, chill, bro, chill. Road trip, can we get Colt leather vests? Yeah, I think it's acceptable. If we do that, it's totally justifiable. We'll be like, what's up? Have you driven to the Bay from San Diego? Yeah, it's a beautiful, beautiful drive. Airbnb at Vans. No, Turo does. Oh, are you ready for this, bro? Stupid lending tips story, man. Are you kidding me? Bro, lending tips texted me this yesterday, and I was like, of course, lending tips. Here's another real estate lending tip story, and this is why. Y'all just got to talk to everybody and just do a bunch of shit, and you'll just get real estate deals left and right, okay? Lending tips tells me that he got an offer accepted for one of his clients, right? And the reason why they accepted the offer was because they recognized Lending Tips' name because they rented Lending Tips' Tesla on Turo. And that's what happened. And I was like, really, bro? I was like, why do you always have these weird stories? Didn't I tell you he would get the weirdest ones? I've told you this many times. I'm like, are you serious? Like, are you for real? I've had all these offers decline, and then you get this, like, random client, and they're like, oh, we borrowed your Tesla. We Turo'd it. Yeah, we'll accept your offer. You were a nice guy. That's literally what they said. I was like, geez. That's crazy. Offer up flips, Turo literally. He could literally have a real estate business through Offer Up and Turo. A great story. I was just like, I shook my head. I was like, man, what the hell, bro? It's like, how do you do that? I was like, that's just not even like, I don't know if it's like fair. I'm just like, what? Are you serious? I'm like, this never happens. Never happens. Nah, but he's good out there. He get out there. He talks. With all the increased dividends, the value plays are looking tasty. They are. The only big risk is that they come down after being up. Still got the G-Wagon. I do. It gets about like 12 miles, give or take, per gallon, depending on how fast. If I like floor it, I get like 8.9. If I drive really slow, I'll get like 17. But it's awful. It's really, really awful. But you know what's good? The fact that we're live Monday through Friday, baby. 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile, press high chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Keep it positive and respectful. And yeah, we do have merch, baby. Tell them. But We've been here for 30 minutes or 3 hours. We have 3 hours and 30 minutes left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. You can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get on your knees, do a push-up, plank, the warm, anything. But get the body moving. Then optometrist recommendation. Stare at object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times. Relax those pretty little eyeballs. Blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Oh. Just got up to smoke. That counts. Chad, what do I do? Chad, I could let it go. I could make fun of him. I could do the fake laugh. I could encourage him. I feel like I'm playing a video. I feel like I'm playing a RPG. You know what I'm saying? I feel like a random NPC just approached me with the sitting smoking joke, and I got like 5 prompts I could pick. Do you guys realize that? I get to pick. It's like, what do I do? Do I shoot him? Do I roast him? Do I let him go? Do I walk away? It's just like an RPG game. You know what I'm talking about? It's like I'm on my push-up quest. I'm on my push-up journey, and then somehow this random NPC walks up to me with this joke, and now I could change the whole storyline. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna walk away. I'm walking away. Okay, but. Please get the body moving, legs in front of you, not right behind your computer chair, okay? You are not riding a dolphin. I need the shoulders relaxed. Nobody is attacking you, okay? Nobody is attacking you. You know what I'm saying? So just relax the shoulders, drop the shoulders, flex the core, tuck the hips in, chest to the sun, baby! And boom, just like that. You look good. You look real good right now. I'm just saying, I'm proud of you. You look really good. I'm just saying, you know how to reach me, man. You just keep it up. Keep it up. That posture look good. That relaxation. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Then I need you to relax the jaw. Breathe in really deep. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Go. How about this? I like that. Why don't you do 10 push-ups for every time you take a rip? Why is that fair? Can you guys want to negotiate a little bit? Can I just be that good, positive friend who gives you a positive suggestion without judging you for your current negative behaviors? Because it's all good, bro. We only humans. You know what I'm saying? But, why not? Have you thought about that? For real, if you have, a smoking addiction problem or whatever you want to call it, I don't care. I'm just saying, if you do it a lot, have you thought about implementing some level of reward system? Like Pavlov dog yourself. You know what I'm saying? So then that way is great. I understand it. You ain't never going to stop. Do whatever you want. God bless you. That's your life. Totally understand. But maybe you could figure out just if you do it. I mean, if you do something 3 to 5 times a day, it's an opportunity for you to just sprinkle in some positivity. That's all. You just do 10. If you hit what? I don't know how many bowls a day. Maybe you smoking joints. Maybe it's a pack of cigarettes. Every 4 cigarettes, do 10 push-ups. You know what I'm saying? Why not? Why not? It's not going to hurt you at the end of the day. Worst case scenario, you're just going to feel energized and ready to go. Yeah, sit-ups and anything. Just get a little balance out there. That's it. That's it, man. That's it. Tricep push-ups, those are hard. Yeah, but get the push-ups in. I need my resistances. Can't forget the push-ups. Let's see, I need to get my resistance. I did back, though, yesterday. I don't know if I should. Can I do, chest workouts with resistances? I'll just hit the back, though. My back is sore. Felt good, though. I'm addicted to working out my neck. Bro, neck workouts are the best. Honestly, I think there's something that has to do with the size of your neck and mortality. So, literally, and this may not be a fact, so you could fact check it. But I think word on the street is that, the stronger your neck, the harder you are to kill. That's just all it is. That's all I know. So, for real, if you're trying to, pick a fight with somebody, I'm just saying, just aim for the neck. But, if it's a big neck, nah, bro. Nah, yeah, if you overwork it, it is very painful. You'll be sore for like 8 days, and then you watch a computer screen for 7 hours, you're fucked. Uh-huh. I'd say that's a fact. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, but it sounds like it. How me looking? I wore a neck brace for a little bit just to get some neck posture. I've done crazy things for posture. You guys have no idea. I've worn neck braces. I've worn the straps. I've done all the weird workouts, bro. Like you have no idea. You have no idea what I've done to get posture. And it's not even the best posture. I could even get better, but you have no idea, bro. I would walk out. With the little posture vest on me, bro. You have no idea. You have no idea. SPY coming down, but wait for bonds. Again, we're chilling out. EU ready to launch second package. So now you're getting news about EU and their sanctions. But again, we are waiting now. I guess the only thing we're waiting for right now is the United States one. If we do it again, that was the report there with Biden. VGK, another Russia ETF. Marine Corps, if you're too heavy but not fat, they measure your neck and gut. If your neck is big enough, then you're good. Well, there you go. Leather vest. We're going to have posture vests. Just traveling across the 10, all wearing posture correctors. I feel like it would definitely exemplify us, though. I feel like it would be a good one. Let's see growth prospects and focus after sell-off. Again, you got a couple earnings today. I think Beyond Meat, and then there's another one. I can't even believe today is Wednesday. That's the wildest part about all of this. Stupid weekend. Stupid long weekend. They added more strikes on the DWAC chain. They're about to buy the dip. We'll see. I mean, this time right now, this drops a little bit more worrisome. If you watch this, you see the teeth. If you watch the divergence get created, we're coming down pretty quick. I mean, we're now to the lower level of support that we were at about a couple hours ago. But we need the bonds a little bit higher. That's at least what I need to believe anything. Super Bowl isn't bullshit, bro. I thought the market was going to stay up right before PHILO. But I don't know if the bonds will move. I feel like, again, both bonds and stocks are red right now. But I feel like that, like we saw it really, really clear here a couple hours ago. I just feel like you need the bonds a little bit higher. The XOMs came down. Those went back to break even. Scammers. Putin warned Britain will kick his backside to send more weapons. Even then, I think it was not Sergey, but like one of the ministers for Russia yesterday, he said, welcome to a brave new world of higher energy prices. Like their response to the Nord Stream was like, damn, sucks for you. We're just going to charge double. XOM. SPY's coming back down. Bonds have not moved, but the SPY is moved a lot bigger here. Just told the fiance to order 2 posture correctors on her private account. It's good, but you got to make you still have to get good posture with them. I used them for a little bit, but like it's weird, but like it's good to have. It's good to have. Just focus on the posture. That's it. That, and then you need good back workouts. That's it, bro. Russian soldiers enter separatist-controlled self-proclaimed republics. The EU is prepared to impose a second set of sanctions on Moscow. We are down 10% from all-time highs. That's the correction. So about 45 days ago, you were at all-time highs not too long ago. You were down 10% at this point. Anything, I believe, below 428 is 10% correction. Costco pot stickers? Do they sell them at the food court, or do you have to buy them there? That sounds fire. That sounds like something right up my alley. I'm a big pot sticker guy. I like them. Are your messages saying set? Yeah, we see you, bro. You good. You good. They make your back muscles weaker. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I've noticed that over time. Like, I wore it a lot, but then right when I take it off, I would like slunch, and then it was like, I don't know. It's just like you have to do posture corrector with back workouts. That's the only way. You need to get the back workouts, and you need leg workouts too. That's where I'm slacking. That's the big slacking on my posture. I need way more leg workouts. Biden, he's supposed to speak today. You got a press briefing in about an hour or two. Chicken legs, nah, bro. I didn't realize how strong I was until I threw that guy on the basketball court. Bro, I just wanted to box him out, and it went from he was at the key to like I just put my arm out and took one step, and I just leaned, and like maybe I'm just fat, but I pushed him out, bro. He went out of bounds. It was like he didn't even see it coming. So I don't know, bro. Even then, we in there, bro. Okay, let me get a carbo. Spy's coming down. We will see what happens with this. We'll see what happens with this. You out here throwing his high schoolers. Nah, he was bigger. He was one of the older guys. That's why I was like, I got this. And he was at least like 6 or 7 inches taller than me. And I was like, you need to lift more, kid. No, I'm kidding. I was just like, I was impressed. I felt like Saitama for a second. I was like, wow, what is this power in me? The carbo of the day is a sugar-free Red Bull. Had to keep it classic. Did you watch the Clown BB video? I saw that email, but I didn't. There was nothing attached to it. What was the last name of the Robert guy? Harvey. You ever miss sugar? I still have some sugar, but I try not to. Sugar is the death of me, bro. That's it. So I still have sugar, but it's bad. Harvey Specter. Okay, Michael Ross. I love how we all have the same TV shows. I think sugar is the worst thing in the world, but I can't stop. Like, I don't think y'all realize sugar is awful. Like, it's crazy, but that's so good, and it's so it's literally addicting. Like, it's just actually I think I'm addicted to sugar. I water down my orange juice with sugar or water. I don't know. I feel that heroin is probably worse. It depends. Heroin just kills you. Sugar will keep you alive, but I think sugar at the level of addictiveness is crazy. Like, think about it. All of y'all have been hooked on sugar since you were like 4, if you really think about it. Does your mom still put laxatives or cookies? Yeah. That and fiber. Magic Spoon cereal. That sounds so familiar. Very familiar. Everything's hitting the lows again. Microsoft came back down, and so did Tesla. What time is it? 10? You're back down a quarter, so literally last 30 minutes, an hour, 2 indexes, 3 indexes were all positive, and we flipped red. NASDAQ back down to 1%. You're approaching the lows. U.S. Russia forces near Ukraine are as ready as they could be. We've got a couple of back and forths with any of the data. Nothing new. The only 2 developments are really just talks now of more sanctions. So if it plays out like yesterday where the market sells off on the sanction talks and then the sanctions come out, depending on if they're good or bad or the level of strength to them, we'll probably get the reaction. But really, I even think we're responding a little bit to bonds. And to give you an update, your Fed futures are coming back down to those levels, ladies and gentlemen. So we're getting back down. Fed futures are not looking pretty today. There's a little bit of that, and I'm paying attention to bond volatility so we could get some level of reaction. I'm addicted to dry scooping pre-workout. Nah, you're just a crackhead, but I feel you. I like it. I used to like dry scooping until it was like, I don't know, I think I like inhaled it once while like, you know what I'm saying? And I just started dying and I was like, I'm never doing that again. And then I had to retire. But I don't, what's it called? I only put my pre-workout, I put it in less than like an ounce of water. So like I do it like, I just literally put at least, I could drink all my pre-workout in one sip. Mm-hmm. You never dry scooped? Oh, you should try it for sure. You should try it at least once. If you've never done it, just be safe on it. You know what I'm saying? You got 405 on the bench yesterday? Jeez. You're an animal. You better be eating right now. I'm sure it takes that. That needs a lot of food to keep that up there. Get those gains. I tried that fix on YouTube. I saw it, but it seemed really hard, and I got scared about downloading. Dash is selling off right now. Dash through the lows, down 4%, but there's a little chicle right there. It was the best time to hit the gym. If you could do mornings, I can't do mornings. I would be a little too tired, but big fan of just any time, honestly. Yeah, DoorDash hits record low. What was it? 1238. Maybe 30 minutes ago, Wisconsin Assembly to regulate food delivery services. So I don't know if that's new or not, but that was like 30 minutes ago for DoorDash, but then it's selling through. There is a PHILO today, but we got to hopefully get out of this zone here on the S&P right now. I would hate to be at the lows again, awaiting sanctions while we're mid-PHILO. We could still do it again. I just don't like cutting off the PHILOs. Just Linus Text. They're super reputable at taking recommendations. It seemed confusing. I mean, do I just have to download that thing from GitHub and then like just run it? Like, I don't know if there's like, is it an exe or something? I usually, my old hacker days tell me never open an exe. So that's why, if you know, you know. If you know, you know. Market does like PHILO. We might be able to change it a little bit. It's like this new, it's like somebody made this, it was like a big YouTuber, like tech tips, and he made, someone in chat, JG, he showed me this, but it's like a little program to delete all the spam comments and all the people who are like, what's at me? Hey, I'm Josh, hibbity bobbity boo. But it's like a little program that like could scan your whole channel and it could get rid of every single one of them, just in one click. So it could be pretty cool. But it just seemed, I looked at it yesterday. I wanted to try it, but I was a little bit sketched out by it, and then it seemed a little confusing. The ban, I don't know why you're banned, Juice. I know Babinski was saying we need to get you unbanned, but I did not ban you at all. I think YouTube, you were probably commenting on all the little Canadian trucker videos. You know what I'm saying? And then YouTube was like, yeah. That's it. So they went after you, bro. That's just what happens. They're like, this guy's commented on way too many freedom videos. We gonna have to limit his visibility. I feel you. It happens. It happens. It totally happens. It really does happen though. Like, like this is not a joke, bro. Sadly. Any reason other than VWAP? Not. I mean, the bonds, I wouldn't even say this was VWAP rejection as much as it is, again, news kind of developing and then us moving around and then, bonds doing their thing. But this time it's interesting because take a look. That means bonds are going to have to rocket out of nowhere today, or SPY's probably going to bounce. We'll see. Door dashing while listening to the chat. God bless you, baby. Keep it up. I'm proud of you. That's what I'd like to hear. Away from the market because school, why is everything getting clapped? There's a lot. So as of late, in the really near term and what we've been reacting to, it has been reacting to the tensions in Russia and Ukraine. But now when we take a look at, what led up into January, the beginning of the year till now, it was the Fed futures and the expectations that the Fed is going to turn very less accommodative. And so it was a mix of that, and now they've kind of merged here in the last couple days, and that's where it's getting pretty wild. No, but even then, though, that other channel, so that video that JG sent me that was showing, how to get rid of the spam comments, it was showing how a lot of other big YouTube channels, they have the same problem where people are like, literally, like, I didn't even say anything offensive, let alone bad, and their comments don't show up. It's like, it's YouTube, bro. YouTube has like, I don't know why they aren't able to fix some of the stuff that they have. So just keep that in mind. You know what I'm saying? Just keep that in mind, and we love all of you. God bless you. Ruble's up 3, and that's not good. Ruble up, again, people were saying with it, it's just like if the ruble keeps going up, that's the warning signal. We're coming down a little bit. The market, the low of the day from yesterday is 426.30. And my opinion, my estimate is that if we flush, if it's a really big drop of 426, we could go down to 421. But if it somehow stays chilled out, I think we could get back to, I think it'll go to like 423, 424. But 421 is really what I'm looking at above all else. The ruble is going, how is it going up? Mixed with the dollar, and it's weak over there. Again, you have to realize, like, I'm telling you right now, Biden didn't do it. And honestly, like, big props to Biden because the sanctions were soft, but if he took a more harder sanction, it would have clapped the Russian people. So why would the ruble be weakening right now? Does it, like, think about it for, like, literally the ruble is up 3. Yeah, this is awful. This is hideous right now. Again, not only is this probably at the 10-year high, yeah, you're going absolutely insane. But why does it make sense why the ruble would weaken? I want you guys to think about what happens. Like, think about if you were, some of you have foreign parents, it's good. But I want you to put yourself in the shoes of a Russian citizen, right? Why would the ruble be weakening at such a large percentage, especially after the United States just sanctioned you today? And again, we said it's a soft sanction. So that's a good part. That's an economic answer, that less imports or anything that would affect that could weaken the currency. Totally correct in that sense. It's pretty much if you're worried. So if there's going to be any more retaliation or any back and forth, like I said, if Biden sanctions a state-owned Russia bank, everybody in Russia is going to have a really difficult time getting money, all of the citizens. So essentially, you got to think about it. When people get worried, what are they going to do in the home country? They're more likely to sell off their currency and go buy $1 or €1, depending on where they're located, geographically speaking. So that's a really, really big part of it right there, is that you could see it, but it's essentially, if you get one more sanction and it leads to something really tying up the banks there, a lot of the people's money is not going to be good. Again, like you're like, oh, our stock market, the volatility, like Russia stocks have fell 30% since this all started. So just keep that in mind. Can't shout out the vets with Putin balls in your mouth. Honestly, you're just uneducated, and there's nothing I wish I could do to change your opinions. If you can't understand how we could talk about politics, I've been doing this for over a decade. I got degrees, I got everything in it. At the end of the day, if you're not mature enough to listen to both sides, I mean, honestly, you probably have somebody else's balls in your mouth if you think about it. Do you know how price per click works and CPM? Chances are a lot of the stupid conspiracy theories that you've educated yourself with on the internet, chances are those people are making hand over fist every time you click these clickbait articles. You know that? I hope you realize that. That's why. That's like they don't get clickbait to make money if you go read a fucking macroeconomics textbook. You see what I'm saying? None of that exists in there. But if you go on any of these websites and you click all of this and you go down the rabbit hole, they're making hand over fist, turning you into an uneducated bastard, okay? So you just better watch out for that. Because it's real. Because at the same time, I mean, I take offense to that because it's like you can't say I'm this or that. I support everybody on both sides. But, you know, when we talk about the economic situation, I mean, I've studied this for damn years. And I was telling you about Ukraine, oil, stocks, well ahead of all of it. So don't get offended just because I say anything about Putin. And then on top of it, I'm ultra offended that you would say I can't rep my veterans. Because if anything, I do that every single day. And I love my veterans. That's it. It's very, very simple. And honestly, I hope you understand what I really just said. For real. These people are making money off of miseducating you with clickbait. I really hope you guys get that. And I don't think it goes for both sides. It's both your damn CNN and anything you want to say, oh, it's liberal this, liberal that. They're making money. And same thing with the conservative conspiracy shit. Every time they get you to click on a certain thing and they scare you about the world and what the liberals are doing, they're making money on every single click. Don't ever forget that, okay? They're making bank. I promise you. They don't feel me, bro. They don't feel me. And thank you for watching the Stock Market Live. At the end of the day, we appreciate your feedback. And thank you for watching. And we do have merchandise. Thank you. So SPY's coming down. It did not like that discussion there. We're back to the lows, but bonds are moving, but now bonds are lower. S&P is outpacing. This does not look good. That means the range could get big because low-key, if we get down to 4, if the bonds follow along with the lows, TLT will get back up to highs and SPY will be at like 425 maybe or 426 flat. But watch out, you're hitting the new lows again. Sleepy Joe timing, we don't know. I honestly, I answered that like a genuine question. But Joe Biden, we don't know when he's going to be speaking today. But they did say they anticipate it in press briefing at 2:30. It's flushing. Yeah, again, I want the bonds to move. I really do not like this because essentially if SPY keeps coming down and TLT doesn't move, there's chances are we're going to move a little bit bigger unless one of them budges. You either need the SPY on the short term to come back up a little bit or the bonds really need a rocket. But that pretty much there's a lot of leg room now between the market and this to go. Deleted tweet on Jamia. UVXY is going crazy. A lot of the other plays are coming back now. Let me check put premium. Your butterflies are still holding. I don't have any UVXY calls, but it's interesting. Yeah, the Facebook puts went right back up, though. That was a crazy move right there. A lot of premiums were dead, and then right when we broke the low. So you're at 426.10. So remember, we did not break this level the whole time. You're now 1 point below. You are at the lows of yesterday. This is not good. So bonds are starting to react a little bit. Watch if we break. The butterflies, they're only up 65%. 65%. Again, we have a lot more time on them to do their thing. Oh, that's interesting. You guys want to see the interesting part? Here's the butterfly. This is the second one, but I just wanted to see. So the butterfly overall is up 60, but take note, the put is only up 53. So then we're down 50% on the one we sold, and then you got 30% on the one there. So in a weird way, you're making more off of the butterfly than buying the actual put. So if we bought an April put near the money, then it's actually very wild. Again, that's what I said yesterday. They're outperforming the IWMs. The cost of those were 60 cents, or excuse me, 90 cents. And then the other ones I got were 47 cents. I have two butterflies. No, I did two. So why I did one on the Robinhood, because the first one I bought, the contracts would have overlapped with the 380. So I had to do it on another account or pick another expiration date. SPY's coming down now. You broke the lows of yesterday. You are now lower. That is not good. So I'm putting it on the stream alert. Again, we're lower than yesterday. I would say 421 is max pain. That's where we get level 3. If we go lower than 421, wave 3 is in there. Otherwise, watch for support around like 423, 424. It may chill out. Again, the bonds haven't moved a little bit, so we're bouncing a little. You got that flush. That was ugly. That was ugly. That one was butter. Again, remember, we had a lot of the early butter in the morning when we broke, 429 and 428. And then we really held this one, if you remember. Then that's when we had the little bounce. But then it really just flushed that 427.50 down to 426 flat, 425.80. Is that TLT supposed to be opposite? They should be traditionally, and we've been noticing it again. There's going to be a lot of back and forth. I really like to watch it, and I'll pick it apart. It will get confusing at times, and that's what we're seeing today. Like, it was looking good up until here, and even then, this is just a weird move because now the SPY keeps going down, but it didn't really cause the same bond reaction. But we're looking at a very micro correlation right now, so that's why we've been looking at TLT and the SPY comparatively in different realms, and that's the interesting part because bonds went down today, and the lower the bonds go, it widens out the divergence. So it's pretty wild. Wait, I might hear micro, macro. I think of Gary V. What did he say? Micro, macro. Yeah, SPY premium, it's holding. It holds even the IWMs. I'm shocked. I'm shocked that a butterfly is making more money than just buying the straight up put. Because usually, if you bought the straight up put, you should benefit. Because we bought them right here. We bought right here and right here. If you buy any put and it goes down this fast, you should make a lot of money. But the fact that the butterfly is up above it is very, very weird. Thank you every day. You got 6 months, the amount of knowledge. But listen, man. 6 months is early in the journey. We're glad you're here, man. And if you really want to learn a lot and watch like everything, and really get a good return on your investment here, make sure you have the long term and you're going to be good to go, man. Trust me. Trust me. I still have the Facebook puts from yesterday, and I even have some of the old ones. I kind of want to get rid of them. Remember those June Facebooks that I got? And remember, they move really, really slow. I have 40% on those. Honestly, I think I might have to. Okay, I sold my Facebook June 110s, 40% profit. I had like $1,500 worth, so it was a nice profit. I decided to take it, and then I'm holding the short-term Facebooks. We love you, man. We love you. We love you, man. God bless you. I have the Teslas from yesterday. I sold one set of Teslas, took profit on those. I was a little worried if we got a bigger bounce in the morning. I talked about that yesterday. Remember I told you with the March Tesla? Because I said if there's a bounce, I'll lose like 100% of the premium, have another 100% left in profit. It did just that. I walked away with 100, called it a day, and then I'm still holding the short term, and it's up 50 or 60% right now. And the habit of not checking the long term, good. I'm telling you, even with the shit I don't know, maybe I'm too hyped, the shit I've been hearing, the shit I've been feeling, the people I've been talking to, I'm telling you, the long term is fire. Like I said, anybody who has the fortitude to just literally spread it out evenly, little by little, just watch. You are not going to be disappointed, and understand, man, like you're on the internet a lot. You know what I'm saying? Like you're on the internet a lot. You're talking to younger people a lot. And I just hope you guys realize, though, there is such a big group of the world right now, and there's a lot of big money, and people, they're not worried about this year. They're not worried about next year. People are really just thinking. Again, they're thinking generational wealth. They're thinking about assets that they're going to own today to give to their kids in 18 years. Literally the shit I say to you. So just keep that in mind, because, I mean, that's why I'm saying it doesn't mean you get ahead of yourself. Doesn't mean you're like you go sell everything and deposit and all do it at once. Nah, it's just little by little. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm saying if you're going to spread it evenly and go little by little, you're going to be great. But just don't underestimate the power of it in owning some really, really good quality. And, you know, make sure you align yourself with some of the super powers and super families of the world. They own this stuff. You know, they own a lot of good companies. You would be surprised. So just keep that in mind. They're not thinking the Fed will save them. People are literally, though, again, there's just some people, if you really set your finances up, whether you're extremely wealthy or not, but you just have a good savings plan and you've saved your money set aside and you're not really overextending yourself. A lot of people are just thinking about the future. A lot of people aren't really worried about 24 to 12 months. As much. It's a portion. I'm just saying, though, you get on the internet, you talk to a lot of younger people, you talk to people who are more into politics and craziness on a day-to-day basis, and that's all you see, you're going to get a whole different outlook. But there's a lot of big money out there, and even like middle income money, but they're not, their view of it is a lot different. Ba-da-ba-beep-beep. Yeah, they don't feel me. Long-term hype, baby. Do I read the Bible every day? Yes. Every day and every week. I think I've not missed a week or a day of reading the Bible in almost 3.5 years. A little longer. Because sometimes, you know, the thing would glitch out on me. But, yeah, it's been something I've incorporated in my life on a daily basis. And it's just like the long term. And it's changed a lot. It's changed a lot. If I look at the trajectory of my life from when I started reading my Bible consistently, it's amazing. I mean, and God is good, and that's why, baby, finger to the sky. To God be the glory. They don't feel me. Woo! When are you cutting the Boeing puts? They suck right now. They came right back to break even. They got clapped out. I'm going to hold those because, again, Boeing has a history of getting sanctioned. You guys know that? Have you guys realized, like, Boeing is, like, America's target? So do you guys remember in 2020, even during the pandemic, do you guys remember when Munchkin came out and said that if Boeing, based on Boeing's slowdown, it would knock 0.5% all the way up to 1.5% off of GDP? Did you guys know that? I did not watch the document yet. And then I think it was Iran or Turkey. They sanctioned Boeing in 2019 or 2018. But pretty much anytime people don't like us, they go after Boeing. So that's what I'm waiting on. That's why it's like if there is any retaliation, I wouldn't be surprised. Long-term alerts, we just haven't made a purchase yet. So that's probably why you haven't been texted. If you haven't signed up for the long-term alerts, it's free $99, baby. First link in the description. Docu will change your mind. They come off very dirty. Oh, bro. I knew Boeing was dog shit. I knew Boeing was shady from the fucking... Bro, do you realize if 2 planes crash in like a 30-day, 45-day period? Oh, my gosh, bro. It was... bro, Boeing... That was wild. But, yeah, Boeing's pretty shady for the most part. But that one was a very, very sad, honestly, very sad because like a lot of people died, dude, and it was just it was very, very wild. Facebook under 200. I need to have 180 for our long term, for here. Biden, we have no set time just yet. I do not believe. White House news briefing is at 2:20, and then Harris. That's it, but there's no scheduled Biden. That is pre-COVID levels, yeah. That's it. You know, stream alerts anymore, scrapping anything for the long term. Don't even trip, baby. What's yours is yours. You put in the time, and honestly, the long term will reward you. Again, I really, above all else, man, I really believe in it, and I just know that a lot of people in here, man, I want to, you know, I pray for it, bro. I pray for all of you, and that's why it's like I want everybody to have the same gift that I got. And, you know, that's why time in the market and just taking advantage of, you know, we could have fun all day. We could talk. We could make trades. There's going to be a lot of ups and downs. You're developing. You're learning as a human. You're figuring out what you want to do in life, or you're already continuing what you've already started. But the idea is to have those assets alongside of you and take advantage of the time you know about this stuff. I mean, it's priceless. So I really, you know, long-term, man, for the win. No shame in that, no matter what it is or whatever the reason, man. If it's helping you stick to your plan, if it's helping you save, it's helping you out to the long term, that's all it comes down to. Can you talk about seller financing? Seller financing is dope. It's just when instead of getting a loan from the bank, the seller sells it to you. So honestly, even the house that I bought that I'm flipping now, the lady was gonna seller finance it because she had the house paid off. So if you have the house paid off, instead of getting a loan from a bank, the homeowner could give you the loan. So they could literally create a mortgage for you, and then you don't have to qualify with the bank, and then you give the homeowner the down payment, and then you pay them monthly, but then you would get, you know, the title in your name, but then they would have the first position on the mortgage. So you could pretty much get a mortgage from a homeowner. That's so it's like private lending. It's very cool if you could get somebody to do it. So I had the lady, the one I bought the house from, she said she was down to seller finance it, but I said, nah, we don't want to do it. I want to get it. It's not risky at all. No, not at all. It's usually higher interest or comparable, but it depends on people who want to do it. And the homeowner has to have the house paid off, and they have to, They have to just be willing to do it realistically. But no, it's a good bet. As a homeowner, I would take it. So I could get my dad's property that way. Yeah, if he has the house paid off or most of it, he could do it. Most sellers, they wouldn't want to do it, but sometimes you could offer really good deals. Like literally, you could tell them, be like, why wouldn't you take 20% down, 10% down, and you can make 8% a month in interest or 8% a year in interest. So So if it defaults, yeah, you resume ownership. That's what I'm saying. So if somebody came up to me, $1 million house, and said, hey, I want you to seller finance it, I'll give you $200,000 down right now, and then I'm going to pay you $8,000 a month. Right? I'm like, okay. And then let's say 2 years later, I collect $8,000 a month. I'm making like $96,000 a year in payments. I collect another $200,000 over 2 years, and then the guy defaults. Guess what? You kick him out, and the house is still in your name, or you still have first position. You get the house, and you get all the money back. So it's a win-win for everybody. And then for the buyer, that it helps them if they can't qualify, and it's just a way easier way to get it. So SPY coming down again. We're still at the level 426. Watch for the butter again. 423, 424 is where I think we get like it gets bad, and that's where we get some support. But then 421 is max pain. That is the lows from January. Flush, bro. You buttered. So that's butter right there. If you guys are always asked what butter is, you were just chilling at 426, and then you broke the level half a point down. That one was butter. I didn't even really see that one coming. Again, the bonds acting weird. We're going down. Tesla, Facebook, a couple of other names. I'd watch XLE and XLV to see if they give up. Energy kind of wants to slip, and XLV might go red. So we'll see how that plays out. It is it's ugly today, but I mean, it could have been a lot worse there in the morning because it was early. At least now it's 10:30. But today, I mean, it's just like yesterday. We're literally on the cusp of confirming wave 3. You see what I'm saying? You're now lower than you've really been in a long time. And then now if we hit a new low and then close there, I mean, you're for real. Your wave 3 is here. Now look at bonds are dropping. So we'll see. We might bounce a little bit here again, but the bonds haven't really been too reliable in the last like 30, 45 minutes. How many times I have to default? Just whatever you accept. That's it. It's like whatever the terms of the contract, but usually the first time. Have any fintech? I don't. That's why I like Square a lot now that it's cheap. But it's like I so want more dividends and value. But even then, we did the calculation yesterday. Ever since the value and growth kind of moved around, we're like 40%. We're like 40, 58 or something. So we have a lot of value, believe it or not. I don't know how. This is ugly. We are going down there again. Bonds aren't playing along. I think you're on your own. This is just starting to look like more market panic, market dynamic, because it's not even playing along with the bonds. If anything, I think it's gonna probably catch up. Not even then. SPY is outpacing even with a positive correlation. Down in the alley of bad, and Putin's got going down thinking be a number one with the bullet. I'm sorry. The Google send a LT alert, or excuse me, send an email and try to sign up with it. It should be good. Longeveron, it does have one more left in it. I mean, we're still waiting for the phase 3 trial to give them the what's it called, the PVR. Will you volunteer for the Cold War, or will you go if I get drafted? Unfortunately, I have flat feet, so I can't get drafted. I could provide motivational support. I think that would be a better job because honestly, I'm not really too handy. You know what I'm saying? I could bench a lot and I could lift weights, but I think like I'm better of a hype man. Like I could motivate them and get them ready to go. You know what I'm saying? If we needed to, like I'll do whatever to serve my country where I'm best fit, or I could probably help with financial crimes, if anything, with Russia and trying to identify it. And I'm pretty good. If you give me the bonds, give me a couple filings. I mean, if that was my job, I could find a couple of things. I did it once in 2015. There was one sketchy company. What was it? Freescale. There's a couple. It's a long story. Did I ever? I didn't even tell you the. I found someone sketchy in real estate before, actually. So I was looking at real estate. SPY's dropping 425. Yo, we buttered again. So I'm just saying that because you're about to hit 425 flat. Get ready. 423, 424. I think it might hold up there. But 421 is max pain right now. We melting. No circuit breaker because you're barely down. This is only 1.5%. The problem was we opened up and everyone's like, yeah, it's a gap up. But we were right at the barely the highs of yesterday. So it's like today the market's not even down a lot. This is just continuing the badness from yesterday. So I think like 1.5 days, it's almost 3%. UVXY coming down or coming up. Whoa, the Facebook puts, those went back up. The new ones from today. Yeah, all the volatility indexes right now are going insane. Jeez. They are going insane right now. Again, the bonds haven't moved. I think we're going to be on our own. You're at 425. Watch out here. We are liable for another butter. Again, you have not been here. I'm telling you have not traded at this range for this long since January. Again, we barely hit these levels really, really fast. So, again, this is approaching max pain point. 425, a little bit of a bounce, but see what happens. Boy, not everything. So let me get XLV. Energy is about to go red now. That was one of the only ones. Or XLV, excuse me. Healthcare is going red. XLE is the final one. 425.19 on the SPY. Low tickers getting active. Pepsi and a couple of value names now. Pepsi, Kroger. So look at a couple of value names that aren't as clapped. They're getting knocked right now. Yeah, financials too. Snap is holding because they had good earnings. I mean, again, remember Snap was actually pretty stellar. Yeah, Tesla bounce, McDonald's play. I don't have any. January had a 4% decline in race intraday. Yeah. Again, remember that was one of the biggest bounces. And you guys don't remember what got us up last time? Oh, you forgot? Remember, last time we bounced and then we don't have him anymore. There's something that correlates around here. That was just straight gasoline. Not Powell. Remember that day. There was one day. It was the biggest day in history. It was actually you've never seen it before in history. It never happened ever. It was the largest single day down move and single day up move intraday. Nah, there it is. Amazon. Remember, Amazon and Google earnings? Difference is you ain't got no earnings to jack you up 5% on the second biggest company in the world. So that's the problem. So remember, some of those bounces, it correlated with a lot of the earnings moves. And again, Amazon. So that's the difference. We just don't have that here. UVXY isn't showing panic yet. UVXY. It hasn't shown panic yet. It's hard to once you go up and come down, but it's still elevated. So it's not like showing more panic than we've experienced, but it's, UVXY shouldn't stay up like this. As you notice, it'll go up and then quickly come down. So for you to kind of be holding here it's not pretty. Why do we think we could get another bounce? Just because 2018, and that's the And that's the back and forth, and it would just look a lot like it. And it makes sense because we were doing very good, but remember what brought us down, though. The thing that brought us down last time was a lot bigger than what brought us down here. This was brand new market repricing. This was a little bit of bad earnings, and then a giant dose of Russia, Ukraine, European security crisis. You see what I'm saying? So that's why it's like we could bounce a little bit more off of that, and then if that happened, a lot of this market pattern would play out like 2018, and then it would really start to look like the repo crisis, which would correlate with the rates. Electric vehicle sales peaked in Q4. Tesla dominates market share with 72%. Ooh. I need the offer. That's it. We have the disclosures. Bro, they do property so different up there. So you know that? Like in San Fran, before offering, you send disclosures. So they look at everything before even offering. So like here in SoCal, we offer and then they send you the disclosures, inspections, and all of that. Here, or in San Fran, they ask for all of this stuff before making an offer. It's actually pretty wild to think about. Same with Florida and Texas. Yeah, it's slow, though. That's the thing, though. That's why it's, like, really, really slow. That's different. It's different if you're used to SoCal. Because, like, SoCal, we're offering blind if you think about it. We're just going in. We're like, yo, buy, that's it. Like, so anybody offering on this house, they have to, they're looking at everything beforehand. So they're like literally they're not going in blind. So when they're making, it's a lot stronger of an offer, though. That's the thing I like about it, because now I know anybody making an offer, they've gone through all the disclosures, they're reading it all, they know what to expect. So it's pretty just, straightforward. They're sent the opening. The buyers are sent out after the offers are accepted. So we've sent out a lot. So like we've had like 5 people reached out so far. 2 of them, we've already sent them the packages and they're going over it. And then now they're trying to figure it out. And then they said they move slow. That's why it's a lot slower of a property. Like usually, like in this market, we would probably be pending by now. And like we have people interested in it, but it's a lot slower. But it's kind of cool. I kind of like it because now I know, now I just know the offers are going to just be a lot chiller. You send signed sellers and offer together, no inspection until after offer is expected. Have you noticed any slowdown in real estate? Nah. I've noticed the opposite. All I've seen is just stupidity. And I say that because it's like, I was shocked. Again, every single house, like even Lending Tips' flip, I told him to put it 200 grand higher than what he wanted. And he thought I was crazy. Like he absolutely thought I was insane. And then he did it, and then he even got to offer 100 grand higher than that. And this is all within the last 2 weeks, 3 weeks. So, and then my house, even then too, I put it up, and Lending Tips was trying to tell me to do a certain price, and I went 400 grand above what Lending Tips said was too high. And the house is already a hot home, and within 1 week, I mean, we're sitting on 2 tentative offers right now. So it's wild right now. And it doesn't matter the price point or anything. It's just there's not a lot of supply. So it's like it's really, really bad. And even if rates go up, it's wild. Real estate is going to crash. It will eventually, it'll come down, but even if it crashed, it would come back. At this point, it's gone up so much. If it crashes, it goes back to 2018 prices. Just think about that for a second. You know, and really, just think about it. Housing exuberance preceded 08. Housing exuberance was the problem of 08. You might be walking away from my new build. You did the numbers. It doesn't look good. I mean, well, what did they start at? Maybe just don't put so many upgrades. But again, if you could, I would look at the market. New builds, I made a lot of money on new builds. They've been really, really good. They've been really, really good. Houses will go from 900K to 350, and everybody who buys will be stuck in 07. You might be right. I mean, but now, can I ask you if we're going to consider that? If we could consider that, then I want you to think about this. What would be the alternative to what you just said? Right? So if house prices are going to collapse and everybody, you know, the prices are going to go from 900 to 300K, what would be the alternative in the next 12 months, 24 months, 3 years? No, do you get the question I'm asking? What I'm pretty much saying, and this is the other part, is that what happens now if you get all of these supply issues, everything, and then it goes from 900K to 1.5 in that 2-year period before that? Again, rents just hit a record high that they've never hit, and it's just starting. Again, the data is just showing rents going up, but we were talking about this for literally 2 years on this channel now at this point. Again, the real estate market is slow, and it's behind. That's the one thing I'll tell you. I even get impatient, because I'm so into stocks and all this quick stuff, bro. I forgot how long these real estate deals take, man. And it's just it's so slow. The data, bro, it's a whole different world. That's why I think a lot of people miss out on it, and it's just not like the stock market. Again, even then, in the last 3 months, 4 months, you've seen many assets drop 40% or more, right? Again, some big names, big high-quality companies, even damn Facebook, anything you could name, real estate did not get affected by it. It's completely in its own little realm there. So keep that in mind, okay? Keep that in mind. The economy rarely commits old mistakes. It patches them and commits new ones. Yes, 100%. 100%. Have I gotten to Ethereum after selling? I have not until I have to sell this house. So that's my plan. Again, it was my plan that justified me selling. It's going to be my plan when I get the purchase. Right when we close escrow, I'll have $500,000. I'm going to put it right back into Bitcoin and Ethereum. I may grab some other things, and then we go from there. But that's been my whole plan, and it's doing decent so far. It's it's looking like it's going to work out, God willing. So we'll see. Baba, I have an old Baba play, but that is it. How do you flip new builds? You just buy them. You buy them, or you could even sell the contract to something. But again, I don't know. The guy who was saying the new build, really go just get the cheapest new build you can. I would not back out of it, especially if it's going to cost you money. But you can send it to me if you like. If you have that new build, send it to me, and I'll give you my opinion. Eric, I did acknowledge your super chat, bro. I think you might have missed it. You should go back on the stream. You'll see it. I think it was like a couple minutes after because we were listening and stuff. But I love you, bro. God bless you. I'm in a new build. They're building. It's to keep up with demand. And it's a good deal usually. They used to be bad deals, but in this type of market, and again, it's easier to sell too. That's the thing. Right now with the real estate market, it's just like cars and anything else. It's like people want the nice shit. If you have two houses right now and one of them is move-in ready and one of them already has new upgrades, it's a more newer build, a newer shower, newer kitchen, you know what I'm saying? That house is going to sell, and it's going to sell faster and for more money than any other comparable like older house, just because people want that sort of they like it turnkey and they like it nice like that. That's one thing I noticed. That's why even like Lending Tips' flip, it sold really fast and for a lot of money, just because it was a brand new house practically. You know, he had a lot of upgrades. It looked really good compared to a lot of the other comps. Because again, if you wanted to remodel and everything, it would cost you money, time. If you could get someone like, that's why new builds and some of the house flips, I mean, they look really, really good. UNLT still buy rentals in Indiana. I haven't bought any. I don't think I've got one in the last like year or two. But LT has been buying a bunch of them. Baba earnings, like I said, I don't think I have an old play, but I don't know if I'll get a new one. So should you redo kitchen? You can, but then like again, just like the other house, I'll show you the video. The house I kept showing you, the one I'm flipping now, it's like you have to just do the numbers if it makes sense. If you think right now you're in a good market and you could get a lot, it's like how much more do you think the kitchen is going to add to it? It will help if there's a lot of competition in your area, but a lot of times, you might just be able to put it up, save yourself the time, effort, and money, and you'll still get a good one. But let me go to the bathroom. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Keep it positive and respectful, and we love you. Okay? God bless you. Royal Bank of Canada, freezing account. People are pulling their money out. Premiums are cheap. Is it RBC? That one actually might be a play, dude. It's a little tinfoily, but it could work. Because the difference is it's like government action. So like it's, the stock may not get clapped because you would get more clapped if you didn't listen to the government in that case. But if it did lead to a big outflow of capital, it could be that one could be a decent one. We'll see. But let me go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram, and maybe we have time. I think we're gonna have time. We'll see. I'm in the coat. It's a good day, bro. It's a good day. It's a long day. Woo! Apple backed up big. It fell from the safe haven zone, and they were actually leading on the downside today. I want to do the PHILO, but we are really at a key level, man. Why are they doing us like this? TLT, is it actually moving ahead? UVX. If TLT goes up, he's not moving, man. Is Apple considered too big to fail? I wouldn't say too big to fail, but I mean, maybe if they failed, it would be bad. But you gotta like, it would just take a lot. You know, they're a big company and they got a lot of cash. Visa, Mastercard, they've been getting clapped all day. Facebook breaks 200. It did it a couple of times, but I mean, it's sitting right there. We're looking at a couple of long terms again, and even our portfolio is actually, the growth weighting is going up. SLV and gold are moving too. So I'm keeping a couple plays in mind. There's a lot of good growth ones, and then there's a couple of value plays with a little bit of premium. That's about it. It keeps bouncing off 200. It's a big level. SPY's coming down. I thought we were going to get a little bit more of a bounce, but bonds are slowly edging up. They're not showing the hand, but it looks like the trajectory is going there. Sentinel-1 fails to price IPO for the first time. Or it fell to its initial offering. Microsoft new lows. It's too quiet. It is, but I need the bond. The bonds are getting up there. The bonds are getting up there, and this is like I said, we're probably going to go really low once the bonds hit a new high. Because remember, bonds are down today, and it's like you're getting like an intermediary middle of the day like safe haven effect, which just didn't really exist in the morning. And again, the correlation's been going back and forth. Currency, if ruble moves, Russia holding yuan could be another mechanism for them to capture rubles. The strength maintains with the yuan, or is the dollar denomination more important? The dollar. And why? Because half of Russia's budget is oil. So it's dollar, and then oil is denominated in oil. Now, let's say they do some sort of oil deal with the Chinese gold yuan or something like that. Then we could talk about that. But for the most part, even on the international scale, I mean, them related to the dollar will affect it. But specifically with oil, the correlation will be between those. God bless you, Carlos, whether you've been busy or not. Hopefully you got the long term. Again, we're bouncing a little bit here, at least not flushing right back down there to the lows. Again, we didn't break 425.13, and I believe that you're almost like a half a point, almost a full point below the lows from yesterday, and bonds are moving slow. Biden expands Russia's sanctions to Nord Stream 2. Russia holds a majority of its foreign currency. Yeah, Biden expands. That's weird he's not doing that live. So it's bouncing a little bit. Again, that's like good and bad because, one, Germany did something yesterday, but it's like anything related to energy is not quite the best. So it's kind of a little bit escalation from yesterday. We'll see how the market takes it. I mean, I think it's bad, but we'll find out. It doesn't. If we get a bounce off of it, market may like it just because, again, Europe has already did it, but the United States yesterday did not say anything about energy. So, again, this is what we brought up on the watch list, so we'll see what happens. But that's coming out right now. Biden expands Russia sanctions to Nord Stream 2. I don't know if there's any more. The MO is up 50%, a little bit more. The spreads are pretty wide. So let's see. Again, we got that news coming in. Russia evacuates embassy. I think that's old. Biden announces sanctions on Nord Stream 2 pipeline to take action against Nord Stream, and it's a corporate officer. So that right there might be the kicker there. So anybody even related to the corporate officer, again, that is what people wanted yesterday. That would have been a negative reaction, so we'll see. So again, we were waiting for this news. Again, it was kind of like yesterday. All day we were awaiting some sanctions. We sold off a little bit, and then now it's chilling out here. But it didn't really cause too much. But TLT is moving here, so just keep your eye on it. Honestly, if the SPY stays the same and TLT breaks out, we're probably going to break off of that one. Break lower on the SPY. So let's see here. Just keep watch. But, I mean, you got the news, but right now it's been a minute or so, a minute and a half, and it's like, huh? It's kind of a weird pause. He knew he's trying to lessen the damage on the market. Again, he did it yesterday because yesterday, like I'm saying, yesterday he did not. I said this on the watch list. The fact that he didn't bring up anything new for energy and he didn't go after the state-owned banks or any of the people who could add pressure on Putin, that's why people consider the sanctions as soft. So now he's doing the Nord Stream 2, and he said the corporate officers, it's already related to kind of what Germany and Europe has already done. So that's where it's kind of 50-50, but really we're going to need to see how the market digests it. But for the most part, it seems a little bit more aggressive than yesterday, which would mean a little bit more negative. But you're at this time in the market, you're not watching the it's not like yesterday when we got the announcement and then you saw like bigger pops and drops. So we're actually staying calm, and then bonds are coming up now. So get ready for this. I don't know. They might follow along because it looks like they were following each other kind of here. But if we break out on TLT to a new high, SPY might get ready to flush. God willing, bless Josh, bless the chat, bless Uncle and the car. Tell him, shine. Amen. Yeah, TLT's getting close. Further consultation between two governments. Germany announced that it would halt certification of the pipeline. Today, I've directed my administration to impose sanctions on Nord Stream 2 AG and its corporate officers. These steps are another piece of our initial tranche of sanctions in response to Russia's actions in Ukraine. As I've made clear, we will not hesitate to take further steps if Russia continues to escalate. That is the statement from Mr. Bidonius. And then U.S. senators will get a briefing on Ukraine tomorrow. U.S. senators will get briefing on Ukraine tomorrow. So today was cyber attacks, and now new set of oil sanctions and corporate officers. And I think that's it. Through his actions, President Putin has provided the world with the overwhelming incentive to move away from Russian gas and other forms of energy. I want to thank Chancellor Scholz for his close partnership and continued dedication to holding Russia accountable for its actions. I don't know, maybe. If Biden just like grants all the permits and then the United States starts pumping oil like crazy, what if they wash out oil, or what if they wash out Russia? I guess we'll never know. Welcome to the global politics. I'm seeing, so you got that. Wait, when did you put the deposit down on that house? You did that on July 14th? So are you trying to rent out the new build? That's a thing, if you're gonna rent it or not, but you did it a long time. I need to just check comps in that area, but you probably made money. I would just go sell that contract then. If you have the deposit, you could just sell it to somebody who wants to buy it. But if you're gonna try to rent it, it makes sense why it would be an issue. Because again, but if you're gonna use it to live in or something else, I don't know if you're out of state or not. SPY's coming down now. Again, bonds went up and you're really at the danger zone. ENV on the high. ENV is popping. Investment. We saw this yesterday move. Airbnb new low. Amazon Twitch rolls out ad incentive. SPY coming down and bonds were a little bit up there. So watch if it breaks. But I mean, it's a little bit better. Low ticker is getting active. We're coming back to the lows again. 425. We have not gone any lower than that. Again, 424 to 423. It starts to look ugly. Roblo, Amazon's at the low. Roblo's at the low. Facebookian has not hit the 200. See Apple and Microsoft. BA is getting to the lows, and the premiums are coming back up, but still a little bit down. Tesla put's still holding the same price. UNG mini pop, we're at the low. So again, now you're kind of getting the reaction. It's been like 5 to 7 minutes since the Biden sanction, the part 2 came out. So now we're hitting a low, and the bonds went up with it. Bonds are kind of signaling it. Butterfly's holding 2. See, I need the bonds, but the bonds are kind of up there. Starting to think Airbnb is super overpriced. Not thinking. I feel it. Again, it's still all of those. Just make sure that's how you're going to feel 5 or 10 years from now. And that's the decision we need to make with everything. The Fed indicator got worse today. So we talked about this, and this is what you definitely saw. This came lower here today. It gapped down with the market, stayed low, bounced out. It kind of looks a little like the SPY if we come back up here. So if we close right here, it'll look just like the S&P. Bottom, do those set to always converge? No, they don't. They should pretty much go opposite, and that's what I'm looking for today. Because if bonds start showing safe haven bid and then SPY goes down, it's like the opposite. We saw it a little bit yesterday until they converged. Again, you saw a lot of it, so it's been really confusing lately, and that's why. But it's been a pretty good signal here so far. We saw it really play out there. Is Airbnb the best long-term hold in your opinion? I don't know if it's like the best. I mean, like I really like Abivai and I like a lot of safety. As for a growth name, it's one of the growth names that I'm actually excited about for the next 5 to 10 years. It's just something. Again, I'm gonna want to own it. I like it. It gets me excited. They're already making money. You know, you don't even need to. I don't even need to sell you on the future of it. It's just the fact of the matter. You already know what Airbnb is. It's done better, probably 10 times better since the first time you've heard about Airbnb. And that's it. It's just gonna do its thing. It's one of those companies where I'm like, all right, it's tech, it's real estate, has a lot of upside with it. They're already making good money, so it's chill. Do you have any plays if there's no 2018 bounce? I got random little puts here, and then we have pretty much we've already set up our levels with the SPY and bonds. I mean, if we drop from here and the market goes down 10-15%, I mean, the butterflies, they'll still make us money. Maybe not make us the 20 or 40,000, but it'll make us money if it comes fast. But if it does it slow, the butterflies and then some of the other plays, even I have bigger old Facebook puts that could come to life, but not as like I didn't go fully hard into any of the puts or anything as of late. Said State Department should be coming up. There's security and crypto economy. And then Fed Daily is going to be coming in like an hour. So around like 30 minutes before market open or power hour, Fed Daily speaks. Is that the link? Oh, press read? Oh, I guess so. They said 2 p.m. daily press briefing for the Department of State. Is it too late for the butterfly? No, it just costs more money. That's the thing. That's the paradox of the butterflies. Like you could do the exact same play and it's all about picking your range. It's just going to cost a little bit more money. So that's it. So like the same butterflies would cost you about like 65, 75% more to bet that the SPY would go to 380 or 400 in April, essentially. So you could still find other ones, and if you think it'll go lower, you could probably find some of the other ones cheaper. But that's the thing, though. Let's wait until we get any sort of bounce or not. But if we don't get a bounce, then it becomes a little more difficult, but we'll see. Gonna you buy the call side and wait? No, butterfly, you're doing the same direction. You're just one of them you're shorting. Again, bond. I'm gonna put the SPY back up. SPY's just hanging around here. Again, you got more sanction news, which we will see. The puts, I have my butterflies are set for April. That play was done with millions and like 60%. Yeah, so he made $1 million. The first guy did it with $2 million. But then again, if he hits that play, he will make $50 million. So that's why it's a great hedge. But we'll see. But so far, he's probably up 60, 70% already in the last couple weeks off that. Yeah, Russia could surprise. Yeah, and there's been a lot of inflows. Believe it or not, there was a lot of inflows on that. Like Russia, and again, it's drawn down more than the pandemic. So it's there. There was a new set of sanctions. It was like new and old. It was related to Nord Stream. Bonds came down. SPY coming up here. So if that might fail it a little bit. Let's see. Honestly, keep this chart in mind. If the SPY might start to look like the Fed futures a little bit. It kind of does already. So let's see. Inflows on Russia stocks. Yeah, RSX has had 4 or 5 weeks of weekly inflows. He won't make 50, not even 5. No, I think it's between 36 and 50 million for the max gain on that play. He's already made $1 million on his play for the most part. But we'll see. It's a crazy, again, it's low probability. It looks nice now. I'm glad that we have him, but I mean, we'll see when the cookie crumbles.
Is suspended indefinitely. And as you have just seen,
so this might give some updates on the sanctions.
Today, authorized sanctions on Nord Stream 2 AG and its corporate office holders. We have now taken complementary action using our own authorities to ensure that Nord Stream 2 is off the table, just as we said.
Complementary action, so it may not be that bad.
From the global financial system, 2 large banks that are connected to the Kremlin and Russian military, and Russian sovereign wealth can no longer trade on U.S. or European financial markets. As you all know, we additionally sanctioned Russian elites, those elites who are, in many ways, complicit. This is the beginning of our response. If Putin escalates further, we will escalate further using additional sanctions and export controls, which we've yet to unveil, but are fully prepared to implement with allies and partners across the globe. The sequence of events that Secretary Blinken laid out at the UN Security Council last week appears to be proceeding exactly as he laid out. We've seen false flags. We've seen provocations. We've seen theatrically staged meetings at the Kremlin. We've seen cyber operations, and the list goes on. So where do we go from here? Moscow needs to demonstrate that it's serious about diplomacy. Russia's actions over the last 48 hours have, in fact, demonstrated the opposite. If Moscow's approach changes, we remain ready to engage. The United States and our allies and partners remain open to diplomacy. We are eager to engage to avert what would be a brutal and costly conflict. But as we have said, diplomacy cannot succeed unless Russia changes course. As we have said, we are prepared. We are prepared for any contingency going forward. Matt.
Okay. Thanks. I have a question about the Houthi sanctions, but it's largely semantic, so I'll leave it till later. On Nord Stream 2, you guys had been saying for months, indeed for over a year since the waivers were first granted, that in fact this gave you additional leverage, withholding the sanctions did, and would serve as a deterrent. Clearly, it didn't. It didn't provide you with any leverage at all that we can tell, because of what you just said in your opening statement about the invasion beginning. So, how do you explain to people why you didn't impose these sanctions earlier?
So, Matt, it's important, and let's just rewind the tape and remember what has happened in recent hours. Yesterday, within a short time frame of the Russian invasion beginning, Germany took decisive, resolute action to take Nord Stream 2 off the table. Today, we followed with our own complementary authorities, using the powers and capabilities that we have. We have always said, in the context of Nord Stream 2, in the context of the steps that we are taking with partners and allies around the world, that one of the most important tools we have in our arsenal is transatlantic unity. The fact that Germany acted so quickly, so decisively, is in many ways a product of the coordination, of the consultation we have done now with two successive German governments. Of course, it started with Chancellor Merkel and her government, and in more recent months we have had concerted discussions with Chancellor Scholz and his government. The fact that we are acting in unison immediately to take these steps that essentially remove Nord Stream 2 from the equation, that is a byproduct, that is a result of the work that we have done together with the German government over the course of these last several months, over the course of the last year or so.
So it sounds to me, correct me if I'm wrong, that your argument is that if you had imposed the sanctions earlier, the Germans wouldn't have the Germans wouldn't have done what they did yesterday, or it would have been a much bigger lift to get them to do that.
What we have said in our strategy has been predicated on the knowledge that transatlantic unity is the most powerful instrument we have.
But But look, the pipeline's already been built. Okay. Now, whether it gets turned on or not, another question.
Right. So
presumably you had more leverage, and I don't understand why you don't think that you would have had more leverage if these sanctions had been imposed before the pipeline was finished.
So, Matt, you also raise a good point. The pipeline, when this administration came into office, was more than 90% complete. We have imposed sanctions under PISA on a number of targets associated with this pipeline, persons and entities. But the fact is that had we sanctioned Nord Stream 2 AG, had we sanctioned its corporate office holders, it is far from clear that that would have kept the pipeline from going into operation. What the Germans did yesterday was to ensure that the pipeline is no longer part of the equation. Right. So by acting together with the Germans, how we did, when we did, and the way in which we did, we have ensured that this is an $11 billion prize investment that is now a hunk of steel sitting at the bottom of the sea.
All right, well, I don't think you can prove, and the converse can't be proven either, but you just don't know if imposing the sanctions earlier would have had more of a deterrent effect, or any deterrent
well,
effect.
If we would have made it a sunk cost many months ago for the Russian Federation, I don't think that would have had much deterrent capability.
Well, but it hasn't anyway, so I'll leave it there.
Simon.
Yeah, the Secretary obviously said yesterday he'd cancelled his meeting with Foreign Minister Lavrov, but you guys remain open to diplomacy. So what exactly would you want to see from Russia in order to, reschedule that meeting, in order to resume some kind of diplomacy, diplomatic talks between you? And just an additional one, you've sort of, this is the last, or this is part of the first tranche of sanctions, the Nord Stream 2 sanctions that just came out. Is that the end of the first tranche, or is there more coming in that? And can you say whether more sanctions actions will be taken if Russia, doesn't escalate further from where it is now?
Well, the question you ask is, let me start by answering that question by letting you know what we no longer will engage in, and that is the pretense of diplomacy. You heard the Secretary use that phrase yesterday, and that is what we have seen. This is, and has been, in some ways, diplomatic kabuki theater on the part of the Russians, making statements that they are committed to a diplomatic path while their actions suggest exactly the opposite. That is not an environment in which diplomacy can achieve the results that it needs to achieve. Our goal here, even as the Russian invasion of Ukraine is beginning, is to avert the worst case scenario that we have warned about for some time now. And we have gone into great detail in terms of what that could look like. Electronic warfare, in a fuller scale invasion, an attack on major urban centers, including Kyiv, a city of 2.9 million people, horrific human rights abuses, atrocities, potential war crimes. These are all things that, even as the invasion is beginning, we are going to do everything that we reasonably can to prevent from happening. And so that's why, together with our allies and partners, we absolutely remain open to diplomacy, but only if Moscow is serious. We are not going to engage in this pretense with them, during which they draw out the process, suggest one thing, do another, ready their preparations, move their forces closer to the border, develop and refine their plans as they give the world a head fake that they are actually committed to the diplomatic path. Now, there are a number of ways that Moscow could indicate that it is serious. It essentially boils down to de-escalation. That would be the most concrete, the clearest indication that diplomacy has the potential to bear fruit, that diplomacy has the potential to save lives. That is the kind of diplomacy we are interested in. That is also not the kind of diplomacy that we have seen any indication as of yet that Moscow is interested in. Vivian.
Now, can you comment on the reports that the U.S. informed the Ukrainian government that an attack could happen as soon as tonight, and that Kharkiv is possibly, in the line of attack, that it could be directly, that the Russian troops could roll over the border and attack Kharkiv tonight?
What I'll say about those reports is they are entirely consistent with what we have been saying for some time now, that Russia has amassed forces along Ukraine's borders, in Belarus, positioned the assets, the heavy weaponry, the soldiers, the service members it would need to undertake an invasion of Ukraine at a moment's notice. That has been true for some time now. So for several days now, we have said the invasion is potentially imminent, meaning it could start today, it could start tomorrow, it could start next week. What we haven't seen is, and this goes back to Simon's question, is any indication that the Russians are backing away from this. We have not seen any data points that alleviate the grave concern, the profound concern that we've been expressing for some time now. So the invasion remains potentially imminent, and Moscow is poised to do precisely the kinds of things that you just outlined.
Can I just follow up really quickly also on something Simon said, that you and Simon discussed? With this notion of diplomacy still on the table, and now you're saying that it's possible that, Donbass is obviously being attacked, if not actually, then rhetorically, that the Russians are now, acknowledging or recognizing their autonomy and sovereignty. So how can you then justify discussions about diplomacy when this is underway? I mean, you keep on saying that the Russians have to show that they're serious, they have to de-escalate, but could they pause things right now and possibly engage in talks with the U.S., or do significant sort of scale back have to happen? Do we have to see troops falling back before that's discussed? Is Donbass being regarded differently from the rest of the country?
So you heard from our colleagues at the White House and others here over the course of the day yesterday, including the Secretary, that the invasion is beginning. And when we spoke about the beginning of the invasion, we talked about several developments over the course of that 24-hour period. Vladimir Putin's recognition of the so-called DNR and LNR, the order that he conveyed to the Ministry of Defense to deploy forces into the Donbass, the authorization that he sought to send Russian service members into service extraterritorially, the rhetorical assault, essentially, that we saw President Putin deliver against Ukraine, denying Ukraine its sovereignty and essentially its right to exist. Those are what we've seen, those are what we've heard. But as I just mentioned, there are some things, many things in fact, that Russia is poised to do at a moment's notice that we have not yet seen. A large-scale invasion, an assault on urban centers,
bro, the high-low ticker just spazzed. I could have been on the algos reading what he just said. That was weird, but then you're breaking the low. You buttered 425 again.
So you asked the question, why would we engage in diplomacy? Well, we would engage in diplomacy to save lives. We would engage in diplomacy to prevent an all-out war. This is a war that would be brutal, it would be costly, it would be, in many ways, devastating for the Russian Federation, of course, for the Ukrainian people, and the way in which the Russian Federation would wage this war, you heard from the National Security Advisor, it would not be a type of conflict that you might imagine over territory or over concrete ends. You heard the National Security Advisor make the case that this would be a war waged against the Ukrainian people to subjugate them, to crush them, to exact, in many ways, revenge. This is what we want to prevent. So we are ready to engage, but we need a partner. We need a negotiating counterpart that demonstrates seriousness of purpose. We have not seen that from the Russian Federation. In fact, we have seen the opposite at every turn. Andrea.
Okay, I know the market's getting clapped, but like low-key, this guy reminds me of a cross between Mark Zuckerberg and Barack Obama.
Have we made any kind of commitment to the safe passage, to any kind of extraction, if you will, for key members of the Zelensky government, if necessary? And what would be our commitment to any insurgency that developed, given if it were a full-scale invasion, if any? I mean, there was training, there was support. And one final question.
Should write these down.
Sorry. Your reaction to former Secretary of State Pompeo and former President Trump praising Putin's cleverness, strength, and smartness in the last couple
I'll start with that one. I have no response.
She's going full Karen on him.
To move on to Lviv, I think what you heard from us on Sunday is that the Secretary
He say Lviv, the Tindler swindler?
Determined that it was in the best interests, of the safety and security of our team on the ground for them to temporarily relocate into Poland. They have been spending the night in Poland, but they have been regularly essentially commuting back into Lviv. Our chargé, Christina Kavin, has been leading the team back on the ground in Lviv. We have every expectation that they will continue to do so as long as the security environment remains permissive. When they are on the ground in Lviv, they're able to undertake emergency consular services to help Americans who may be seeking to leave the country. They are engaging with our Ukrainian partners, and they have important missions that they're able to fulfill in Lviv. But regardless of whether they're in Lviv, whether they are in Poland, that in no way changes the commitment we have to our Ukrainian partners. It in no way diminishes the partnership we have with Kyiv. We've remained in constant contact with our partners in the Ukrainian government. And that takes me to your question about any advice we may have passed on to the Zelensky government. The fact is that we are in contact with our friends and counterparts in Kyiv on a daily basis. As you know, Foreign Minister Kuleba was here yesterday. The president had an opportunity to speak to President Zelensky.
Bro, Low Ticker is going crazy. There's no headlines, but I honestly just think this guy talking about some of the major attack scale and stuff like that, and then not to mention you're breaking all the levels right now. But this is pretty important. Again, 424 to 423. If we break 423, it's looking very grim.
All of this is to avert that worst case scenario, the worst case scenario that we've already talked about in the course of this briefing. The fact is that the president and his team will make decisions in the coming days based on the best interests of their country and their people. The foreign minister was asked a question about this just yesterday. He provided an insight into their thinking, but these will be decisions that our Ukrainian counterparts will make based on their own determinations and their own calculus. In terms of our, let me put it this way, in terms of our continued assistance to our Ukrainian partners, the president has made very clear that in the event of a Russian invasion, which, as we have said, is beginning, we will not only continue our defensive security assistance to our Ukrainian partners, but we will double down on it. So on top of the unprecedented level of defensive security assistance that we provided to our Ukrainian partners over.
All right, watch out if any safe havens or gold starts to sell off, and then bonds and the SPY sell off from here. It's going to just start looking like liquidating everything. But watch, I mean, we still got a lot of time left. It's only 11:30, so keep that in mind. But I don't think this press conference is helping.
We will look to further that defensive security assistance for our Ukrainian partners. Kylie.
Russia has responded at all to Blinken's letter yesterday, and what diplomatic conversations between the U.S. and Russia have looked like in the last 24 hours.
What I'll say is the Secretary laid out for Foreign Minister Lavrov in a private communication the fact that under the current circumstances and what we have seen from the Russian Federation so far, our conclusion that a meeting this week in Geneva would not serve the purpose that any such meeting would need to serve. And first and foremost, that is to avert a brutal, massive, costly conflict. The Russians and all of you later heard that publicly from Secretary Blinken. The Russians know precisely our position. They know through private communications and through our own public messaging that we stand ready to engage diplomatically if they are willing to do so in good faith. And if they are willing to change their posture, we will be ready, willing and able to engage them on this.
And did the Secretary detail what in good faith would look like in this letter, or was it broad descriptions like you just gave?
We are not going to be prescriptive in terms of what de-escalation might look like, what good faith might look like. We have been very clear because all of you know, presumably our counterparts in the Russian Federation know, what steps might look like if they were interested in signaling de-escalation. We have not seen any of those steps. And again, we have seen steps that actually move in the opposite direction.
And then just last question. Can or will the U.S. keep open our embassy in Moscow if there's a full-scale invasion into Ukraine?
We believe in times of conflicts, in times of crisis, that the ability to communicate is in some ways even more imperative. Now, long before the massive Russian military buildup started along Ukraine's borders in Belarus, of course, our team on the ground in Moscow and throughout Russia, they were in a very difficult operating environment. A very difficult operating environment because of the restrictions that the Russian Federation had imposed on them. It will be our goal to be in a position to maintain diplomatic communication, the ability to convey clearly any messages that we need to send to the Russian Federation. Embassies are an important tool in that, but we have also seen the Russian Federation, even in recent days, escalate on an unprovoked and needless basis the bilateral challenges in terms of our own diplomatic staffing in Moscow and our ability to operate an embassy on the ground. But again, we believe communication, we believe the ability to pass messages is even more important in times of great crisis.
On Nord Stream, are you working with the Germans to find alternative sources of energy for them? I mean, it seems like the pipeline is not going to go full, operate or going to go operational anytime soon. So, are you working with them, with the Qataris or any other potential suppliers, perhaps in Algeria and so on, and about the means to get it there? Now, I have a quick question on the diplomacy.
Sure. Let me start with your question on the energy. And of course, this was something that President Biden discussed yesterday. We have been frank, we've been candid with the American people that our measures, the measures we have and are prepared to impose on the Russian Federation, certainly won't be cost-free for the Russian Federation, but they won't be entirely cost-free for the rest of the world as well. And so that is why we are working with countries around the world, executing a plan with major
We're approaching 423 right here, the flat of 424. Watch out again. I'm typing in the chat too. I was just looking at a butterfly play. Somebody sent it in there, so I was just running the numbers.
Energy consumers, and you heard this.
Be on the lookout. Watch for the flush. There's still a ton of time left today.
Yesterday, he made the point that we all have strategic reserves at our disposal, and those reserves we know could support the supply of global energy. The White House announced such a move late last year. There are other countries that have their own strategic supplies. For energy producers, we know that many of them have spare capacity to provide supply to global markets that could balance those markets in the event of any supply disruption. More broadly, we've been very clear with the Russian Federation that any further attempt to weaponize energy, to constrict flows with malign geopolitical intent or purpose would have massive consequences. And to your point, would only further the long-standing effort to diversify energy supplies for Europe and the rest of the world. We have heard from a number of countries, including Japan, including Australia, including Slovakia, that they are taking concrete steps in terms of global energy markets. We expect other countries will have announcements of their own. We also know that the International Energy Agency has announced that it's monitoring and consulting with member states to ensure market stability going forward. But to the question about diversification of supply, this has been a long-standing goal of ours. And to go back to the question of Nord Stream 2, there was the communique that together we drafted and finalized with the German government over the summer, in the summer of July of 2021. It laid out a series of steps that Germany committed to taking with Ukraine to help Ukraine diversify its supply of energy, cognizant that Russia had weaponized energy flows in the past, and Russia might have been looking to do so again in the future. If Russia were to take that step, we've been very clear about the massive consequences that would befall it.
Very quickly, Bob, on Kylie's and your response to her on diplomacy. So are you urging the Ukrainians not to cut off relations with Russia? And because there was talk that they might cut off all diplomatic relations with Russia.
That's a decision for the Ukrainian government to make.
Of course, but are you bringing that in I mean, if they decided to cut off their relations with Russia, you wouldn't say, no, don't do it now, or go ahead, do it, whatever.
That is a decision for the Ukrainian government to make. Again, the Russian Federation has launched an assault on Ukraine's sovereignty, on its territorial integrity, in many different ways, in many different forms, but the decision as to whether to continue diplomatic relations between Kyiv and Moscow, that's something that Kyiv will have to decide.
I'm curious about your reference publicly from the podium to what the Russians have been doing as kabuki theater. What specifically are you referring to? The meeting in Geneva between Secretary Blinken and Foreign Minister Lavrov, the UN Security Council meeting last week, or even yesterday, whatever it was, a day or two ago, the Russian National Security Council?
So I think you could point to any number of steps. What comes to my mind immediately was the dramatic
Tesla news on losing a director, engineering director.
between President Putin.
Again, we're chilling out here. Just keep listening.
In which they had
he stopped using the crazy buzzwords.
I assume to be a pretty candid exchange, indicating that the Russian Federation should pursue diplomacy only as. At that very moment and in the days that followed, we saw additional Russian forces go to the border. We saw additional Russian forces take up readiness. That is not consistent with a country that purports to be interested in diplomacy.
No, but that is not diplomacy per se. That was an internal government meeting, whether they was staged.
That was Kabuki theater. I think we can agree.
Fine, yeah, but I want to know if you're talking about the meeting in Geneva between the Secretary and
I was referring to the
You're
incident of Kabuki theater that I just mentioned to you.
Okay, because I just want to make sure that you don't think you're not now in a position where you think that the.
Why do I feel like it's so like it sounds dirty when they say Kabuki theater? Like I feel like that's inappropriate for some reason.
Look, I wouldn't want to characterize
the Security Council meetings are a waste of time because
well,
I just want to make sure that you're not
so
talking about
the UN Security Council meeting most certainly was not a waste of time because the Russian Federation and the entire world heard from a number of countries the broad and strong consensus that this should be resolved diplomatically and that state sovereignty should be an inviolable principle. That certainly was not pointless. Yes. Sure.
Because before the Security Council meeting, U.S. officials said that they believed Russia could be using it as a pretext for this invasion. And you said earlier that this is and has been in some ways Kabuki theater all along. So are you, to Matt's point, are you making the assessment that
the Russian Security Council meeting you're referring to?
No, sorry, the one
424 breaking, watch 423, and then 421.
They believed, given the document that the Russian mission circulated, that they were going to use the meeting as a pretext. So do you assess now that all of these diplomatic engagements were part of a charade to give Russia cover, to show that they had been engaging in good faith diplomacy in their mind?
I wouldn't want to make a sweeping categorical judgment like that. What I will say is that if you take a step back, we have not seen any indication that Russia's stated commitment to the diplomatic path had bore any resemblance.
News on releasing strategic reserves.
Or that its
Bro, they're saying they're going to release the SPR again. Holy shit. That's not good.
The diplomatic path. That is not to say
again, oil will probably get clapped in the short term, but then that means it's going to just rocket up. XOM's getting clapped.
You all saw last Thursday was extraordinarily valuable. It was valuable for even for the Russian Federation. And if any of those messages got to the Russian people, they would have heard a strong message of resolve and consensus and unanimity from the rest of the world. That the steps that Putin was taking, the plans that he made,
oil's already dropping, spice coming down with that. One thing I will say, though, just remember the news that just came out. They said they're eyeing it. So remember last time they did the SPR release, they talked about it for a week or two ahead of time, okay? So we're hitting key levels. You just buttered at 423 right there, 424. Again, if we go through 423, it's going to come down. But now that oil news is going to mess up a lot of the oil gains that we've seen here in a little bit. So just keep your eye out for that.
Seen continued signs that the Russian Federation is moving forward with the plans that we have been warning about for weeks.
Can I just another follow-up?
Especially the Japanese, who invented it.
No.
They pay to go see it. So
no offense intended. Yes.
Can I just another follow-up? Yesterday, Foreign Minister Kuleba said that their plan A obviously is to use diplomacy to deter Russia. Mm-hmm. Plan B is to defend every inch of Ukrainian territory. You previously praised their restraint. Do you agree with their plan B? Do you think they have a right to self-defense? And if Russia moves past the current areas that the separatists control in the Donbass, do the Ukrainians have a right to respond?
Of course the Ukrainians have a right to self-defense. Yes.
So I thought there had been a lot of mixed signals coming from the PRC in terms of its stance on the Ukraine situation. At times they've talked about the importance of state sovereignty. At other times they've railed against NATO expansion. Has the State Department been in communication with PRC interlocutors seeking clarity on their position? And have you laid out any ways in which these ongoing signals might undercut U.S.-China ties? And on a related note, you've kind of hinted before that if the PRC were
you're breaking 423 right now, or you're getting very close. If there's no bounce from here, I would not be surprised to see another 1-point flush. It could get crazy here again. You got to watch what happens here with oil, and then Facebook is breaking 200. But watch this level, 1143 right now.
And one of the two primary topics they discussed was Russia's the crisis that Russia has needlessly precipitated with Ukraine and with the rest of the world. Secretary Blinken, and we issued a readout. The PRC also issued their own readout. But you saw in our readout that the Secretary made very clear where we stand in terms of our unwavering support for Ukraine's territorial integrity and its sovereignty. And I think especially that last point, sovereignty, should be an element that the PRC understands quite well. We often in statecraft hear the PRC cite this principle of sovereignty.
Again, watch out here if bonds start coming down with the S&P, and then you watch oil come down, as well as gold or any safe havens. That's going to start looking like full liquidation. So keep that in mind.
That countries abide by and respect. So you'll have to ask the PRC how they marry that long-standing position with anything less than an effort to use the considerable influence and sway they have with the Russian Federation to urge Vladimir Putin to back down, to de-escalate. Whether they are doing that, you'll have to ask them. But we did see in the readout that our PRC counterparts are also calling for the situation to be resolved diplomatically and to be resolved peacefully. Now, whether Putin heeds that call, I think that is not something we yet know.
What about relaying the potential impact on U.S.-China relations?
Look, in terms of our bilateral relationship with
China's support for Russia and its railing against NATO expansion and the potential, tacit endorsement that provides, what's the impact of that on U.S.-China relations?
Well, we believe, and we've made this point not only about the PRC, but every responsible country in the world has, in our estimation, an obligation to use any influence it has with the Russian Federation to urge, to incentivize, to advocate for Vladimir Putin to back down, for the Russian Federation to de-escalate. Again, you will have to ask the PRC whether they have used their own considerable influence with the Russian Federation to that end. Of course, we've all read the 5,000-word joint communique, and we can glean our own conclusions from that. I think what gives us concern is that from that manifesto and from what we've seen not only in recent days, weeks, and months, but in recent years, is this growing partnership between Russia and the PRC. And I say it's concerning because we talk about a rules-based international order, that has been at the crux of 7+ decades of unprecedented levels of stability, of security, of prosperity the world over, whether that's in Europe or the Indo-Pacific and places in between. It is true, we think, that Russia and the PRC also want a world order. This is a vision that they appear to be developing together, if you read that communique. But this is an order that is and would be profoundly illiberal, an order that stands in contrast to the system that countries around the world, including, by the way, Russia, and in some ways the PRC have built over the last 7 decades. It is an order that is in many ways destructive rather than additive. So that is, as we see this relationship develop, and we've seen something that gives us great concern. And of course, in recent days, we've seen Russia reach out to its autocratic counterparts in other corners of the globe. This gets back to one of the core points that the president has been making since before he assumed high office. And that is increasingly, we are seeing the world divided between democracy and autocracy. It is and has been a charge of this president and this administration's foreign policy to act to unite our democratic colleagues around the world, to act in unison, to galvanize collective action. And I think whether the challenge has been what Russia is doing, whether the challenge has been what the PRC is doing, what we are seeing from state and non-state actors around the world, you've seen us succeed in that. But it will continue to be an animating principle as we continue to see the forces of autocracy, the forces of authoritarianism, the forces of illiberalism continue to work together and attempt to combine forces. But the other point, even as they try to do that, we are confident. We are confident in our own abilities. We are confident in our abilities as an international community. And whether that's the West, whether that's a community of democracies, whether it is our system of alliances and partnerships that span the globe. And we're confident for a number of reasons. If you look at it quantitatively, we have 50% plus of global GDP. We have a large share of the world's population. China and Russia, in terms of their GDP, are what, 20% of global GDP? We have innovation, we have entrepreneurship, we have a shared set of values that we really think are a core instrument of national power. And we know that when we put all of this together, especially when we act with our allies and our partners, as we've done in the face of the challenge that Russia has posed, in the face of the challenge to the rules-based international system that the PRC has posed, or even when you talk about the threats and challenges that we face that are not state actors, climate change, COVID, economic recovery. We know that acting together, we are situated to take on any threat, to seize any opportunity. And that's really been the driving force of our foreign policy. It's why Secretary Blinken spent so much time of his first year in office repairing, revitalizing, in some ways reimagining the system of alliances and partnerships. And you are seeing the dividends of that now play out, even in recent hours.
Well, first of all, can you guess how long that answer was? How many minutes that was?
I'm sure you will tell me.
I can't because my otter seems to have like frozen here.
I hope you pay for the premium version.
But if you're boasting about how reinventing it and you're seeing the fruits of all that labor now, you're talking about the united reaction.
The united response of the international community.
Russia. Okay. Yeah. Can I purely? It's unrelated to Ukraine, but it is China. And that is something that I know Nike is interested in and has been asking about before. But there is barely an anniversary an anniversary in diplomatic history that goes by without the U.S., the State Department at least, if not the White House, making some kind of comment about it. And in that light, regardless of how tense or strained relations are now with China, why is it that there hasn't been any mention of Nixon's, former President Nixon's, the 50th anniversary of former President Nixon's visit to China, which was, a pretty groundbreaking event when it happened, paved the way for recognition, U.S. recognition of the PRC and opening of diplomatic relations. And it seems to me that it would make sense for there to be some kind of mention of this, or are you just like embarrassed by it now and think that it should never have happened?
I don't think, certainly not the latter. Matt, there are some anniversaries that we commemorate. There are other anniversaries that we don't. I'm not aware of any plans at the moment for a statement, but
about, you know, like the 17th anniversary of, you know, U.S. Iceland relations or something, not to demean Iceland, but I mean, you know, these kinds of things get attention, and this one, which was, you know, a pretty big deal, a BFD, as the president might say, at the time and since, just seems to be being ignored.
I don't know that we're ignoring it. I'm not sure that I would equate not putting out a formal statement with ignoring it. Nike.
On Pakistan, can I ask about Pakistan Prime Minister Khan's visit to Russia? Does the State Department have an assessment of his visit at this timing?
Well, we're certainly aware of the trip and the points I made earlier about the PRC in some ways apply here. We believe it's a responsibility of every responsible country around the world to voice concern, to voice objection to what Putin appears to have in mind for Ukraine. We've communicated to Pakistan our position regarding Russia's further renewed invasion of Ukraine, and we have briefed them on our efforts to pursue diplomacy over war. We have a long-standing partnership and cooperation with Pakistan. We view our partnership with a prosperous, with a democratic Pakistan as critical to U.S. interests, and we certainly hope when it comes to those shared interests, the aversion of a costly conflict, the aversion of a destabilizing conflict, that every country around the world would make that point clearly in unambiguous language in their engagements with the Russian Federation. Andrea.
Can I just follow up on Khan's visit? On the timing of his visit, is it to the U.S. read that he's indirectly endorsing Putin?
You would have to ask the Pakistani government what the intent
your
is.
read.
You would have to ask the Pakistani government. I'm just not in a position to offer an assessment on the timing of a foreign counterpart's travel to another country. Yes, Andrea.
Different assessment of Vladimir Putin than the one that this government had, that this president had after Geneva, or was the previous assessment wrong?
The previous assessment and the assessment now is that we would prefer a relationship with Russia that is stable and predictable. But at every turn before Geneva, or just about every turn before Geneva, and at turns since Geneva, the Russian Federation has indicated that they have apparently little interest in that type of relationship. So we've always said that, and we said this before Geneva when we responded decisively in response to interference in our elections, in response to the Russian Federation's use of weapons of mass destruction against dissidents on foreign soil for solar winds, that we would respond decisively, strongly in response to these types of activities. We have. The same is true if Russia continues its invasion of Ukraine. Same principle applies.
Separate question on a different subject. If I could ask a quick question about Iran.
Okay. Any final questions on Russia, Ukraine before we move on? Okay. Please. Yes.
Today, the Russian ambassador to Washington said that he doesn't remember a single day that when Russia lived without restrictions from the Western world. Putin proved he's immune to sanctions. He has $600 billion in Federal Reserves. He has been in the driving seat making decisions to which the West is responding now and was responding since 2008. Are you thinking of a strategical approach to deal with this? You just said that they are trying to change the world order.
So to the statement from the Russian Federation that they have been under sanctions since 2014, that is, of course, accurate. The sanctions that we have put in place and that we will continue to put in place are qualitatively different from any measures that the United States or any other country has imposed on the Russian Federation, including in 2014. So if they are comparing what they've been under now to what they will be under in going forward, if this invasion moves forward, that would be a profound miscalculation on their part. When you talk about and think about the sanctions that we've already put in place, Nord Stream 2 is off the table. The Germans have taken decisive action. We have taken decisive action. That's an $11 billion project that is now a piece of steel at the bottom of the ocean. We have, in lockstep with our allies, put in place blocking sanctions against the fifth largest Russian financial institution. That's $50 billion in assets. We've put in place blocking sanctions against another bank that funds the Ministry of Defense with some $35 billion in assets. In other words, these institutions can no longer make any transactions with the United States or with Europe, given the EU's own corresponding actions in this regard. Here's the other point. With the authorities we have, with the intent we have, no Russian financial institution is safe if the invasion proceeds. As you heard from Dalip Singh yesterday, we are ready at the press of a button to take action against the two largest financial institutions in Russia. Together, these are institutions that hold $750 billion in assets, $750 billion in assets, half of the total Russian banking system. There are other measures and moves we have in store and that are ready if Russia continues with this invasion, including export controls, targeted sanctions against oligarchs and elites, and other measures. So the Russians can depict these moves however they would like. I think it is noteworthy what we heard from our Ukrainian partners yesterday. You heard from Foreign Minister Kuleba as he was standing right next to Secretary Blinken here at the department. He said that, quote, "We do appreciate the sanctions which were announced today. They target Russia. They're very specific. They are painful." Please. Please go
Why
ahead.
did he end the quote there? I thought he was going to say something after
Just a couple
painful.
questions of my own and have a couple follow-ups for this interesting conversation from what you told my colleagues. First, do you think that China, given their desire for the world order that you just described, regards Russia's invasion of Ukraine as a step towards bringing that about?
It is certainly not a step in the direction of the principle that the PRC claims to prize, and that is state sovereignty. I think everyone in this room is familiar with the position the PRC has taken in response to Russia's aggression in Ukraine since 2014. I wouldn't want to characterize that, but it suggests a level of deep unease. So again, I would refer you to the PRC for any comment they might have on what Putin has in store. But if we are to judge the PRC based on what they have said consistently on the world stage in any number of fora, a direct assault on the sovereignty, on the territorial integrity of another state, that would not be consistent with what we've heard.
Yeah, I was just trying to clarify because I thought I heard you say they've combined forces somehow.
It was a reference to the burgeoning partnership that we've seen between these two countries over the course of many years now.
Okay, on Ukraine's Plan B, fighting for every inch, Senator Risch, is of course ranking on foreign relations and on intelligence, or a senior member of the Intelligence Committee, has said that Russia could sweep across Ukraine pretty quickly. Their first day would be their best day. They'd immediately face resistance movements. So I wonder, would the United States, as a member of NATO, either encourage or object to other NATO members offering this Ukrainian resistance cross-border safe haven?
Countries are going to make their own sovereign decisions. We have, in recent weeks, as you know, worked with a number of our NATO allies to authorize them to provide U.S. origin equipment to our Ukrainian partners. This is defensive security equipment with an understanding that our Ukrainian partners need supplies, need material to defend themselves. The United States has provided them with this. We have A number of our NATO allies have done the same. But when it comes to decision that NATO allies or other countries in Europe might make along those lines, I need to refer you there.
And that, you know, I guess I wonder, do you see any lessons from Afghanistan for the kind of risk where of course, when the Taliban could
3 minutes into Power Hour, we're breaking 423. We're probably going to test 421 by the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen. The lows of January are coming in. Anything below 420, you can mark the date, 223. You have entered into wave 3, ladies and gentlemen. So very, very important right here. Again, this call is really affecting some things, but right now, just watch for full liquidation if bonds end up coming back down and everything else. But this is bad. Really, all eyes now on if we start wave 3, if we set a new low. It is really, really bad.
Look, the fact is that sanctions are a means to an end. There is no sanction in any responsible sanctions program around the world that is permanent. And that is precisely because we don't sanction countries just with the goal of enacting sanctions. This is not a policy to be purely punitive. This is a policy to change behavior. In this case, this is a policy to deter a further Russian invasion of Ukraine, to deter a war, a bloody, costly, devastating war that would take place on European soil and that would constitute the greatest threat to peace and security since the conclusion of World War II, certainly since the end of the Cold War.
Wait, so now the imposition of sanctions is a deterrent? I thought we just spent the last couple of months, you and the administration spent the last couple of months arguing that the threat of sanctions was the deterrent, and that if you actually imposed them, then you would lose that deterrent.
Matt, you've heard us say.
Well, you can't have it both ways.
We're not having it both ways, Matt. You have heard us say very clearly: if Russia's invasion escalates, if Russia's actions escalate, so too will our response. We are prepared to enact an escalating series of measures against the Russian Federation, unless the Russian Federation changes course. So look, I don't have any response to that, but specific response to that. But I will make the point that this has not been lend-lease. This has been a program of provision. We have provided our Ukrainian partners with, over the course of the last year, $650 million worth of defensive security assistance. We're in a constant conversation and dialogue with our Ukrainian partners about their defensive security needs, and that will continue. As I mentioned before, if the Russian invasion continues, we will not only continue with that provision of security assistance, but we'll double down on it. Sorry.
Yeah, could I change topics?
Anything left on Russia, Ukraine?
On the Palestinians.
In the very back, please.
But we listen to the Russians also, and they present also, as they say, their legit security grievances. And it seems the West, in a way or another, did not reach any common. To which extent the U.S. and NATO now is really going into this offer of diplomacy? Where is the West going to give in into the security demands from Putin?
So this is something we've spoken to at great length. It's actually something that we put in writing at some length. Subscribers of El País can see it with their own eyes. But we've been quite clear that there are some quote-unquote demands that the Russian Federation has put forward that are non-starters for us. The very principles that are at stake in terms of the rules-based international order, those are not negotiable. The idea that any other country can dictate the policy choices, whether foreign policy or domestic policy of any other country, that is not something we're going to negotiate. International borders, internationally recognized borders, sovereignty, the inviolability of borders, that is not something that is up for negotiation. But there are some areas that would improve our security, our own security environment, the security environment of the transatlantic community, and could address some of the stated security concerns of the Russian Federation. And we've delineated a series of those. Discussions regarding the placement of offensive missiles in Europe, broader arms control protocols, protocols regarding stability and transparency, confidence building measures. There are a number of areas that we think have the potential to be fruitful if we find a negotiating counterpart in the Russian Federation that operates in good faith. We have not found that yet. And I think at this stage, those sort of broader areas may not take precedence to the first priority that we have, and that's averting a bloody, costly, devastating war in Ukraine. So I think our diplomacy going forward, at least for the foreseeable future, if, again, we find a counterpart in Moscow that is willing to sit down in good faith to discuss these issues in good faith, we are going to be very focused on saving lives, on preventing a war, on seeing to it that the plans Putin has set in motion over the course of many months now do not go forward. Connor.
Treated separately from all this? Any concerns that the crisis would affect their detentions?
We always treat the cases of U.S. hostages separate and apart from geopolitical issues and geopolitical dynamics. It remains an absolute priority for us to see the release of Paul Whelan and Trevor Reed, both of whom have been held unjustly, traveled to Russia as tourists, have been imprisoned on false charges that entire time. So it's a priority of ours.
You do, but do you have any concern that the Russian government would not?
Again, human beings should not be held as pawns in terms of state-to-state relations. It is our priority to see them released, to do everything we can to achieve their release as quickly as we can.
And then secondly, do you have any new estimate of the number of Americans that would be in Ukraine at this moment in time?
So as we've told you, late last year, October of last year, it was our assessment at the time that there were some 6,600 Americans who were resident in Ukraine. Now, that time frame is important because the very month, October 2021, that this assessment was last updated was the very month that we started urging Americans not to travel to Ukraine. In more recent weeks, as you know, we have been recommending and even more recently urging Americans to leave Ukraine. So I think there is every expectation that the number of Americans who were resident in Ukraine late last year, October of last year, is far lower now than it was then. I can tell you procedurally, we have been in repeated contact with Americans who remain in Ukraine. We have asked them to provide us with their contact information so that we can continue to be in communication with them, to urge them to leave the country, to avail themselves of commercial and private options that continue to be available, and to provide any form of support that they may need in doing so. And that includes a repatriation loan if they're not able to afford the return travel on their own. In addition, we have provided specific guidance on overland crossings that Americans can take, providing specific recommendations about border crossings. We have been engaged in diplomacy with our Polish allies to see to it that Americans need not have any sort of advanced authorization to travel across the border. We've even established a welcome center across the Polish border to assist Americans should they need any assistance, whether it's a passport application, whether it's any other form of consular assistance. Yes. They're Americans who are unjustly detained.
I haven't heard that formulation before, but maybe I've missed it.
They are Americans who are held unjustly against their will.
I know, but do you regard them as hostages?
We'll get back to you if there's on that. Yes.
Latin America, the fact that Putin is looking for new partners in Latin America, for example, Argentina, Brazil.
All right, we're slowly edging down again. This is the longest speech ever so far, but a lot of the big moves happened since here. But watch below 421. We have to go below that, and then things get
to
bad.
What we were discussing before, and this is the fact that what we are seeing is autocracies around the world band together. And we've seen, in some ways, Russia at the vanguard of this activity. When it comes to their motives or intentions, that's not something I would want to speak to from here. I would refer you to Moscow to speak to their own foreign policy decisions. But we have certainly seen Moscow reach out to some of the most repressive, autocratic, undemocratic governments in this hemisphere. That includes Nicaragua. That includes Cuba. That includes Venezuela. Yes, Saeed.
I want to move to the Palestinian issue, and I have a quick one on Iran. On the Palestinian issue, on the Palestinian issue, I know I have asked in this room many times before on your position regarding the practice of administrative detention by Israel, to which all Palestinians at one time or another probably experienced. But there's one particular case, a 14-year-old boy who has been falsely accused. One Israeli judge after Israeli judge threw it out of court, but the authorities keep him in prison. They keep renewing this. He has a neuromuscular disease. He might die in prison. Will the United States call on Israel to quit this practice, especially against children who have been found innocent by their own judicial system?
Saeed, you've heard this from us before, but
And
we
the boy's
urge...
name, by the way, is just for the record, Amal Nakhla.
We urge the full respect for human rights in Israel and the West Bank and Gaza.
Is he
As
done
we
with
said,
the
we
Russia
maintain
stuff? We might get a
Palestinians
little bit of a
and
bounce here. I
Israelis
think if they
alike,
start moving into
equally
other
deserve,
questions.
to live
Hold on. This
safely
is
and
bad
securely,
so far
to
today, but as long as
equal
if we get any
measures,
sort of bounce and don't close at
freedom, of
421,
security,
we'll
of
see.
prosperity.
Give it one more question. If he goes off from Russia, then we might get a little bit of relief
and
here.
Again, you've heard this from us before, but we continue to elevate the role of human rights in our foreign relations and to encourage, to your question, legal reforms that advance respect for human rights of all individuals.
My second question also pertains to the holding of dead Palestinians, killed Palestinians, those who have been killed by the Israeli authorities for years on end. Is that a form of collective punishment? Does this administration view this as a collective punishment?
We have stressed to Israel, both publicly as well as privately, our strong hope that any measures that Israel takes would be designed to avoid further escalating tensions and to take into consideration the impact of any such measures on the Palestinian people.
And lastly, on Iran, should we expect some sort of a deal or returning to the deal over the next few days, as was suggested?
Well, you've heard this from my colleagues, but there has been significant progress, and we are close to a possible deal, but at the same time, a number of very difficult issues remain unresolved. What we know is that there is very little time remaining to reach a deal, to resolve these remaining issues, given the pace of Iran's nuclear advances. You've heard us say this before, but it remains true that even as we are narrowing the set of issues we're discussing, nothing is agreed until everything is agreed. If Iran shows seriousness, if it demonstrates serious of purpose in Vienna, we believe that we can and should reach an understanding on a potential mutual return to compliance in short order, potentially within days. But anything much beyond that, if this were to drag on any longer than that, would put the possibility of return to the deal at grave and profound risk. Andrew.
Any more specific in characterizing the remaining issues, whether they involve, equipment, centrifuges, compliance, verification, broad categories?
I really can't, and that is primarily because we are at this decisive stage where it is incumbent on the Iranians and all parties to do everything we can to narrow those differences.
All right. So I think he's over with it. We will see what happens. Very, very bad. Today is looking very ugly. I mean, even between yesterday and today, we're probably looking at 3 or 4%. But now, really, wave 3, you got 45 minutes. The question is, do we go lower than 421? That is all I care about. And then everything is going to get crazy. So, very wild. You even got the oil news. Man, today is just, this is it's a nail biter right here. Because again, I mean, if we don't go below 421, I don't underestimate the ability to bounce even for tomorrow. But anything below 421 today, it's gonna be a lot. But then at the end of the day, we are all at the mercy of any of the Russia headlines, and then the oil stuff too. So now this is what I've been saying during. Look at bonds are coming down. This is what we got to watch out for. I mean, I don't think they're doing it at different times, but if gold, bonds, and oil and everything starts to liquidate, that's when things start to get really, really crazy. So that's what I'm a little bit worried about, because now you got the oil stuff, and that one's going to make it, it's going to make it very difficult. Essentially, they're starting to talk down oil again, but that could affect a lot of the gains in the market here. So we got no more earnings. We got the Fed futures in Powell. Remember, that's going to happen here in a couple of weeks, or 2 weeks, but even the Fed futures today, like this was just like a sell-off across the board. That's why I'm saying if gold comes down and oil ends up a lot red, I mean, you literally just sold off everything. A lot of liquidity really, really did get clapped here. If we start liquidating, it's just going to, I mean, we could just start to, like, you're going to have wave 3. Then it's going to start, I mean, just get ready for January type vibes, January type beat. So if you remember how all of January played out, it was very, very, remember, it was one day 4%, 3%, 2% back and forth. Again, some of the days have been a little bit smaller than here, and we've been kind of, we had a little bit of cushion, but now if this cushion goes away and then the momentum sets a new low, it's not going to be good. You're just going to start getting, I mean, really, the levels start to get very, very big from here. You're talking anywhere from 420 all the way down to 400, and then even lower. Again, you were just at 458 or 455 a week and a half ago. So you got to keep that in mind there. But everything is starting to get clapped. Again, a lot of different names through various industries. Some of the names that could benefit off Russia are holding up, and that's what I'm saying. Once some of the other stuff gets clapped, if everything gets clapped, even the stuff doing good, that's where we start to really, I mean, we could start to fluctuate. You sell 2 times the bodies on the butterfly? Yes, the one in the middle. But be careful. Again, all of the butterflies now have gone expensive. I think they're around like 80 to 100%. Depending on, I mean, they're actually kind of calming down a little bit here. And then even IWM puts are only up 40%. But what I was saying there, even in the chat, UVXY, yeah, the MO calls are killing it. So you have almost 200% on the MOs from yesterday, 100 something on the Tesla from yesterday too. But put premiums aren't high right now. It's very, very weird. That's why the butterflies are kind of doing their thing. But look at the UVXY. Not all of the put premiums are really high per se. So that's what we got to kind of keep in mind here. It's not, that's why I'm saying I think 421 or not is either going to start panic. But if we don't break 421, I mean, don't underestimate the market to kind of do its thing. But we have not woken up to any good headlines right now. But today's ugly. Today is not good, and it's really starting to bring back January vibes, essentially. Facebook again at 199. XOM, even the XOM puts are kind of expensive too. I was looking at it. Oil's going to be a mess. I'm telling you, I can't believe they announced a lot of the news today. There's just not a lot of good things right now. Again, because oil could bring the price of oil down, but then if you give up some of the safety gains the market is seeing, it gets pretty ugly on that front. All right, I sold one of the Facebooks from today. So the Facebook from today went 100%. I sold out of that. I bought 2 of them, so now we have a free weekly for next week. Going down in the early round. Airbnb. I saw it, Patrick. Thank you. Again, I think a lot of you guys, I saw y'all bitching about Airbnb. I love it. I'm probably going to buy more. Again, I mean, I'll tell you what I told you with a lot of things. Just sell it if you're going to cry. But you're already down if depending on when you bought it. I mean, again, I'm putting money into it, so I see all of it. Again, I put in over $15,000 even on the leaps, or 10,000 on the last dip. So I got a lot more. I'm ready to go with everything, but just again, if you're gonna really on a lot of stuff, depending what you're holding, I mean, you really, if we get wave 3, I mean, you got to really decide what you're down with or not. Again, we've had a lot of good talks. There's a lot of good things. Again, this moment, it shall pass soon, but at the end of the day, you gotta really get your mentality right and know what it is. I mean, on the long term, I think I have the long term up. No, I didn't even open it up today. Again, let it do its thing, but I'm not really tripping on anything until we get real Fed policy shifting, like I've said many times before. But all across the board, I mean, this has just been a bad back-to-back. So keep that in mind. But everything is starting to get clapped, and now that's why I'm really worried, because if XOM and oil starts getting clapped, and then we start seeing the safe havens start to sell off, even the bonds now, because look at the bond correlation went positive today with all of them selling off. So this is the key, and yes, 100%. This is the hard part about investing. So I know a lot of you guys were liking it when things would go straight up, but at the end of the day, I mean, what has formed me into the investment side? Again, I make a lot of trades. I've been getting clapped on the trades like anybody else in here, but at the end of the day, though, there's a reason why I've always preached the long term, and I've always had it side by side, and this is what you'll learn, and you'll learn this throughout all of it. Right now, play is ride the butterflies. I mean, we made Facebooks in the morning. I sold out one of them. That was 100%. Our Teslas from yesterday and even the Altrias are doing good. So we kept it really small on the plays today, but they're hitting. And then the Boeings, those are actually still down, believe it or not. That one's actually shitty. I was kind of surprised on that one. Right now is the best time to get started with the long term. There is a lot as far as growth. If you wanted to grab anything with growth, honestly, I was looking at a couple names. I mean, depending on, I really want to see 421 or not, and that is really gonna tell me a lot. Let's see. So we got rid of one Facebook. LMT's at high. No, that shouldn't. The fact that that's even going up. I don't know what the premiums went to on LMT. So the premiums are still down 8%. They're like break even. If the upper leg of the butterfly goes in the money, what should we do? You could be assigned on the other one, but that's fine. I mean, if it gets in the money, that's exactly what you want. You make max gain when you get to the middle expiration, the one that you sold. So you're chill for now. You could close it out if you would like, but it depends on how much time you have, because if that other one that you sold expires, that's where you make all the premium, and then if you end up in the money, even better. Wave 3, no, it has not started yet. State Department, if issues are addressed, nuclear deal might be reached in days. That for Iran. Watch oil again. They're trying to bring oil. I can't believe they're already trying to talk down oil. They're giving an advance notice on the SPR. It's the same thing as last time. So wave 3 would literally just mean a lower low than where we set in the beginning of January, which would indicate, a lot of momentum to the downside again. Because even then, even though we hit that big low that one time, we never really went lower, and then that's where you formulated the bounce. And then now, again, the last couple days, just Russia, even though the market has been priced in a lot, there was a divergence, and that's what we took advantage of. Again, remember, Fed futures, they were still lagging behind, and that's the funny part about today is that they're still low, which is wild to think about, because you would have thought bonds would have caught some level of bid, or people would have calmed down on the Fed pricing, but they didn't. So I'm telling you, like, every factor that could have been bad today went bad. So essentially, your bonds did not chill out, even though the market was volatile. You got more reaction from Russia, Ukraine, and another sanction on top of it. And then you broke every key level, and now you're holding on to the final level that would pretty much be a lower low since the last 10-15% that we saw. So everything is gone bad today. That's the thing that's not good about it. But at the same time, as long as we could keep that 421, it's pretty decent. So we will see. We will see. I want to check that other one. It could bounce. I mean, if wave 3 comes in, I wouldn't be surprised. I remember I was looking at those butterflies this morning. Where is it? Was it this one? I was looking at what? I think like 450. Where was it? Let's go 440 to 450 to 460. Shit. I did it wrong. What would that cost? $1? Oh, bullshit. That's still not even good, even for the upside butterfly. Some of them aren't. Again, I like the first one we got has a high percentage, but some of those are like 1,000%. If Russian sanctions hit, how low? I mean, it would just probably be a fear reaction, if anything. That would be the real key with it all. Yeah, so someone just sent me this. This is of March. So this is what we're talking about in March, like 2018, 2019. So this is where we were at. There would be that bounce that we've been talking about, and then you get your wave 3, and then you go a lot lower, and then you're able to bounce right back up. So this is what we're talking about with wave 3. This makes it look nice and pretty because you could see it overlaid. But essentially, we're right here right now. We're approaching a new low on this. But that's the difference. Remember, back then, you barely went a little bit lower, but it didn't really break it, and then it was able to come back up. So this is where I'm saying where I'm thinking we might have one more bounce in us. I don't think it's, I wouldn't rule it out just yet. But that's where we're really going to find out. And again, this would correlate perfectly with the Fed meeting. Pentagon, I don't want him. I don't want to hear him, bro. That guy messed, dude. He was picking the worst adjectives and buzzwords ever. That was overlaid today's S&P versus the S&P in 2018. I'm expecting another drop down if we get a bounce up. But if anything, I didn't really think wave 3 was going to start right here. I was expecting, so that's why we're going to find out. That's why it's like if we don't fully break here, I'm expecting a little bit more of a bounce, and then that would look a lot more volatile, and then we come down one more time after the Fed, because I really couldn't imagine it if we dropped another 5-10% before the Fed. I don't know. That's going to be because then it would make the Fed that much more ugly, but nobody was really expecting Russia to pick up like this in that sense. Again, a lot of people were writing it off. Didn't look like much. We were waiting for the Olympics, and then sure enough, but now the back and forth, like I said, the real catalyst is the Fed meeting on March 16th, but now Russia has become its own catalyst. It is now a catalyst that is clearly weighing on the market, and it has this ability. Again, we're seeing it with all these other things. So what's the Fed announcing that would be so bad? Rate hikes. That would be the start of everything. That's what we're waiting for. Again, rate hikes would be that's why it would be bad, because then if they give guidance for the next meeting and then they start it off, that's where the first chart is. Remember, before Russia hit the rate hikes led the way. That's what I'm saying. It's like today is bad because everything hit today. Every single bad thing that could have happened. You're literally right at 421. If we break that level, it's even worse. But now your Fed futures, all the rate hikes are pretty much pricing in worse than January, back to the levels of February. So even though today was bad, it's pricing in. So yeah, rate hikes, they're still priced in, but now we're talking further pricing in than what the market already priced in here. That's why it's bad once again. So then we got that, and then on top of it, you got just another harder sanction, but now you also got everything with Russia getting worse. And then I guess the cherry on top would be you have no more earnings left, or you have nothing of worthy or large catalyst besides the Fed. So if anything, even if the Fed and everything's expected, the point is that the Fed would still at least be some sort of countermeasure catalyst, or it could at least make it, equal and opposite reactions. Other than that, we have no more catalyst, and anything that can go wrong is already going wrong, really. So the only thing, the Fed could be positive, and that's why we're waiting for the 16th. But that's why I'm saying I don't know. And again, if the market sold off large coming into the Fed, that would be weird because, again, a lot of people, we've already sold so much off. It's like, why would you sell off, a week or two before Powell may either start a tightening cycle and give guidance or not? So we will see. Fed Daily is speaking right now. We'll see what they say. Boeing's coming down. A lot of other things, but again, bonds just sold off. SPY came up a little bit, but now they're kind of doing a little bit of a dance here, but it's just overall not good at all. Chemical plant in Crimea evacuated. That's not good. Troy's posting that now. That's not good. I don't see it yet across the wire, but we'll see. Everything going down again. I mean, just watch for full liquidation. If we're really going to break, gold is going to come down, oil is going to come down, and even bonds are going to come down. Like, if you're really going to get a panic for the door and people are really going to trip out, again, that's where the Fed meeting comes into play, because it's like, we already sold off 10%. You have to, at the end of the day, you've already got discounted. A lot is priced in. We're still in the process of repricing, but at the end of the day, the Fed could hold things up. But if people are really going to rush for the door, they're going to sell everything. They're going to want money from gold. They'll want their money from oil. They're not, Altria wouldn't be up right now, essentially, is what I'm trying to tell you. A lot of things everything would get the stick if that was the case. Tough to cash out. Well, yeah, but that's what I'm saying, though. Then that means the panic isn't that bad. But if the panic was really bad and people didn't like this, they would start chopping them off one by one. And we've seen it. We saw it in January. That's the thing. So it's not like, we could say a lot of things, but you remember January, nothing was holding up. There was a couple of days where you had some consumer staples and defensive names, but for the most part, when we would get bad and that day we hit 421, everybody sold everything. There's no such thing as a green name. It was like literally like 20 or 30 names barely. We got another press briefing. I don't know. And then Fed Daily, she's talking now.
2020, one of the weakest currencies in the world. In response to inflation risk, the Russian central bank has hiked rates 8 times in the past year to 9.5%. And Bloomberg reported, just going to cite Bloomberg there, that the fortunes of Russia's super rich have tumbled $32 billion this year, with the escalating conflict in Ukraine poised to make that wealth destruction much larger. So as I started off saying, this is before the bite even takes place, and this is just after the beginning. I mean, we've only had obviously a first tranche here, but this is a vicious feedback loop that will get more severe if Putin doesn't escalate. So as he's looking at the impact on his own economy, on his rich and wealthy oligarch friends, and on the people of Russia, these are the facts, regardless of what you're hearing from the Kremlin about the impact. Also, just wanted to note, because I know that we put out these sanctions when a lot was happening yesterday, just wanted to give you a little bit more detail of them. Obviously, you hopefully have seen the announcement and the statement from the president about Nord Stream 2. We can come back to that, but that is an additional step today. And also on banks, and the announcement we made yesterday, what we did was we used our most powerful sanctions tool to target 2 major state-owned Russian banks for the first time. That is the significance. These banks can no longer, what it means is they can no longer make any transactions with the United States or Europe, and their assets in the financial system will be frozen. They are the glorified piggy banks, some of the glorified piggy banks for the Kremlin, including one of them, which is a key
she's talking
financial
about yesterday's, though. They're soft.
Where support military
they need to make it sound big, but
has
finance world interpreted it as soft.
And this will have a significant impact on Russian leadership in the inner circle because they're state-owned, banks controlled by them. We also were clear yesterday, but again, there was a lot going on, so I just wanted to touch on this lightly, that no financial institution is safe. And the authority that was announced yesterday means that we can expand this to other financial institutions in Russia, and we have every capability and capacity to do that. Second, we made an announcement about sovereign debt. And essentially this means, I know there's been some commentary out there, some from Russia, of course, that they have a rainy day fund. A rainy day fund is limited. A rainy day fund means you can only tap into it until the rainy day fund is done. The ability to purchase sovereign debt means that you can gain access to additional funding. And what we are essentially doing is cutting off their ability to tap into that from the United States and Europe. Finally, on elites, what is significant about this, and somebody asked me this question about what's different.
For the sovereign
so some
bonds,
of the people who were
already
sanctioned
you were
yesterday
never allowed to buy
are
Russia
repeat
bonds. We just
people
clapped
that
them
we
on
have
the
sanctioned in the
secondary
past.
markets.
But the additional step we took was that we sanctioned family members, because what we've seen in terms of tactics that they've used in the past is they have moved, they're very sophisticated, some of these oligarchs, no surprise, they've moved money around to children, to family members.
No,
they
so
could still
again,
have
so she's
access
giving
to it.
us,
And we
she's
wanted
pretty much
to
explaining
reduce
what
the
happened
likelihood of that.
yesterday.
So that is an
So
additional
again, I don't
step
think
that
any
we
of this
took.
is new
So just
right
wanna
now.
cover that. One
So
other
just keep
note,
that in mind.
today
It's not
also
that she's,
marks
I think
100
she's
days
just
since the
behind.
president
That's
signed
it.
the
Again, we've
bipartisan
listened to a
infrastructure
lot
law
and we've been
and applies. It's also
very,
day 400
very,
of the
focused on it,
administration.
but it seems like
In
she's
the
just
past 100
explaining
days, we've hit
the
the ground
3
running,
actions that they did
rolling out
yesterday.
nearly
We'll see if they
$100
talk a
billion
little bit more
programs and
about the
funding to
other,
state and local governments. This
again,
funding
the
will help
people.
rebuild crumbling roads
She's
and
kinda
bridges,
mentioning it, but not
replace
really.
lead pipes, help provide high-speed internet to every family in America, and produce concrete results that change people's lives for the better. To continue this momentum, today the Department of Transportation announced nearly $450 million available to strengthen port infrastructure and supply chain resiliency, and obviously there is more to come. Chris, your first day in the AP seat. Welcome to the front of the room. No pressure.
So a few questions about Ukraine. First, talk about the impact of the economy on Russia. Ukraine is also feeling a lot of economic pain right now. What more is the White House prepared to do to shore up their economy and provide them with financial assistance?
Well, we have provided them an extensive amount of financial assistance, including recently announcing $1 billion in loan guarantees, and that is something we are open to building upon, and we are going to continue to assess what the impact is on the Ukrainian economy, what is needed on the ground. That applies to both access to economic assistance as well as humanitarian assistance. So I don't have anything to announce today, but we will continue to be a large provider and supporter of financial and economic assistance to Ukraine.
A new AP poll found that only 26% of Americans want the U.S. to play a major role in this crisis. Given that this could increase costs on Americans, gas prices, other economic ripples, has the White House done enough to prepare Americans for what the U.S. role could be and what impact it could be on their lives?
Well, this is very important to the president personally. It's why he gave remarks, delivered the remarks he did last week, and why he has spoken several
Coming down
times to
20
provide
minutes.
updates to
The
American
test
people
of
over the last couple of
421,
days.
ladies and gentlemen. It's
Two
at
pieces I would note that I
422.50.
think are very important as Americans are tuning in and learning
wait,
more
see
about
if it breaks. Low
this,
ticker's going
this
nuts.
potential conflict. There's conflict that's
jeez.
underway, I guess I should say, between Russia and Ukraine. One, the president has no intention of sending U.S. military or U.S. troops to fight in Ukraine. It is hard to know, because I don't think it was in your poll, how people assess what major involvement means, but that has not changed in terms of the president's view and his approach. Second is he is going to do everything he can to reduce the impact on energy costs for the American people. And that means engaging closely with partners around the world. It means considering a range of options that are all on the table to reduce the impact on the oil markets. And that is what would impact energy costs. But the last thing I would say is that the president and the White House, we make national security decisions based on what's best for our country's national security, not on the latest polling. And if you step back, what hopefully the American people will see and have seen is that while Russia has sought to divide our allies and the American people, the president has sought to revitalize our partnerships and alliances and unite our country. He's standing up for our national security interests and bedrock democratic values against the aggression of a dictator threatening to further invade a sovereign country. That's why he's doing what he's doing. So we're less focused on the politics of Ukraine and more focused on preventing a war.
The other question I had was yesterday, the administration said the goal of the sanctions is to prevent and deter a wider invasion of Ukraine. If Russia does attack, as U.S. officials are warning that they're imminently prepared to do, does that mean that strategy has failed?
Well, I would say as we look at it, we're focused on accomplishing two things. One is implementing serious costs for the actions that have already been taken. So the actions in the Donbass, and we've taken steps beyond what we did in 2014, which obviously I just outlined at the beginning of the briefing. Second, yes, deterrence is part of our objective. If he goes further, we will go further. We have a range of tools at our disposal. I mentioned some of the potential financial steps we could take that could impact financial institutions. That is very significant and could have a very significant impact. But we have far more options beyond that, including export controls. And what export control steps would mean, Russia, as President Putin looks to the future of Russia, there is a lot of access to different industries, technologies that he needs and would rely on in order for the economy to grow and flourish in the future, whether it's AI, whether it's other technological sectors, biotech, semiconductors, a term we've used a lot in here, and what this would do would essentially cut off access to that. That would also be a significant step. So point is, we have more steps we can take, and we're going to continue to apply those if he escalates.
Thanks, Jen. Given the possibility that an attack seems particularly high today, can you walk us through how the president is spending his day, how his security team is spending the day, if they're doing anything in these what could be these final hours before an attack, if that's the case?
Well, I've seen the reporting on this, but let me be very clear. We have been saying for days that Russian military forces are in an attack position. That has not changed. They are capable of operationalizing at any point in time. We are in constant contact with the Ukrainians about their positioning, about their capacity and capabilities. We're not predicting a day, a moment, or an hour. That has been our assessment and what we've been communicating with the Ukrainians for some time now. Let me tell you, though, something else that we're also seeing or assessing right now. We believe, obviously we've laid out a game plan that we believe that President Putin has been implementing over the course of the last several weeks, if not longer. It's clear, and what our assessment is that President Putin did not expect the United States to have the level of information that we have, did not expect us to put out this amount of information that we have put out, did not expect the global community to be as unified, including in how unified the global community was in putting out the sanctions yesterday. And what we're seeing now, our assessment is that he is improvising, adapting, and we're having to respond and adapt his own actions to as we are responding to him. So we don't have a new assessment. I will tell you that what the president is doing is what he has been doing for several days now, which is continuing to meet and engage with his national security team. Obviously, he had a PDB this morning, and he will receive regular updates from his team. He will continue to engage closely with partners and allies, something that he has been doing for several days now. But that is a continuation of what our engagement has been.
Given that we could be looking at an imminent attack, is there anything this White House, this president, believes he can do to stop it?
Well, I think what's important to note here is we have been saying imminent for days now. And what I'm conveying to you is that we're also seeing adjustments by President Putin, or the need to adapt in response to what our actions and what our response has been. So what the president has been doing has been continuing to work with partners and allies to ensure we remain united, to leave the door open to diplomacy, but to make very clear to President Putin and to our partners around the world that there will be significant consequences beyond what we have done already should he invade further. Go ahead, Jen.
Jen, what's the next trigger point for new sanctions? Obviously, yesterday's was the start of the invasion. What does Putin
This is a good question, but wait till we get a bouncer.
I'm
5
not
minutes
going to
till
give
10
you
minute
a detailed, if he
Again,
does this, we will do
421
that.
is literally
I would only
like
just
the line in
reiterate
the
what I
sand.
said a little bit earlier, which is that we have the specific authority based on the announcement made yesterday to take additional steps as it relates to financial institutions in Russia. There's additional enormous financial institutions, the two largest banks, for example, which were not a part of the announcement we made yesterday. There's an additional steps we've expressed an openness to, including taking steps as it relates to export controls. So these are assessments we will continue to make internally, and we have a range of tools that we are prepared to, steps we are prepared to take should he further escalate.
On Monday, when President Putin
Got to break 422 again. We need to go lower than 421. I'll pull it up on the chart. You're at 421.89 now. A little bit of a butter.
Russia already has troops there. This is just more overt. The next day, President Biden came out and said, this is the start of invasion. What happened overnight? What changed to lead to that change in rhetoric?
Well, I talked about this a little bit yesterday, but what we looked at,
you
what we
just hit
assessed
half a
were
point
range of
down
steps.
and
I'm
then
not
you
obviously
bounced.
going to get
You
into
did not go
military
lower than it,
assessments or
but you
movements today,
bounced
just
right
like
there.
I didn't yesterday.
You got 4 minutes.
But we
Hold
looked at
on.
a couple of steps.
Oh, this is
including,
tense, bro.
President
This is
Putin,
tense.
taking steps as it relates to the Duma to ask for authority to take additional military action beyond that region. We looked at his recognition. We looked at the positioning of troops and military, and we looked at the range of steps over that period of time to assess and make that decision. I would also note that our Deputy National Security Advisor was on TV conveying that morning as well.
All right, and just lastly on this, the president of Russia, President Putin, said on Monday that he felt the West
10-minute rigged is either going to destroy it or save it. You got 2.5 minutes.
That, you're obviously trying and effectively
4:24:11.
pain on the Russian economy.
4:22:11. 4:22:10.
Will actually be a deterrent?
Well, I think that is a decision for President Putin to make. I mean, there are statements he has conveyed in terms of what he wants to achieve here, right? The division of NATO.
Dude, the
opposite
volume is going
happening,
up. 422.17
right?
to
To
22,
see Nord
bro.
Stream
The
2
range
move
is
forward.
honestly. I'm going to
Key
zoom in on
prize
this,
for
okay?
him. That is
so we can
obviously
see
not
it a little
happening.
bit better.
He wants to have a flourishing
This
economy
is zooming
for the
in.
Russian people.
Give me more zooming in.
Just even without the bite of our
Okay, we're
sanctions,
super
that is
zoomed in.
clearly not happening. So this is an assessment he's going to have to make, and we expect he'll hear from people around him who are being impacted and other people in Russia about the impact of these
422.01,
Does the White
422,
House share the assessment of the
421.90.
Australian Prime Minister today that an
80.
attack is likely within 24 hours?
I'm not going to give an additional timeline to it. We have been saying it could happen at any time, and they are in attack position for some time now, but I'm not going to give you an
421.89. You got
day,
about
hour
a minute and a
moment.
half till the 10-minute
Hold on,
rigged.
you
Again,
have
it's
been
going to
saying that
save
it's
it or
imminent for
destroy
some
it right
time.
here.
You guys stopped
Get
for a
ready
moment, then
for
you
it.
went back to Has there been a
421.89.
new warning to the Ukrainians in the last 24 hours or so? Because it seems that CNN and others are reporting that they have shared new intelligence about the threat of just how quickly an attack could happen.
We don't know what that's based on. We have been conveying in close touch with the Ukrainians. We have been conveying that they are capable of operationalizing at any time. That has been the case. I'd also note that obviously our preference would be that President Putin doesn't further invade. And as I said a few minutes ago, what we're also assessing is that he has had to adjust, adapt to the strength of the unity of the global community, to what our reaction has been.
1 minute.
And he has been forced to need to
1 minute
respond
till the
and adapt his own
10-minute
actions.
rig.
We will see. We still very
this
much
is it. If you don't
anticipate
feel it
and
right, bro, this is
predict,
like
that he will
fourth
invade
quarter
further.
right now.
But
Oh,
again,
man.
we're also seeing an impact on how he's behaving.
421.75.
And on Nord Stream 2, last month the White House opposed an effort on Capitol Hill to put sanctions on this pipeline. Last year, of course, President Biden waived the sanctions on that, and now today he is imposing the sanctions on it, which is a pretty big shift. So can you just explain
30
the
seconds.
changes and
We don't.
where you
Well, we don't see it as a shift at
422.04.
all. We've never supported the pipeline. It was 90% built when the president took office. We've always spoken out against the pipeline. The question was, what was the most effective step in order to
421.75. Okay, it's been holding this range. 10 seconds, 10-minute rig coming in. Just get ready, ladies and gentlemen. This is it.
Sanctions on
Wave 3 or not.
sanctions, or take earlier steps, I should say, on Nord Stream 2. We disagreed with that strategy. We worked through a diplomatic path with the Germans. You saw the German chancellor
Surprisingly
make the announcement
calm.
yesterday, and the announcement today.
Nah,
was
you're down
complimentary
half a
to that.
point so far.
changes just
You're
because
down
you're
half
waiting
a
on the
point right
Germans to
now.
take the
If you
first
go a
step
quarter
here.
point,
Well,
remember
actually, it was that we
421.30.
felt a diplomatic approach
But you're
would be
pretty
the most
much right there.
effective
We're flirting with
approach, and
it.
we have
If we don't get a
succeeded in our
crazy
efforts,
bounce
and we
right now,
didn't
it's
think
going to
the
hit.
alternative approach
Yeah,
was the
volume's
right
coming
one.
in
My last question, a French
421.60.
official recently told the Wall Street Journal that during his last visit, the French president
421.50.
found Putin was
The
more
Qs
rigid,
and UVXY are
isolated,
going.
and had basically gone into a sort of ideological and security-minded drift. The president recently spent about an
421.40.
hour
That's a
on the
lower
phone with him.
low right
Obviously,
now.
he
You're
knows
you're
Putin,
421.30.
I wonder if he
Oh,
has seen
no.
a change in the Russian
Apple
leader.
volume,
I
big
don't have
Apple
any
volume
personal
right here.
observations by President
It
Biden
bounced
about
at
President Putin's
421.30 a
radar,
little
but I
bit,
think
but you
we all
are
watched,
still in the
including
danger
President,
zone. 10 minutes
the
left
speech
right
or
now.
read it from the other night and saw a leader who
Oh,
was outlining
it's-
a case for war to his public. One that
No,
was based
it's
on
not
a vision of
flushing,
history,
bro. It hit
and
it hit
whether that's based on
421.30.
isolation or
It
not,
hit
we'll leave
it, but
that to
it's
others,
not
to
breaking it
assess.
yet. Oh man,
Thank
it's
you,
coming
Jen.
right back
So
down
you
though.
said
Hold on, a
many
lot of
times
volume
today
is coming
that
in.
There is not a new assessment, but yesterday the president.
Yeah, Jen,
clearly
I'm
chose
sorry.
his
We're gonna
words
have to turn off Jen for a little bit. Again, this is what we're waiting for. You got 9 minutes left right now. You are at the key level. This is the low of January right now. Again, we've hit 421.30 something. We hit actually it says the low is 4. No. 421.48. So we didn't even go there. We hit 421.48 right now. That is the current low. Right now, you're at 46. So, okay, 43. We're hitting new lows right now. Oh, bro, it is moving a lot right now. 3.9 to the buy side, market on balance close. We'll see. Again, you need the bounce right here, because we haven't broken below it. Again, just keep that in mind. It's like right there at the cusp, and you can see it, but you can see there's a little extra of that wick there. It's good enough, though. I mean, it's not clearly you're already testing it, but 421.46 is the low of the day right now. You're bouncing a little bit. Oh, 3 to the sell side. I thought you said to the buy side. I was like, oh, man. I was like, we need the buy, but it wasn't even looking like it was showing up. Woo! Oh, what a day. Today bad. And again, if you notice, the butterfly stopped going up now, probably because the other premiums are weighing in on it now. Jeez, bro. Jeez. That's all I have to. It's bouncing, bro. Bro, we did not break the low yet. That's the key part right here. We hit it on the dot, so we're going to see how this plays out right now. Bro, this is absolutely wild. This is like absolutely, and the premiums are up, but they're not going too crazy. Trudeau to revoke emergency powers, Canadian press reports. So shout out to Freedom. That's cool. Trudeau to revert. Yeah, he undid them. Apparently, he's revoking them right now. That just came through the wire. Daily says rates moving up this year. Let's see, Daily. We bounced, bro. I can't. I mean, again, we got like 7 minutes left. Hopefully, we don't retest it. We are not out of the clear just yet. It bought us a little bit of time. A lot of volumes coming in. Volume is equivalent to the last like 3 days, so it's not low volume. It's not high volume, but this is a very, very key point right here. Dow still at 33. Again, some names are doing good. Like those Altrias are still holding up for some reason. So, I mean, a lot of things are still in the game right now, but we will see. You got 6 candles left. Hopefully, 3 of them are green. Otherwise, again, we're way too close to the low. You're at 422 flat, but if it goes down one more point here, we'll see. But again, volume is just through the roof right now on a lot of different things. And again, you got BABA earnings too. Keep that in mind. There'll be a couple of plays. Is it time to play the Titanic song? No, this ain't even the Titanic anymore. I don't even know what to describe this as. You can't sing the Titanic twice, bro. 21:57, bro. You're coming right back down. 6 minutes left. It's still in the 6th candle. Oh, no. Bro, this is exciting, huh? Is this exciting to you? I think this is exciting. I'm having a lot of fun. Oceans may be on the table today. Oh, look at it. Just bounce, bro. It's moving half a point at a time. Bro, this is better than the Super Bowl. Are you guys kidding me right now? I hope you realize this, bro. Joe Burrow got nothing on this right now. I'm sorry. Like the no-look Matt Stafford passes are dope, but this right here, oh, man. We don't know, bro. You have 5 minutes left, and it's either going to break the low or not right now, and you really have no idea. It's hanging on for dear life. Oh, man. 421.66. 5 minutes left, about 4.5. I only have an old Baba play. That's it. 421.50 or 60. I'm a little blind there. Again, 46 was the low here of the day. Or it changed to 51. I don't know whether this thing's tweaking out. 422.41. You're at 60. Yeah, 41 is the low of the day. Bit staying up on Fubo. 421.57. This is, you're really close. You're within 1/10 of a point from the low. The low is 41. You're at 53, 54, 60. I'm just going to say it out loud. I don't mean to increase your anxiety, but this is just all that's going through my head. 59, 57, 421, 60, 62, 62, 64, 63 and a half, 63, we got 60, we're looking for 58, we got 57, we're 56, we got 56, we're looking for a lower, we went to 50, down to 46, hit a new low, 47, 47, 47, no, we're going down to 50, back up to 50, we got 53, looking for a 51, got a 51, looking for a 54, we got 54 on the print, 50, 50, 51, we're going back down to 50 there, 52 is going with the high, a little bit below low, 52, 53, 56, we're back to 53.7, 54, 421, 49, 49, 41, 42, back to 46, 47, looks like we're getting a little bit of bounce, but it's coming down lower, okay, low is 39. Bro, 421.39. Oh, dude, it's too close to call, bro. It's either gonna get clapped or not, man. Oh, it hit 39. That's a tough one. That's a tough one. That is a tough one. It hit 39. Again, you went slightly lower. We're not landing the plane today. I'm sorry. These next 3 minutes are gonna be very crucial. So just buckle up, brace for impact. Okay, I love you all. Hopefully you read your Bible and Proverbs, okay? That's the best advice I could give you in this situation right now. Okay, 54, 59, 56, 53, 50, 52, 50 again, 46. You're coming towards the low, 43. The low is 39. Again, if we go any lower than 421, that's it, man. A tentative, I would say wave 3 is tentatively started. I say it with caution, but let's see. You need to bring it in. 2 minutes left. It hasn't gone lower. Oh, wait, you got 421. No, it's saying 97, but no, it was 30. 421.31. Oof. Dog, that was crazy. It's at 421. 421.36 is what it's saying now. Is the low. You got 35. I see 31. It keeps adjusting. I guess some of the prints are weird. You're bouncing a little bit there. Yo, we did not break it. Oh, man. You did not break it yet. Oh, wow. 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 Okay. Hold on. It did not. They held the line, bro. It held the line. Oh, man. 1 minute! Bring it home, ladies and gentlemen. You did not hit the low from January. You hit it, but you did not break it. Whether you get this wave 3 or not, I mean, you have to wait another day, bro. You have to wait another day, unfortunately. But we are bouncing up a little bit. Wrap up any of the plays. The butterflies are still holding. We took profits on some other ones. I'm still holding the MO calls. We still got the Tesla puts. I took profits on another one of them today. But wrap it up and decide what you're going to do. Again, we got Russia news, Ukraine, oil, SPR releases. You got Fed Daily. You got BABA earnings, I believe, here in the morning. So you got, or it's on Friday, I don't know, but keep that in mind. Less than 10 seconds left. We did not hit a low. Keep your eyes peeled, though. We might be able to hit an Ocean's 11 right here, bro. Ding, 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 ding. Or nah. Let's go, baby. We did it. We made it. We did it. We made it. Ladies and gentlemen, that, I don't know. I'm tense right now, bro. I don't know what to do. I'm like, bro, is the market over? Because this is crazy. I need my GGs, bro. GG, baby. Bro, I feel like the day's not even over. Today was awful. I need a GG because of how bad it was. Come on. GG, baby.
Did it, we made it, and these bitches hating. I'm singing, I'm praising, my God is amazing. My dreams is accomplished, it, they're not complaining. They scheming, they plotting, but that did not faze me.
I was trying to blow the horn.
But my car cost a home, teach your ass not to judge. There's a lot I don't know, but I know, show some love. I'm so smart, I play dumb.
Let's go, baby. Oh, let's go, baby. Holy shit. Yo, today was awful. I got wrecked. Don't worry. It was bad. This was, I'm telling you, everything that could have went wrong happened, but the day is over. You are still breathing, and we still need to wait for another day. So, ladies and gentlemen, I love you all. Good game. Thank you for being here. Big shout out to the chat, baby. All the people who liked the video, but if you held it down with a good attitude, positive, respectful, if you got to really enjoy this, you know what I'm saying? You got to really enjoy this market right now and go understand you are going through history right now. I hope y'all realize this. Some of you are going to learn lessons for a lifetime through all of this, but man, good game and thank you. So for real, man, Chad, I love all, bro, I'm still like, bro, that was a wild, I don't know how I feel. Hold on, before I tell you how much I love you, Chad, what do you guys feel about this? How do we feel about this close? How do we feel about this? I don't know how I feel about it. How do you feel that we broke the level or not? How do y'all feel about this? How do y'all feel about this? Holy shit, buzzing. Feels like a mess. Manipulation. Fuck Joe Biden is how I feel. We are bullish. eBay earnings. We have 3 confirmed. I'm excited about Baba. It feels controlled. Spooky, bearish. Daily causes. How you feel? Fuck this shit. Josh, the party bus. I know it crashed. Still feel good. Hey, man. Almost time to shine. Oh, fuck Biden, baby. Why didn't nobody said thank you, Biden? Why so many negative Biden comments, man? Y'all don't remember when Trump would fucking drop this shit 10% with a tweet? Hey, a lot of kabuki. Don't say that, please. Keep it positive and respectful. I don't know. Kabuki just sounds like an aggressive term. I don't know if we should welcome that here, okay? Kabuki theater. I'll be like, get out of here with that nasty, bro. You sound nasty, bro. I don't know what they keep saying, man. What else? How do you feel, bro? I don't know how I feel. I need to talk about this. I need a therapist. I need to, come on. It feels like the Super Bowl. I know. Fuck Moscow. Come on. How do you feel, bro? For real. How, bro? That was intense. It's coming down again. We still got posts. Bro, honestly, hold up. What time? Where is it at? No, I don't know if it'll go to 420. What's the 422? You might be able to Ocean's 11. Oh, my gosh. See, best Biden president ever. There you go. At least something to balance it out. God, it's still good. Woo! Hey, man. Bro, today, are you mad? I don't know. It's a good question. Are you mad? How many people are mad? How many people are excited? You fucking sickos. You know what I'm saying? I think every year, if you have a weird emotional response, good or bad to this, I just control it. Don't be such a sicko. You're like, okay, Jeff Bezos, calm down. I'm mad. I'm exhausted. It is very exhausting. I could feel, I'm just like, whew, I'm like this again. I'm like, fuck, man. I mean, this is crazy, bro. Just anxious. I like the anxious, excited. I was born in volatility. I was born in volatility. With God, I have no fear. You made money. I'm happy to be here. Amen. I crave the green. I'm not mad. I'm happy to be alive. My bum got destroyed by Brandon's associates. Okay, that's very descriptive. Traders love this shit. Investors hate it. I got excited when my butterfly got filled. Best time to buy. We built for this. GG. I love this bitch no matter what. Amen, baby. Amen. Oh, man. I think there's an uncle song where he says it. He says, they complain about working, but that bitch my wife. That's what it was an old uncle. It's a SoundCloud uncle, man. Oh, man. That's crazy. I met Boris Johnson's dad this morning. That's hype. That's pretty cool. Be like, has anybody ever met Donald's dad? Or I don't know if he's alive. I don't know. And then Biden's dad, I think he fought in the Revolutionary War. So that's just way past our time. Again, we'll see. Man, I'm sorry. I love you, Chad. You know that? Honestly, thank all of you for being. I'm just sitting down for a second, and I'm just like, because this was the best football game I've ever seen today. And then, I don't even know the answer. It's tie. It's we are going into overtime tomorrow. You realize that? You have after hours, and hopefully you're not an asshole and get the watch list. But, do you realize this was the Super Bowl going into overtime? Because, bro, it didn't break 4-31. I think it's funny. I honestly think it's funny, bro. We've talked about these levels just like to the exact fucking number, and it just like it stops right there, and then that's it, bro. Oh my gosh. Oh, I know. The watch list will be fire. I can't yell too much, but I'm like, wow, that was insane, bro. I need to go get a water, bro. I need to get a water, bro. I need to get a water. You know, here, just GG it up, bro. Just GG it up, bro. Holy, I need a water before I clap my voice. Hold up.
Made it in these bitches hating. The haters complain why creators creating. Did it, we made it in these bitches hating. We did it, we made it in these bitches hating. We did it, we made it in these bitches hating. The haters complain why creators creating. Did it, we made it in these bitches hating. I'm singing, I'm praising, my God is amazing. My dreams is accomplished, they're not complaining. They scheming, they plotting, but that did not faze me. Look like I'm homeless, ain't got me no job, but my car cost a home. Teach your ass not to judge. There's a lot I don't know, but I know, show some love. I'm so smart, I play dumb. Rather have me the money than have me some fun. Bitch, I'm back, I ain't done. Really rapping about funds, talking yields in the buns of the cart to the front. Sit your ass in the day, what you learn in the month. Eating 1 meal a day, fuck your breaking your lunch. Go for layups, not done. So I'ma say what I want. I get paid for my thoughts. Some would pay, so I stop. Influential as fuck, boy, my mental been tough. Wear my heart on my cuff. It ain't hard, I don't want. Cause then everyone got like opinions and thoughts. Why they don't mean a lot. Man, my money on stocks, I can show you the top. Every bottom I bought, both the key and the lock. Don't believe me, just watch. Use my freedom a lot.
Man, bro. Oh, man, bro. eBay, I don't even care about eBay. Fubo is going up $8. He don't even want to move. Like, oh, there you go. I was like, bro. 26 million advertising, including 2-point impact of Molotov. I mean, E-minis, SPY's holding up, bro. Wow, how do you feel, bro? Are you guys ready for overtime? So what's the prediction? I think tomorrow we might get like a slight break of 421, depending on what sort of news we get. But you got to ask yourself, I think we get a small break, but it might come up above it. I'm still kind of feeling the bounce a little bit, but dude, that was too dead on. Like for us to hit 421.30 as the low, bro. Like right there. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. That's crazy. How did you come up with 421? I was reading the book of Proverbs, and then the Lord spoke to me. And then I threw a rock at the floor, then it turned into a snake, and then there was like a burning bush, and then I'm just playing with you, man. That's not how it works. It was just the low of January. That's all. It wasn't rocket scientist. It was just pure momentum. Very simple. Again, because if you don't understand it, it makes a lot of sense. Because like think about during all of this, like remember when we really got the peak, you hit the peak and then we dropped really, really low. Remember that day, January, 24th? Like that shit was awful. You remember that? And like you were literally like really, really low, and then we bounced up, and then the next few days were really bad. So it's not like the next few days were good, but what you noticed about the momentum, we were never able to hit any lower than that point, and then we had the earnings, the bounces, and all of that, and really up until that point, this was the key marker. And again, if I pull this chart out like 180 days, this is that key support level that we got around like June of 2021, which is wild. So again, it's just very, very simple in that sense, and that's why. But like for the fact that it did it to the T and did it with the timing and how fast today was, and like I said all day today, every single thing went wrong. Like literally every single thing you could have thought about that wouldn't. Again, I mean, please don't get this twisted. You guys don't remember me telling you a couple weeks ago? What was I saying? I said don't get distracted. Russia shit is just here to distract from the Fed, and I still believe that. But like that's how bad today was. Is that even Fed futures came back to pricing in a little bit more. Again, we're hitting the lows again. So it's like this one wasn't good. Again, you broke the levels. Your Fed futures were dog shit. You had sell-offs in other markets, and then you had a little bit more escalation, and now we're at the mercy of whatever headline we get in the morning tomorrow. I mean, it's just it was everything that could have went wrong. Murphy's Law at its finest today, but fascinating how it played out. Again, just right to the level, and that's why I think it's really, I mean, investor sentiment is at it's a seesaw right now, and I think everybody is gonna have to. I don't know if anybody feels as confident. Again, both sides, and there's just so much behind everything right now. It's a very interesting time. I mean, very exciting. But today was wild. Today was wild, man. Oh man. Holy shit. I'm clapped, but let's go, Danny Lee. I hope you're still here, man. And Mr. Eric Fight back again. But God bless you guys. I love all of you, man. And now let me get into it to tell you. First of all, for Danny and Eric. Oh, God bless you. Danny's still in the house, baby. Ooh, honestly, before I tell you thank you and how much I love you, okay? All right, listen. Okay, listen. I don't know how you feel today. If you feel stressed out, if you feel anxious, whatever it may be, you might think I'm about to drop like a super deep PHILO on you. I'm not. Just go to the gym, okay? That's it. Just go to the gym. So, like, if you're mad at I'm telling you, you're going to get a killer word. Just take it out in the gym, bro. Nothing like a metal bar and some pounds, okay? For real, just hit the gym up today. Clear your mind. I'm serious. Just go, move some shit around. That way you can let it, and then you'll be too tired to talk any shit tomorrow. I promise you. That's how I could tell if you went to the gym or not. You know that? Because if you got energy at like 6 or 7 in the morning to talk shit, you did not work out the day before. You know what I'm saying? Oh shit, they're about to drop it after hours once the what's it called closes. Once the ability to fill the contracts at the 4:15 and 4:30, they might bring it down. Watch out. Hold on, but seriously, go to the gym today, okay? Go to the gym. I'm telling you, seriously. Thank me later. I'm telling you, I did it on those. It helps so much on days like today, especially if you're anxious, stressed, maybe you're too excited. Because even then, it works. Because even if you just hit all the puts today, all you got to do, you just got to, boom, you got to hit it. You got to hit it. You know what I'm saying? I talk junk, tired or not. Honestly, I mean this respectfully. You don't work out hard enough. That's all. You're just capping your potential. That's all I'm telling you right now. It's very, very simple. Okay? It is very, very simple. Oh, this too shall pass. Amen. I'm serious though. If you talk, because you will hit a workout one day where you get so tired that like you're gonna like people you won't have the energy. Seriously, you're gonna be like, nah, man. Nah, like you're gonna like think the shit you want to talk in your head, but then you're like, it's not worth. I'm just too tired. That's so go get a good workout in, okay? Just get a good workout in. So that's my advice. But ladies and gentlemen, in all seriousness, no, I like that. I really like that a lot. This too shall pass. I really hope you get that. But listen, Chad, I love all of you guys. I really hope you have fun today. I got clapped again. This is not good for anything. I know we see a lot, but I'll tell you right now, it's clapped in the short term. But I'm still optimistic as ever for the long term. I hope you realize, I mean, I've seen a lot of stuff and I've seen a lot worse than this. So honestly, I'm just thankful to be able to share it with you guys. I'm thankful a lot of you guys are here. It sucks in the meantime, but you're going to get to learn a lot about through all this and just understand, bro. It goes deeper than this, and you have a long time frame. Again, honestly, I mean, one day I remember, honestly, I'm not going to, I mean, some of you, if you're like sub 20 something and like you're like genuinely stressing out right now, like I respectfully fuck you. Okay. And I say that because I just remember the days when I was a lot younger and like I would trip out a lot more. And I always tell you my advice. I always tell you, I was like, man, if I was younger, the biggest mistake, I wish I never sold anything. I wish I just didn't spin my wheels so much. Because, bro, I'm telling you, like, you got to realize how foolish it is where some of you guys are very young and they're like, oh my God, it's crazy. This is going insane. Oh my long term. I've only deposited for 1 year, 2, and you're like, oh my, but it's like, listen, bro, like you mad young, bro, and like this is very, very short term, okay? But for real, though, I mean, at the end of the day, I am very thankful to be able to share this day with you guys. I hope you had a lot of fun. I hope you're ready for the next day, man, because, again, this is history, and I promise you, you are going to remember this. I'm telling you, we're going to look back on this, and you're going to have this as a very key core memory in your brain. You're going to be able to remember this, and then now when anything else gets thrown at you, you're going to see. So once you make it through this, you're going to be able to look at a lot of things and figure out what's going on, okay? So I love you guys. God bless you. Thank you for being here. Happy birthday, Shelby. Order. And happy birthday to everybody else, man. You know, if you got birthday, I feel like we got more than one birthday today. We should. Usually we got like 18 birthdays a day or some shit. It's crazy. But Chad, I love you guys. Again, I don't care if you're a member or not. Big shout out to the members, though. But really, no members. It don't matter who you are, what you are, man. If you come to this day every day, I hope you guys see it, man. Whether the market's good and everybody's buying meme stocks or the market is down and everybody's panicking, I really hope you guys realize, like, we really enjoy and love being here, and we're gonna give what we got. You know, we're gonna give it our best. We're gonna try to get you the news. We're gonna try to make plays. Even then, even some are gonna work, some are not. We're still getting exposure. We're gonna talk about it. We're gonna talk about strategies. We're gonna have fun. We're gonna do all of it, man. So for real, just thank you to the people who show up every day and are able to contribute and vibe with us and bring positivity to that and just have a good attitude and understand what we're really about, man. I really enjoy it. Like I'm saying, like, for real. Especially if you've watched back in the day, bro. All of these times when it gets like really volatile, bro, this is where a lot of us connect. You know that? This is where we get to share a lot of moments, and this is like history in the making. So I really hope you guys enjoy it, and just thank you to everybody who has made this possible and have done it by keeping this a great community. Again, this is one of the best chats to look at. I'm telling you, when I look at it and get to read it, a lot of you guys are in the game. Nothing will beat this level of dedication that you're surrounded by. So just keep it up, man, and just thank you to all of you. Again, it don't matter membership or not. It is all about your attitude and whether or not you showing love. That's really what defines you know what I'm saying? So God bless you and thank you. Big shout out to the members, though, man. I keep saying it, and it seems like the crazier the world gets, bro, the more just grateful I am to be surrounded by some of you guys who have supported the channel, and you guys have rode with me through all of these times, man. So this is just another notch on the belt of another moment that we're going through. You know what I'm saying? So just God bless you guys. Thank you for supporting. I'm telling you, I can't wait to see what it's like. And honestly, man, you guys should all be thankful for the members, because I'm so thankful for them, because I know a lot of you guys have been with me for a long time. And I'm just here to tell you, once we see it, I'm not going to be afraid to say it. And that's because, it's very easy to speak your mind, and it's easy to keep it true and hold down the truth when a lot of you guys have my back. You know what I'm saying? So just like I'm saying, it's a crazy moment right now. We got two things on the plate. You got a really big catalyst now. If this doesn't turn into anything, it's all about the Fed meeting, and the markets are going to get wild. And like I'm saying, though, long term is still an answer. We still got other strategies we can explore, but the whole year is going to have volatility. I promise you now, whatever calms down, you're going to see this by the end of the year. Do you understand? Oh, they don't feel me. I know my member chads. I know some people who've been with me for a long time. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Oh, they don't feel me. Do you understand what I just said? Uh-huh. Do you remember? Do you feel me with what I just said? Because think about it. Whatever we start off with this year, even if it calms down, I promise you right now, the end of the year will probably reflect the beginning of the year. You should remember this. We've said this and you've seen it come to life, especially when it is a volatile year, okay? So keep that in mind. So this next month and this first quarter that we set, it's going to set up a lot of opportunities. So again, like I'm saying, man, no matter what happens, you are still going to have an opportunity with 2020 on the calendar, 2022, okay? So just keep that in mind. But that's why it's all crazy. But members, I love you guys. Thank you again for supporting. Big shout out to everybody on the stream alerts. Hopefully you guys got it. Hopefully I haven't been bugging you with this stream alerts. Again, I'm sending you out texts every time it hits a certain level. I'm trying to give you analysis. It does flow day to day with everything, but hopefully I'm not bothering you too much. Hopefully you've been taking advantage of some of the good plays. Hopefully you've been cutting out the ones I haven't, but either way, it is good, baby. So enjoy it and you will be great. But thank you all, my friends. God bless you. Oh, Fubo. Oh, Fubo. How you gonna do that, man? How you gonna do that? But that's it, man. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the day. That is the day. We finished, bro. Today is still wild. I'm still like in shock. Finished, bro. Today, I'm still in shock. I'm still in like, wow, I can't believe we just went to triple overtime. That felt like triple overtime. And then we gotta go back to it, bro. Oh, 2.8 thousand likes. Oh my goodness, Chad. God bless you and thank you again. Oh no. Oh, man. Oh, man. Wow. Wow. That's beautiful. Shout out to Chad, baby. God bless you guys. Thank you again. Check out the links. Listen, man, if you an asshole or not, we'll see you on the watch list every day. Every day. If you want to be an asshole, that's you, man. You know what I'm saying? If you want to be, that's up to you. That's up to you, bro. That's up to you, bro. That's up to you. It's every night. It has a recap. We'll go over all the plays. Again, you got opportunity. I mean, there's a lot there. We're going to talk about a lot. So check it out. You're an asshole that watch. No, that's impossible. You can't be an asshole. You're honestly probably like my mom would be like, you're such a sweet boy. She would sound a lot more foreign when she says it, but it would sound something. You're a sweet boy. You're a sweet boy, Ari. You watch the watch list. I'm telling you. That's it. That's it. You know what I'm saying? That's it. That's it. But check it out if you want. We love you. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course, okay? If you don't have the free long-term alerts, again, that's your life. That's good for you. But it's free $99. Again, it costs you nothing to join. That's the crazy part. Third link for the membership badge. If you want the merch or if you want to just see my face, you could click the merch link. Again, if you want to see how I look like, this is me. So, ladies, I don't know, a lot of you guys, all the ladies out there, they're like, Josh, what do you look like? Your voice, but this is how I look like. So, y'all can just relax, okay? I don't got it like that. I was skinny in this picture, though. For the fellas, if you're wondering if you could whoop my ass or not, I'm skinny in this picture, but, I get a little scrappy. You can see I got the little scrappy hair, but that's me. Nice to meet you guys. Again, yeah, I don't wear Converse anymore. I just have to wear them for those pictures. It matched. Yeah, so it's nice to meet you. I'm Josh. But here's the merch. You can check it out. It's good merch. It's nice merch. It's good for you. Yeah, it's terrific. It's terrific. They love it. I've seen the merch. I've worn it. I've seen a lot of merch, and the merch is beautiful. I told them it's beautiful merch. Why wouldn't they merchandise it? Any of the merchandise I've seen is terrific. I've worn a lot of clothes in my life, and it's perfect. I sound like Jordan Peterson and mixed with Donald Trump. What the fuck is happening? Huh? I don't know. But it's terrific. Check that out. We love you. Check out the new channels, Cole Real Estate, Cole Cars, Cole Music. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Okay? We post the long-term picks there. And if I follow you on there, it's a fake account, so don't just report him. Don't get scammed by it, okay? I'm never going to ask you to sign up for, like, some private fucking group or anything like that. Legitimately, just come up on the stream, bro. It's a cult. We don't do anything like that. Just a cult. Don't get scammed. I love you, and if you have been scammed, don't feel bad about it. Again, I watched that video on it, and it was, like, saying how, like, all the YouTube scammers, it was saying, like, don't shame people who got scammed because then they won't want to talk about it and come out and spread the truth. So if you've ever been scammed by something on YouTube, has anybody ever been scammed? Have you guys ever been scammed by one of those WhatsApp? Can somebody admit it? Has anybody ever been scammed by the WhatsApp people? Has anybody ever fell for it? I fell for the speaker scam. Yeah, that was all me. I got for that. You have? Did you do it? It's okay. It's fine. No shame. Almost? You almost got scammed on Tinder? Oh, that's rookie, bro. That was... you nasty, bro. That girl on Tinder, she was like, yo, cash at me $200 and we could hang out, bro. Oh, you nasty as hell. What do you mean? That's not even a financial transaction, bro. Nah, you were trying to do some Tinder swindler. You were trying to do a little extra, bro. Hold up. Nah, bro. It's okay, though. We won't shame you. Again, that's what the YouTube video said, not to shame people. So this is a safe place. I'm just saying. You were not trying to increase your capital or your trading account with that one, my friend. She did not look anything like the pig. Listen, I'm not gonna, I'll just stop now before I go into it. I'm just just watch out there. Watch out. Long Snapchat though, for real. That's why. That's part of it. No. I just got banned for that joke. Fuck. Okay, we're back. Oh, man. But for real, though, check it out. We love all of you, but don't fall for the Instagram scams, okay? I'm not going to follow you and message you with that, so I love you. God bless you. Check out how to find 1,000% gainers. We're going to talk today on the watch list about the butterfly, so I'm going to give you a nice little real quick recap of spread. So if you guys want to learn about it, I'm sure you will get some, and we'll go over any of the other ones that we're holding, how to set up our long-term portfolio. If you haven't watched this video, it's still applicable and it's still up. It's still working for you above all else. Just keep that in mind. Again, the average hedge fund right now is down 3% year to date. Your long-term should be doing a little bit better, obviously. If you made a couple of different plays, don't worry. I mean, things happen, but we will find a way out of this. You know what I'm saying? But shout out to long-term. Check out the video. I'm sure you will like it. And welcome. Where'd all you guys come from? We got Stacy, John, Anna Osteen? Like Joe Osteen? Oh, I love Joe Osteen. They're like, Josh, don't say Joe Osteen. He's a heathen. Calm down, man. I like Joe Osteen. I like some of him. I like his little jokes in the beginning. There's like little jokes in the beginning, man. He said some other stuff, bro. I'm just saying, like, that's it, bro. Relax. That's cool, bro. I like the Osteen. Everyone's so mean to the guy, man. I don't know why this dude happy as hell. Like, I guess you would be happy as hell, too, if you made millions of dollars, too. I understand it, but he writes mad books, okay? I'm just saying, but I see why you don't like him. Believe me, in my life, I've had a difficult time accepting these pastors who make more than S&P 500 companies. I understand completely, but at the end of the day, he's so nice sometimes. Just let God judge him, okay? Let the man smile, okay? Yeah, this is fine. Yeah, he hide money in the wall. You don't know, maybe the Lord told him to. I don't know. The Lord said do the rock and the stick with I don't know. Maybe he was tripping out. I don't know what he's up to, but bro, he got some good shit sometimes. You see, I said shit. Forgive me, Lord. Don't judge me. Okay, you know what I'm saying? But anyways, Anna, welcome. Stacy, welcome. And welcome back, my friend John. Just John. He just joined. I know John. It's just John. Nice to meet you, John. Righteous Jess. So that's a good show, honestly. I laugh. I just love Kenny Powers. I love, what's his name? He's a good, okay, you got me talking today like it's Friday. It's already Wednesday. But listen, ladies and gentlemen, the prayer request wall. This is the final part. This is the final part. This is the only thing. No affiliate links. We keep it real, man. That's it. And honestly, it's not that deep, bro. I just like to pray for you. This is what me and my mom do. And I think I benefit off of praying for y'all. And if you ever want to do anything for me, I mean, you just pray for me. You know what I'm saying? You pray for me, bro. That's it. That's it. You know what I'm saying? Hiding from. All right, let me give you one more point on it. Listen, if y'all really don't like Joel Osteen, but you really believe in God, let me just tell you something, already? Because like, even if you're like, he's avoiding the IRS, avoiding this, avoiding that, just think about this for a second, already? Are you ready for it? Just listen. It's like, are you worried about him cheating people, or do you think he could cheat God? Oh, y'all don't feel me. You see what I'm saying? That's the way I view it. Because if whatever, God knows everything with any of these guys. And you got to realize at the end of the day, there's one thing to cheat man. But if he's really being shady, that's between him and God. I'll let God take care. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's one thing. It's one thing to cheat this and cheat that. But you really like God? You know what I'm saying? I don't know if y'all feel me on that. Some might, some won't. But that's the way I view it. That's why I'm like, we'll see, man. I'm sure that's between him and God. That's between him and God. I hope he doesn't violate God, because that's worse than anything. So, you know, that's it. That's what it comes down to. That's why you should pray for him. Pray for everybody. Yeah, that's why I said we got the prayer request wall. But for real, man, pray for me, man. We are going to pray for you. That's it, man. And I love all of you, and God bless you for real. And thank you for praying for me, man. I've been praying for a lot of y'all. This is what we like to do. And I don't know if this scares you when I say it. Again, if you click the link, it's not going to turn you into a salt demon or something. You'll be fine, okay? I promise you. It's just, we just like to support everybody in here, man. We like to root for all of you. This is what me and my mom do. And honestly, like I've been saying, man, if you see a lot of these names, you see people on the members, you see some people donate every day, you see some people in the chat, maybe you see some people type stuff negative. Some people also, they'll come in here, man, and they'll say, yo, this happened to me today, Chad. This happened to me. And honestly, it's sad when I see some people say stuff negative, bad. I'll usually ban them. But like at the end of the day, man, you guys see it, and you see a lot of people that you spend upwards of 7 hours a day with. You guys share all these moments that I'm so excited to share. You know what I'm saying? So it's just very, very simple. Just all you got to do, man, pray for every single person person in here, show some love, and it could go a very, very long way, man. And just thank you to all of you who have been doing it. It has a real impact, and I'm just excited. I'm excited and ready, man. And I know it's coming, baby, so I hope you're ready. I got blessings on the way, man. I don't know. Oh, man, I'm a crazy guy. You know what I'm saying? I'm crazy. I just, the market could look bad. You could get clapped. It could be a lot of this. The long term, it could be shots. But I just see blessings. I don't know why. I don't know. I'm that type of guy, and like the type of dude in the storm who's like, you know what I'm saying? That's just what we on. That's what we on. So I hope you guys are ready to learn and to adjust to a lot of things and just get ready. I'm excited, bro. Today was crazy. Today was crazy, bro. Today was crazy. Absolutely wild, man. So it was beautiful, but I hope you guys enjoyed it. Get ready for the next couple of days. It's going to be an exciting one, and get ready. You got the Fed meeting on the way, but that's it, man. Go read the books, Richest Man in Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, Strangest Secret in the World, Lead the Field by Earl Nightingale if you're feeling a little extra, and don't forget to wake up and drive. Honestly, here, we didn't have PHILO. Can I just read you something? Let me just read you something because we didn't have PHILO, and it relates to everything I tell you, okay? It's what we talked about. It's what we say every day around this time. But I read it, bro. It was the verse of the day yesterday, bro, and it just hit so hard. It just hit so hard. Okay? Are you ready? It's just Luke 16, okay? Parable of the shrewd manager. Jesus told this story to his disciples. There was a certain rich man who had a manager handling his affairs. One day, a report came to the manager that was wasting his employer's money. So the employer called him in and said, "What is this I hear about you? Get your report in order because you are going to be fired." The manager thought to himself, "Now what? My boss has fired me. I don't have the strength to dig ditches, and I'm too proud to beg. I know how to ensure that I'll have plenty of friends who will give me a home when I'm fired." Honestly, that part stuck out to me. You know that? Because I've read this verse many times. But do y'all realize that? Tell me that don't... Bro, tell me this does not describe the mentality of a lot of people. And you got to keep it real with yourself because sometimes we like this. I could get like this at sometimes, but really just think about what it said. Bro, he said, "I don't have the strength to dig ditches and I'm too proud to beg." Y'all don't feel me. But that's not the part. That's not the part. Don't let me stop on it too much. Okay? So he invited each person who owed his employer money to his home to discuss the situation. He asked the first one, "How much do you owe him?" The man replied, "I owe him 800 gallons of olive oil." So the manager told him, "Take the bill and quickly change it to 400 gallons. "And how much do you owe my employer?" He asked the next man, "I owe him 1,000 bushels of wheat." That was the reply. He said, "Here, take the bill and change it to 800 bushels. The rich man had to admire the dishonest rascal for being so shrewd. And it is true that the children of this world are more shrewd in dealing with the world around them than the children of light. I've told you this before. I had a whole PHILO on this one. Okay? Here's the lesson. Use your worldly resources to benefit others and make friends. Then when your possessions are gone, they will come to you. They will welcome you to an eternal home. If you are faithful in little things, you will be faithful in large ones. But if you are dishonest in little things, you won't be honest with greater responsibilities. If you are untrustworthy about worldly wealth, who will trust you with the riches of heaven? And if you are not faithful with other people's things, why should you be trusted with things of your own? Oh man, if you are faithful in little things, you will be faithful in large ones. But if you are dishonest in little things, you won't be honest with greater responsibilities. And if you are untrustworthy about worldly wealth, who will trust you with the true riches of heaven? And if you are not faithful with other people's things, why should you be trusted with things of your own? Oh man. See, man, listen, some of y'all could hear that And some of y'all can hear that and think it's attacking you. And I feel you because I've been like that a lot in my life. And I know what it's like to hear some of this Bible stuff. And then it's easy to get called out. You know, this is why they call the Bible the sword, if you've ever heard the reference, because it cuts you sometimes. Sometimes it can hit you if you're not ready for it. And you hear some of this stuff sometimes, oh, it could clap you a little bit. But I'm telling you, this is a very positive message, okay? I hope you realize what it's telling you, man. It's saying to treat the small things like they are big and watch what happens. It is telling you, it's easy to focus on the negative and you could take that word in very negative. Oh, but it's telling you if you could handle a little, you could handle a lot. So do not despise the days of small beginnings, okay? We say that every day, baby. If you could handle small, you could handle big. Just keep this in mind, okay? Seriously, keep this in mind. And if you feel like something's too big, go handle something small then. And then again, if you could focus on the small and master that, everything's big. Everything big's easy, honestly. You know that? For real, honestly, I'm giving you in my simple shit, bro. Honestly, a lot of things can happen. Days go crazy. I've seen a lot of stuff in my life, but this right here, it goes a long way. For real, because I treat everything crazy, bro. You haven't noticed that? That's why we gonna treat it all the same, then you ain't gonna ever trip. It's easy to scale up if you could treat small things like they are big. Oh, they don't feel me, bro. Woo! So I hope you feel me, Chad. I hope you feel me, but that's it. I'm leaving you with that. Take it. Run with it. Take the energy. Wake up and drive. Treat the small things as if they are big, baby, and watch what happens. But get ready. You are witnessing history in the making, and it's only going to get crazy. So I hope you're ready. But I love you, Chad. God bless you. I need you to stay. Is my voice getting clapped? I think it might. We talked a little longer, but listen, I love all of you. Don't forget why we here, bro. Why we keep going. Why we in the game. Why we treat the small things like they are large. And why, even in a storm, even when it's clear, we really got the same mentality, baby. Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. But I love you. God bless you. And before we head out, you know what it is, man. You know what it is. It's a CULT, bro. He said my team different. He said the small thing. He said the road narrow. He said not alone, baby.
But it's SDDCULT, my team so different. Off me all week, I think they speak more than they do and live it. I can't be moved, they think they cool when shit get hot. I'm chillin'. Feel out Tom Cruise, I cannot lose because I'm on that mission. Tryna hit big, but it's SDDCULT, my team so different. Off me all week, I think they speak more than they do and live it. I can't be moved, they think they cool when shit get hot. I'm chillin'. Feel out Tom Cruise, I cannot lose because I'm on that mission. I ain't tryna hit big, but it's SGD. I can hit 100 layers before you hit that 3. I ain't do no innovating, I just watered that tree. Got a little bit of Vegas, got a little Wall Street. On my band grand, got some buffets on the team. I can kick a couple theories, I'm the modern main cage. Why the people never bring it, always asking what to eat. Thought you told me you was leaving, but I see you every week. All good, I said show them the loss. Men lie, women lie, the premium don't. No trend lines, my mind really just know. I exercise my time, cause I'm trying to take hold. Poet and philosopher, I feel like the road. They told me what's impossible, I told them alone. Cause even though it's narrow, I can stay on the road. Cause little after little, it's gon' turn into growth. Whoa. Tryna hit big, but it's SGDCULT, my team so different. Off me all week, I think they speak more than they do and live it. I can't be moved, they think they cool when shit get hot. I'm chillin'. Feel I'm Tom Cruise, I cannot lose because I'm on that mission. Tryna hit big, but it's SGDCULT, my team so different. Off me all week, I think they speak more than they do and live it. I can't be moved, they think they cool when shit get hot. I'm chillin'. Feel I'm Tom Cruise, I cannot lose because I'm on that mission.
Man, I wish I had the horn so I could just boop, 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 boop. You know what I'm saying? Let's go, baby. Chill. You know what I'm saying? Chill. Chill. Just treat the small things like they are big. And then when big things happen, you going to be chill because it's small anyways. So just relax, Chad. Just get ready. Just get ready. Get ready, okay? And again, we have like 10 more months of this bullshit. Oh, so get ready. Okay, I'm excited, Chad. Get ready for the watch list. Come with questions, too. So I'm going to post the spread video there with it. We'll talk about it a little bit, and then we will go from there, and then we will see what happens. But just stay locked and loaded. And then, again, if you guys have any other plays, post them in the comments or email them, and we could even go over them tomorrow, too. Yeah, tell them, man, look at Miss Osteen. Tell them, get the long-term game going, too. Amen. Amen. I know, the horn, bro, the horn is sad. I'm not even putting my mouth on it. I'm like standing away from it, blowing into it. This is probably really awkward. I'm just like at the end. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. Life is crazy. I'm like, who made kazoos? Who invented the damn kazoo horn? I'm like, man, physics is crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like, for real, we got like all this mad technology and they've been inventing shit for like ever. And then all of a sudden it's like, we get like, who the fuck invented this kazoo? Like, how do I like troubleshoot this damn kazoo thing and get to the bottom of this? But then I don't know. I'm just saying. But then I'm just sitting there going, okay, I'll stop talking. So, Chad, I love you. God bless you. I will see you on the watch list tonight. I will see you in the morning. And I hope you have a blessed day and a wonderful evening. And get ready, baby. Peace out. Oh, hey, wait. Josh. Nah. I want a butterfly pony. Okay, love you.